Section 0 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Preface. This work makes no pretensions to literary merit, but, as its title indicates, is simply a narrative descriptive of the progress of the countries specially referred to, which, though England has long maintained intimate commercial relations with them, are still but very imperfectly known to the British public. In the Old World, generations follow each other without any very perceptible alteration being observable in the characteristic surroundings. But in the New World, as America is still termed, a few years often effect changes of the most important and striking description. This is notably the case as respects Brazil and the River Plate, the growth of which has been very remarkable. Since the year 1854, when my former work was published, a large amount of English capital has been invested in various enterprises connected with Brazil and the River Plate, and particularly for the construction of railways, the formation of banks, and the promotion of steam navigation on the great rivers communicating with the interior. If the results have not, in several instances, proved wholly satisfactory as regards the distribution of dividends, the fact is in a considerable degree, if not entirely, owing to mismanagement of some kind or other, and I think there can be no doubt that a prosperous future yet lies before all the companies in question. On the other hand, large gains have been secured, showing that those regions present a profitable and wide field for the further employment of our surplus capital. The commercial tendencies of Brazil and the Platine states are most liberal, and their policy is the very opposite of that pursued under the exclusive domination of Portugal and Spain. The empire, not long since, received the approval of all civilized nations for its decree opening up the waters of the noble Amazon to free commerce, and the unrestricted navigation of the upper riverine streams will be one of the chief advantages the victory of the Allies in the present war will confer upon mankind. The extent of territory embraced within the limits of Brazil, and what are commonly called the Platine states, cannot easily be realized by those who have never traveled out of Europe, and it is equally difficult to convey any adequate idea of their wonderful fertility and productiveness. Nature has blessed them with her choicest gifts, and to take the highest rank amongst the nations, their sole want is increased population, and this is precisely what overcrowded Europe can very well spare. I am glad to be able to state that the respective governments are fully impressed with the necessity of adopting comprehensive and effective measures with a view to attracting emigrants to their shores. My intended movements during my visit were much interfered with by the cholera in the Plate and the protracted duration of hostilities in Paraguay, but I was enabled to satisfy myself of the complete realization in 1868 of my most sanguine predictions in 1853. End of section 0. Section 1 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The Voyage Out. A beaten track does not present the same novelty as a fresh one, except in the case of countries in what is still termed the New World, and which are again about to be described. It was in 1853 I last visited Brazil and the River Plate and published my observations upon them. An interval of 15 years has wrought many changes and produced wonderful progress there, and if the southern portion of the American continent has not kept pace with the northern, it may be chiefly ascribed to the continued great influx of emigrant population to the latter from all parts of Europe, but consisting chiefly of the Anglo-Saxon race. From this cause, even the loss of at least 1 million of American citizens by the Great Civil War has caused no perceptible diminution in the American census, because it is constantly replenished from Europe. The African race has, however, come to the surface in a most unlooked-for manner, their shackles having been removed by a violent shock, which has, for a time at least, caused great social disturbance, and left the southern states more or less at the mercy of the niggers, as the blacks are generally termed. What may be the ultimate result, or how things will settle down, is yet a problem to be solved. Meantime, slavery in Brazil remains a domestic institution, but it is doomed to inevitable extinction. The process of emancipation will be watched with much interest by all who desire to see the Brazilian Empire rise to the position it is capable of attaining. The tide of emigration to Brazil, spite of this disadvantage, has, however, fairly set in, and the subject will be treated of in its proper place. Happily, in the River Plate there exists no such hindrance to the development of free labor, for which it also presents a boundless field, and it will be the study of the writer to show how a portion, at all events, of the surplus population of Europe can be located there, to the great advantage of those who embrace the opening as well as of the country itself, whose chief and most urgent want is labor. The Paraguayan War and the terrible ravages of the cholera have been a great drawback to internal improvement in the Argentine Republic, but it is gratifying to think that the encouraging picture drawn by the writer on his first visit to the Plate has been more than realized. The motto of the Platine states should now be peace and progress. The log of an outward-bound passenger on board an ocean steamer now possesses but little interest. Still, a record of the changes which have taken place in the means of transit since my last voyage, made 15 years ago, may be worthy of notice, and will also afford information to those who contemplate a trip to Brazil or the River Plate. Success does not always attend even the best organized and most promising enterprises, but all experience had even then proved that there was ample scope for the employment of capital in promoting intercourse by means of steam with those countries that can only be reached by crossing the ocean. The South American Company, with which at that time I was connected, started under unfortunate circumstances. Ships were high in price, and rates of fuel were exorbitant by reason of the Crimean War. They lost, in addition, 2 of their steamers in a most unlooked-for manner, which sadly deranged their operations. But emphatically, the 2 grave errors committed by the company were, first, in building more ships than they could raise capital to pay for, and secondly, in abandoning the line after their experience had thus been paid for, and at the very moment when the traffic was becoming lucrative, for there can be no question that had they continued to run their steamers, instead of being seduced by the tempting terms of charter offered by government, they would now have been in existence as a powerful company, paying good dividends. This was not to be, however, and on the abandonment of the line, the Royal Mail Company was left without a competitor, and so enabled to realize large profits. Had this latter company read rightly the signs of the times, or met the requirements of commerce by dispatching a steamer once a month from Liverpool, alternately with their regular mail from Southampton, they would not only have made more money, but to a considerable extent rendered themselves independent of government subsidies. Their monopoly was exercised injuriously for the interests of the countries they were trading to, of which the French emperor had the sagacity to take advantage by subsidizing a company from Bordeaux, which has continued a most successful career, for it cannot be disputed that French steam navigation and the development of French commerce are almost entirely due to His Imperial Majesty's remarkable prescience. As a natural consequence of increased facilities, the passenger traffic with Brazil and the River Plate has wonderfully increased. and at times both lines are inconveniently crowded, the French one being for some reason preferred by South Americans and foreigners. Subsequently, some unsuccessful attempts were made to establish other steam lines to Brazil. What was termed the Broker's Line was started from Liverpool to the River Plate, but it was not until Messrs. Lamport and Holt took the business in hand that private steam navigation was established on a firm basis from that port, and the fine fleet of the astronomical line now supersedes to a considerable extent the use of sailing ships. They have also entered into a contract with the British government to dispatch a mail steamer on the 20th of every month, the first, the Hipparchus, having left Liverpool on the 20th August last. Last on the list comes what is now generally known as Tate's Line, on board one of the steamers of which, the City of Limerick, I am now embarked. They are fine steamers, with superior accommodation for first-class passengers at very moderate rates. A line from London, calling at Falmouth, has long been a favorite project, which Messrs. Tate have at length carried into effect with every prospect of success. They have wisely appreciated the growing requirements of population in Brazil and the River Plate, and are preparing to convey a number of third-class passengers by their steamers at a cheap rate. By confining their operations to Rio de Janeiro and the River Plate, they are enabled to land goods and passengers at Montevideo and Buenos Aires under 30 days. The importance of this line has been greatly enhanced by the contract entered into with the Belgian government, under which the steamers are to call at Antwerp on their way out and home, the latter after landing passengers at Falmouth. This brief reference to the progress of steam navigation to Brazil and the River Plate will show the growth of passenger traffic during the last few years and sufficiently indicate the great increase of commerce with these countries, not only as regards Great Britain, but also as respects continental ports, which will be more clearly illustrated in later portions of this volume. Meantime, as an index to passenger traffic, it is my intention to obtain statistics from the different companies and to present them in a table which will speak for itself. I may further remark that a steam company has been formed to run from Marseille to the River Plate, and another between the United States and Brazil, the latter with a subsidy from these two governments, which cannot fail to be mutually advantageous and to promote the great object of emigration. Altogether, a very large amount of capital is employed in linking this portion of the Old World and the New by means of steam navigation. That it will further increase no one can doubt, particularly should the tide of emigration from Europe set in freely towards those countries, as I firmly believe will soon be the case. And now we are moving along towards St. Vincent, expecting to pass the island of Madeira tomorrow, 24th December, 5 days out from Falmouth, almost entirely under steam, a breeze from the northwest, which favored us for 24 hours after leaving Falmouth, having gradually headed us. The speed of the vessel under steam only is 9 to 10 knots, but if we catch a good trade wind, our progress southward ought to be very rapid. The City of Limerick is an excellent sea-boat, and all is very comfortable on board. My order of proceeding this time will still be something in the narrative form, as more adapted to the task I have set myself of recording the progress made and the changes that have taken place since my last short visit to South America in 1853. December 24th. Passed close to the westward of Madeira, the island being enveloped in dense masses of black clouds, which poured forth their liquid streams, forming some dozen cascades of all sizes, one being conspicuous, reaching from the very top of the mountain down to the sea. No one would imagine the beauty and fertility of this island, to judge from its western aspect, so different from the southeastern side, which is well cultivated and presents very pleasing views as you approach in that direction the Bay of Funchal. Madeira has changed very little, I believe, of late years, nor is it likely to do so with absurd quarantine laws in existence, which prevent vessels calling and limits the number of visitors. The cultivation of sugarcane succeeded that of the vine after the destruction of the latter about the time of my former visit to the island, but to the detriment of its sanitary condition, as the refuse canes were allowed to rot and impregnated the atmosphere offensively. Otherwise, in its former glory of vines and fig trees, the island was a little garden of Hesperides. Now that Rio Madeira wine has become a scarce commodity, connoisseurs praise it extensively, and it is to be hoped a few years will enable the island again to supply a genuine article instead of the spurious trash commonly sold under the name of Madeira wine. The real thing is only to be found in choice old cellars, and no doubt a glass of it is a very great treat. Christmas Day, 1867. Spent this day on the deep blue sea, with a steady northeast trade blowing, which carries us swiftly along, and if all goes well, we shall reach St. Vincent on Saturday by daylight, so as to get into the harbor in coal during the night. 9 days from Falmouth will be a very good passage. The weather has become warm, with bright sunny days and starlight nights, the days lengthening as we proceed southward. Certainly the change from an English winter is very sensibly felt, and must exercise a beneficial influence on the human frame. All traces of seasickness have vanished from those of the passengers who were afflicted with it during their first few days, and they are now on deck, basking in the sunshine, but they will soon require the protection of awnings, as we shall then be within the tropics. Different opinions exist as to the comparative comfort of the paddle wheel and screw. I prefer the latter, irrespective of its economy, as advantage can be taken of every favoring breeze, and except with the wind right aft, a screw steamer is steadier than a paddle wheel one. Many object to the continual thud of the screw and to the tremulous motion of the ship, but the latter is less felt in screw steamers than formerly, from the application of improved machinery and the placing of the screw well down in the water. On the other hand, the continual plunging of paddle wheels is tiresome, and they keep up a certain amount of spray which is not experienced with a screw. It is quite true that a ship is a thing you never can be quiet in, whether propelled merely by sails, by paddle, or by screw, as everyone knows who has had experience, but this does not prevent sleep or indulgence at times in that dolce far niente which is supposed to belong only to dwellers on land under the soothing influence of an Italian sky. After all, how much we are indebted to steam, not only for comfort, but for our knowledge of distant countries. I remember several voyages made to Brazil in my early days, when 20 to 30 days were often taken to accomplish what we did yesterday in 5 days, namely, passing the island of Madeira to gain the northeast trades. St. Vincent. Saturday evening, the 28th December, brought us safely into Porto Grande, the great coaling harbor for steamers bound to the South Atlantic, and where as many as 20 steamers a month are now coaled from the coaling establishment of Mr. Miller, also Her Majesty's Consul for the Cape Verde Islands, who has at great expense built a high and low-level pier with large coal stores, a number of iron lighters and screw tugs, which are employed to tow the coal barges alongside the steamers. In fact, it is impossible for anything to be more complete than the coaling arrangements here, which admit of sending off about 700 tons a day. 3 vessels had to be coaled during Sunday, and 2 got away by night, ourselves and a French steamer bound from Marseille to Brazil and the River Plate, with about 550 emigrants on board, chiefly for the river. We left to complete our coaling the next day, the splendid new steamer, the Sumatra, Captain Brown, belonging to the Pacific and Oriental Company, bound out to India to take up her station between Bombay and Suez. She is 2,500 tons and 500 horsepower, both built by Denny Brothers of Dumbarton. She has accommodation of the most luxurious kind for 150 first-class passengers and is equipped in a most perfect manner. St. Vincent is her only coaling port between England and Bombay, and this was merely a matter of precaution, as she had on board sufficient to take her to India. A Russian screw corvette with a number of training cadets on board was also at anchor in the bay when we arrived, but she sailed away southward about noon on Sunday. With the increasing demand for steam traffic to the southern hemisphere, the importance of Porto Grande as a coaling station cannot be overrated. We expected to have picked up some news from Brazil and the River Plate, but unfortunately the Royal Mail Company's steamer Seine, overdue a week, had not arrived, and various surmises were raised as to the cause of this unusual delay, which we shall only learn later on. The Brazil and River Plate service, both by the above company and the French Messageries Impériales, has been for many years performed with great regularity. Owing to the many steamers calling at St. Vincent, a good supply of fresh meat, fruit, eggs, etc. can now be obtained there, brought from the neighboring islands, as St. Vincent itself continues as barren of verdure as ever. The town has extended itself somewhat, several new public buildings having been erected, including a custom house, and some pretty cottages on the hill overlooking the harbor for the use of Mr. Miller's numerous establishments. For the information of such of my readers as may not be conversant with the Cape Verde Islands, I reprint my remarks upon them contained in my former work already alluded to, as I shall also continue to do in other places, for a similar reason, besides the additional one of diffusing information as to countries with which we are so intimately linked by commercial and political ties. A submarine cable connecting these islands with Madeira and Lisbon would be very useful, and will most probably come in time as a link in the chain of our communications with South America and the coast of Africa. Its existence would shorten the time of receiving and transmitting news between England and Brazil very considerably, and the evils arising from such an event as the detention or loss of the Seine be greatly mitigated. Quote, the Cape Verdes consist of 7 principal islands, and were tolerably populous, but of late years have been subjected to a continuous emigration to South America and the West Indies, where, like the hardy mountaineers from Madeira, they are found most useful in tilling the soil and in other laborious occupations, thus demonstrating the fallacy of the old notion that laziness is the predominant element in the Spanish and Portuguese idiosyncrasy. What appears to be a present disadvantage in regard to this human flight from the Verdes may prove beneficial hereafter, when the Ilhéus, as they are called, return to their homes, possessed of a little money wherewith to improve their social and moral condition. The islands produce wine, barilla, large quantities of orchilla weed, and cochinal, the cultivation of which is rapidly forming a more and more considerable item of export. Steam navigation will ere long bring them into much closer commercial contact with the world and enhance the appreciation of their products and natural advantage. The climate is fine, though subject to occasional high temperature and frequent droughts. Despite the name Verdes, suggestive of Arcadian animation, nothing can be more desolate than the appearance of the islands as approached from the sea. Bold, high rocks against which the surge breaks violently, with mountains towering in the clouds, are general characteristics to which those of the island of St. Vincent offer no exception. On our arrival, the weather was thick, with drizzling rain as we made Porto Grande, and only cleared up in time to enable us to see Bird Island, a most remarkable sugar-loaf rock standing right in the entrance of the bay, after passing which we reached the anchorage ground in a few minutes. A more convenient little harbor can hardly be imagined, being nearly surrounded with hills, or mountains as they may be called, which protect it from all winds save the westward, where Bird Island stands as a huge beacon, most admirably adapted for a lighthouse, and on which it is hoped one will soon be placed. There is deep water close to the shore on most sides of the bay, that where the town is built being the shallowest, and here some wooden jetties are run out, having very extensive coal and patent fuel depots close at hand, where these combustibles are put into iron lighters and sent off to the vessels. So beautifully clear is the water in the bay that you can see the bottom at a depth of from 20 to 30 feet, literally alive with fish of all kinds, but for which the people seem to care very little, either for home consumption or export, though there is no doubt that, in the latter direction, a large business might be done with profitable results. Porto Grande must become a most important coaling station, situated as it is midway between Europe and South America and close to the African coast. Several important steam companies have already adopted it, viz. The Royal Mail, Brazil, the General Screw, the Australian, as also the South American and General Steam Navigation Company, whilst occasional steamers are, likewise, glad to touch at it. At the period at which I am writing, the Great Britain was the last that coaled here, on her way to Australia. In order to meet this increased demand, a proportionate degree of activity and exertion is observable on shore, and a large number of iron lighters, carrying from 15 to 40 tons each, are now in constant requisition, loaded and ready to be taken alongside the steamers the instant they cast anchor. Unfortunately, there is a very poor supply of water, the want of it having been the occasion of frequent emigration in the history of the islands, but it is understood to be attainable at a slight expense, and a small outlay conjointly made by the steam companies might not only procure a plentiful provision of this all-necessary element, but also other conveniences essential to the comfort of passengers. There is no doubt that, as the place progresses, supplies of meat, fruit, and vegetables will be forwarded thither from the neighboring islands, which are so productive that there is a considerable export of corn, and the cattle are numerous. Until lately, fowls were only a penny apiece, and turtles abound. Hitherto there has been no regular marketable demand for such things, but one, and a large one too, is henceforth established from the causes assigned, and will doubtless be regularly and economically supplied. The laborers here are chiefly free blacks and crewmen from the coast of Africa, most of whom speak English and chatter away at a great rate as they work in gangs with a kind of boatswain over them, who uses a whistle to direct their toil, the movements of all the race of Ham to the days of Uncle Tom being seemingly susceptible of regulation to musical noise of some sort or other, whether the concord of sweet sounds or what would appear to be such to more refined ears does not greatly matter. But for want of vegetation in its neighborhood, a more picturesque little bay than Porto Grande can hardly be conceived. Towering a short distance above the town is a kind of table mountain, some 2,500 feet high, and at the opposite side, forming the southwest entrance, is another very lofty one, remarkable as representing the colossal profile of a man lying on his back, a la Prometheus. He has his visage towards heaven, wherein there are generally soaring vultures enough to devour him up were he a trifle less tender than volcanic granite. The features are perfect, even to the eyebrows, and a very handsome profile it makes, though it does not appear that any tropical Aeschylus has yet converted the material to the humblest legendary, much less epic purpose. On the shore ground, forming the right side of the bay, looking towards the town, is a neat little monument erected to the lamented lady of Colonel Cole, who died here on her way home from India. The spot where she lies is, from its quietude and seclusion, most meet for such a resting place, there being a small conical hill behind, with a cottage or two near, and a sprinkling of vegetation on the low ground between, serving to keep her memory green in the mind of many an ocean voyager in his halt at this halfway house between the younger and the elder world. This little town was thrown back sadly by the epidemic which afflicted it in 1850 and decimated the population. During its continuance, Mr. Miller, one of the few English residents, did so much in assisting the inhabitants as to elicit from the late Queen of Portugal the honor of a knighthood in one of the first orders in her dominions. It requires no small degree of patience and philanthropy to aid the development of a place like this, laboring, as it does, under such great natural difficulties, and where everything has to be brought from a distance, there not being a tree or a blade of grass to be seen, nothing but dry, arid sand or a burnt-up kind of soil. Undoubtedly, the heat is very great at times, and there are about 3 months of blowing, rainy weather, which is the only period when vessels might be subjected to inconvenience whilst coaling, as the southerly winds drive up a good deal of sea into the bay. There is an English consul resident here, Mr. Rendall, who has done much to assist in bringing these islands into notice and into comparative civilization, and by so doing has many times over reimbursed this country in the cost of his stipend of £400 a year, saying nothing of the services he has performed to shipping in the ordinary discharge of his duties. Cape Verdes are a very numerous family of islands, called after a cape on the African coast, originally named Cabo Verde, or Green Cape, by the Portuguese, to which they lie contiguous, though at a considerable distance from each other in some cases. All are of volcanic formation. One, that of Fogo, or Fuego, once very celebrated as being visible, especially in the night time, at an immense distance at sea. The islands generally do not possess any very attractive points, being unlike Madeira and the Canaries in this respect, as well as in extent of population, that of the latter being 4 or 5 times more numerous than the others, say about 200,000 in one, 40,000 in the other case, though some statements make the inhabitants of the Verdes considerably more. The islands are occasionally subject to shocks of earthquakes, and there was rather a strong one at Porto Grande the night before we left, supposed on board our vessel to be thunder from the noise it made, though we were not aware until next day that a shock had been felt on shore. The chief product is salt, a valuable article for vessels trading to South America, though it is here manufactured by the somewhat primitive process of letting the seawater into the lowlands where the sun evaporates it. Though Porto Grande and St. Vincent is the great place for shipping, and as such almost the only place of interest for passengers in transit, Ribeira Grande and St. Iago, the principal island, and most southerly of the group, is the chief town, though it is at Porto Playa, often touched at by ships on the Indian voyage, that the Governor-General resides, particularly in the dry season. The island's second in importance in point of size is St. Nicholas, where are some small manufactories in the shape of cotton stuffs, leather, stockings, and other matters. The orchilla weed, however, is the great object of governmental interest, and its monopoly is said to yield some £60,000 per annum. The same wise policy that grasps at that interdicting the manufacturing of wine, though grapes grow in profusion and are of excellent quality for the production of a very acceptable beverage. December 31st, 1867. The last day of the old year is an event that calls for reflection, and particularly at sea, when the mind is generally more open than elsewhere to receive impressions, and free to take into review the past, to inquire how the time has been spent. Few of us, probably, can answer this question satisfactorily, but at all events it is desirable to make the inquiry. There is no postman's knock at the door, no friends to see, nor any to seek us out. Our little world is the ship on which we are sailing, and those within it, the greater part of whom have been utter strangers to each other previous to embarkation. Selfishness under such circumstances finds its level, or is confined within very narrow bounds, and a common instinct draws everyone together, until at the end of the voyage, when those who are only passengers part and go each on his several mission, few in all likelihood ever to meet again in their various walks in life. Most leave friends behind, whom they look forward to rejoining, or they have friends to welcome them in the new countries to which they are speeding their way. The great ocean brings strikingly home to us the wondrous works of the almighty ruler of the universe and the littleness of man himself. Again, we are apt to forget the immensity of the ocean, which, as compared with the land, is computed at 145 3/4 million of statute miles against 51 million square statute miles of land, or a total of both of 196 3/4 millions. A little incident occurred this morning in our meeting the screw steamer Uruguay, which signalized 20 days out from the River Plate, one of the Liverpool line of steamers making her way to St. Vincent de Cole, and she will no doubt report us at home. Time did not afford opportunity for exchanging news, which would have been very acceptable on both sides. We also passed an American ship steering northward, being now in the track of vessels homeward bound, 10 degrees 30 minutes north latitude and 26 degrees 30 minutes east longitude, a fine, steady breeze driving us, with the aid of the screw, fully 11 knots an hour. January 4th, 1868. We have crossed the line, gone through the variables, and are in the southeast trades. The air is cool and pleasant, and the ship making nearly 12 miles an hour, with a smooth sea and little motion, the perfection of sailing. There is a freshness about the southern hemisphere which I have always enjoyed. Steady breezes and a clear sky, with light fleecy clouds. We passed several vessels yesterday standing to the northward, amongst them a fine Yankee screw corvette, which hoisted her number, but she was not in our signal book. Less than another week of this weather will take us into Rio de Janeiro, in somewhat over 20 days, which will be a very good passage, and we have certainly been very much favored in having fair, moderate weather, with scarcely any rain and no squalls. The great advantage of steam over sailing ships is not only much quicker passages, but running out of calms or variable winds and making a straight course to the point of destination. January 10th, 1868. We made Cape Frio light off Rio de Janeiro about midnight and came into harbor early this morning, 21.5 days from Falmouth. After the usual formalities in connection with the health and custom house departments, we steamed up to the coal island and were soon moored alongside, ready for coaling and discharging cargo. There were fewer ships in the bay than I ever remember to have seen. Her Majesty's store ship, Egmont, was lying there, and one or two other vessels of war. A splendid Spanish frigate, the Blanca, which had participated in the bombardment of Valparaiso, steamed out of harbor as we came in, but whither bound no one could say. On going on shore, I found the landing place not much improved, and the custom house formalities had increased in rigor, extending even to a charge on the small quantity of luggage required for change whilst on shore. It is a mistake in an enlightened country like Brazil to subject passengers to such absurd regulations, which can bring in very little revenue and get the country a bad name. In other respects, little or no restriction is experienced in going to or from the ship, either day or night. We found the news from the seat of war unsatisfactory as regards its progress, and what was worse, we learned that the cholera was raging at Buenos Ayres, vessels from the River Plate being placed in quarantine on arrival at Rio, but the latter city was healthy, notwithstanding the great heat which, during the 2 days we remained in harbor, was most intense, the thermometer in the shade being over 90 degrees. Working all night enabled the steamer to be ready to start again on Sunday morning, the 12th January, when we again sailed from Rio on our way to the river. End of section 1. Section 2 of Brazil in the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The City of Montevideo. Seeing the accounts at Rio were not encouraging, I was advised to delay my trip southward, but as the River Plate was my ultimate destination and my business pressing, I was desirous to reach Buenos Aires as quickly as possible, taking Rio Janeiro on my return. So I continued on board the steamer, which left Rio on Sunday morning, the 12th January 1868, and we came to anchor in Montevideo Harbor at 1 p.m. on the 16th, a very good passage of 4 days and a few hours. The weather had been hot during the passage, giving us a foretaste of what we might look for here. The health inspector did not come off to us for 3 hours, a very annoying delay after the captain of a steamer has done his best to get quickly to his port, and to whom, as well as to his owners, hours are of consequence, but not so to officials in these countries. I believe I surmised correctly that the health officer was at dinner when we arrived, that he would take his siesta and then come to look after us. As it was then getting past business hours, I preferred remaining cool and quiet on board the ship, but several of our passengers went on shore and passed the night there, as it is difficult to get off after dark. The budget of news we received from the agents, who came on board after the health visit, made me wish I had taken the wise advice of Rio friends. The cholera was raging at Buenos Aires and throughout the Argentine Republic, and appeared to be bad enough at Montevideo, in addition to which a revolution had broken out at Santa Fe against the government, the rebels having actually got possession of Rosario, as well as some portion of the railway, whose metals they had partly torn up at one of the bridges, throwing them into the river below. It is difficult to account for this kind of wanton mischief, unless it was to show their contempt for civilized means of transit, for having reached Rosario, their policy should have been to keep the line open as a means of retreat in case of need, and then to have taken up the rails to impede troops who might be following them. I found Mr. and Mrs. Wheelwright at the Oriental Hotel, Montevideo, a new and handsome building erected since my last visit, and worthy any city in Europe, but unfortunately several of the inmates died of cholera there, and it was afterwards deserted. The Oriental was full when we arrived, but we found comfortable quarters at the Grand Hotel Americano, also a large and handsome edifice lately built. Nor can anything more strongly mark the advance of Montevideo than these two hotels in addition to those previously existing. The impressions conveyed in my former narrative as to the development of Montevideo were favorable, but I hardly expected to see the place grown half as large again since that time, which certainly is the case. Building of late years has taken extraordinary proportions here, and the price paid for choice spots in the city is something fabulous. Then again, the streets have been all paved and flagged, roughly enough, it must be confessed, but still they appear to answer the purpose for the peculiar description of traffic over them, and are a great improvement upon the sand and mud which existed before. During the few days I remained at Montevideo, everything was in a very miserable state, the mortality increasing, and the telegrams from Buenos Aires quite awful. I therefore resolved to return to Rio Janeiro and wait a more favorable moment for prosecuting my mission. The heat was intense, and the minds of people so preoccupied with the pestilence as to render it impossible to follow the object of my mission with any chance of success. The city of Limerick came up from Buenos Aires on the morning of the 24th of January, and was released from quarantine in the afternoon when Captain Peters came on shore, and his report confirmed my previous views as to returning to Rio. So at 5 p.m. I went on board with him. We got under way at sunset with a fresh breeze, and passing Flores Light, were off Maldonado Light about 3 p.m., a nasty navigation, with the island of Lobos dangerously near, on which there ought also to be a light. Daylight took us to the open sea, and 4.5 days steaming brought us again into Rio Harbor on the morning of Wednesday, the 5th of February, when we were put to quarantine in what is called 3 Fathom Bay, where we remained until the 3rd morning, when we were released and steamed to the coal wharf. Precisely 3 months after my first arrival in Rio, I left it again to return to the River Plate, whence the pestilence had departed and things resumed more or less their usual appearance. Montevideo had, however, been the scene of a dreadful tragedy, the murder of General Flores in open day, and the subsequent terrible retribution which followed that catastrophe. A gloom hung over the country, heightened by the impending bank crisis, and it seemed as if the spirit of evil had taken possession of the place. Whatever may have been the faults or errors of General Flores, he deserved a better fate at the hands of his countrymen. In forcing himself into power, he only followed in the footsteps of others who had resorted to this unconstitutional mode of proceeding. During his dictatorship, the country was perfectly tranquil and highly prosperous, nor was a single life sacrificed by him, although he knew he had many secret enemies. His personal courage was undoubted and evinced in many a bloody encounter in Paraguay, where he appeared to wear a charmed life, and had he been at all prepared, the assassins might have found the old man more than a match for them. Altogether, this sad event has created a feeling in Montevideo which it will take long to recover from, nor is any confidence felt in the ability of the present rulers to overcome the difficulties of their position. It is a great pity so fine a country and so fair a city should be sacrificed to objects of mere personal ambition, and be the sport of every discontented chief or partisan who chooses to set himself in array against the government. But unfortunately, this is too much the case, nor do the people themselves rise to put down such a state of anarchy. In alluding to the new buildings erected at Montevideo, I omitted the Bolsa or exchange, which is quite an ornament to the city, with its light, highly ornamented facade. The interior is of a quadrilateral form, providing a spacious hall where the business of the place is carried on, with brokers' offices on the ground floor, the upper story being devoted to a tribunal of commerce and other public purposes. The cost of the building is stated at about 160,000 hard dollars, or 32,000 pounds sterling, an instance of public spirit hardly to be found elsewhere in South America. The only thing wanting to Montevideo is business, in which respect the contrast with Buenos Aires is very much in favor of the latter. Nevertheless, the banks have gone into considerable extravagance in the way of architecture, the Italian bank being conspicuous by a superfluity of marble. Indeed, the facility for issuing notes has evidently led to expenditure in bricks and mortar to an extent that must have greatly embarrassed the managers of these institutions when called upon to meet their paper in gold. As to the cause of the money crisis, there cannot be two opinions. In the first place, government was wrong in allowing private issue of notes, and in the second place, in interfering when it came to a question of the banks meeting their notes in gold. A forced currency, as it was then called, was sure to lead to a depreciation in the value of the paper and only postponed the evil day. It was a curious sight to see a guard of soldiers with fixed bayonets on duty round the doors of the Italian bank, and a crowd of people waiting outside to receive specie payment of their notes. This process had already shut up several of the banks, and there was little hope of saving the Italian bank, although great efforts were being made by the mercantile body to do so, as from the large number of Italian tradesmen doing business with the bank, serious results might attend the closing of its doors. The wisest course would have been for all the banks to have followed in the wake of Mawa and Company and closed their doors when they found themselves unable to meet the pressure for gold. This would have brought about some remedial action on the part of government with a view to self-preservation. Amongst other public improvements at Montevideo is a large market, a tramway for a few miles out of the city, and the commencement of a railway intended eventually to reach Durazno, but at present only a few miles can be completed owing to the want of capital. Unfortunately, the government is not in a position to assist any enterprise of this kind, spite of the large amount of Brazilian gold that has been poured into the place during the war. Altogether, Montevideo has an ordeal to go through that will require time and patience on the part of those who may have to conduct its affairs. The bay presents its usual animated appearance as regards the collection of ships and steamers, and a large sprinkling of foreign men of war, whose services have been much called into requisition of late in order to protect foreign property, but in other respects there is a total absence of vitality or of actual business. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Section 3. The city of Rio de Janeiro. It cannot be said in this case, as in most others, that "'tis distance lends enchantment to the view, for the nearer you approach this far-famed city, the more sensible are you to the beauties it unfolds. Strangers are always struck with the singularly picturesque appearance of the land approaching Rio de Janeiro, but once fairly in the bay, they are bewildered at its great extent, surrounded on all sides by hills and mountains of every possible form, shape, and size, most of them clothed in luxuriant verdure to the summit. No picture or representation I have seen of the Bay of Rio does justice to the splendid panorama its scenery presents. Even those who have often approached it from the sea, so far from being tired of gazing, not only recognize all familiar points, but discover some new feature in the fairy-like landscape that had before escaped their notice. It varies very much according to the light and shade, sunrise, noonday, and sunset, each possessing peculiar marks of delighting beauty. In my former description of Rio occurs the following passage. The city of Rio de Janeiro extends some 3 miles along the southwest side of the bay, and being much intersected by hills, it's difficult to get a good view of the whole range, unless from the top of one of the mountains near the city, such as the celebrated Corcovado, which stands out like a pulpit on the plain below and is some 2,500 feet perpendicular. The view from this pulpit on a clear day is superb, and I should almost say unequaled in the world. The city, with its numerous divisions and suburbs below you, the bay, extending as far as the eye can reach, until lost in the plain below the Organ Mountain, the sea, studded with numerous picturesque islands, with vessels looking like white specks upon it, and seen to a great distance, altogether form a most enchanting picture, and amply repay the toil of an ascent. The mountain is of granite rock, like all others in this country, but thickly wooded almost to the summit, and you come out quite suddenly on the bare point before alluded to, so much resembling a pulpit. In consequence of the tortuous formation of the streets, constructed around the base of the hills, it's difficult to get more than a bird-eye view of the city, on ground made by encroachment on the sea. Consequently, The streets are low, without drainage, and in several of the back ones the water collects and stagnates, to the great detriment of health and comfort. Rio itself is a bad copy of Lisbon. Streets at right angles, a large square facing the sea, and the suburbs extending up the hills which everywhere meet your eye. In Lisbon, the streets are tolerably wide, but here they have built them so miserably narrow that scarcely even one carriage can pass through, much less pass each other, and it's evident that such vehicles were never contemplated in the original formation of these streets. The only way of getting over the difficulty is for carriages coming into the city to take one line of streets and those leaving it another, which they do, excluding omnibuses altogether from the principal thoroughfares. Improvements in this way were what I found most backward. Indeed, there was a marked falling off in such respect since I was last here, and there seems a great want of municipal government. In many places, the pavement is execrable and generally very bad, the difficulty having been probably increased by laying down mains for water and gas, the latter now in process of execution, and also the heavy rains having washed away many parts of the road and otherwise caused much damage. Once this troublesome job is got through, it is to be hoped that some effective measures will be taken to put the streets and branch roads in order. Otherwise, they will soon be rendered impassable. Coach and coach spree making must be thriving trades here, especially with the immense increase that has taken place in the number of carriages and omnibuses, and it's really wonderful how they stand the continual shocks they have to endure. Government seems at last alive to the absolute necessity of doing something to improve the sanitary condition of the city and also its internal organization, as they have lately got out some good practical English engineers, who I have no doubt will suggest an effective mode of dealing with present difficulties. If they do not adopt decisive measures, the rate of mortality may be expected to augment fearfully in a dense population of 300,000 to 400,000 inhabitants, huddled together in some 15,000 houses, surrounded by impurities of every kind, not the least being the stagnant water in the streets. No exact census has ever been taken of the population of Rio de Janeiro, which is generally believed to be between the two figures above given. There is a migratory population, but the accumulation of humanity of every race and color contained in some of the large dwelling houses is something extraordinary. As before observed, nature has done much for this country, and if the natural facilities of Rio de Janeiro were properly availed of and local improvements carried out with energy and spirit, it might be rendered one of the finest and most luxuriant places within the tropics. The opportunity is now open to them. The government possess ample means, and it's just a question whether measures of progress are to be effectively achieved or the city to be abandoned to its fate. The great evil attending all improvement in Brazil is an undue appreciation of native capability and a disparagement or mistrust of those whose practical experience would enable them to grapple with the difficulties that surround them, a kind of little jealousy or distrust that prevents their availing themselves of opportunities thrown in their way to carry out undertakings. necessary to the well-being of the country, nor can they understand the principle on which such things are regulated in England. Still less the magnitude of operations carried on there and in many other parts of Europe. Yet the time seems to be coming when these principles will be better understood here and when the application of English capital towards the improvement of the country may be safely and legitimately brought to bear. I quote this in order to point out the increase of population and improvements which have been carried out in the city since it was written, and amongst which may be enumerated: the paving of streets, drainage works, etc., lighting the city with gas, increased number of omnibuses, private carriages, and conveyances of all kinds, public gardens and ornamental squares, railways and tramways. First, as regards the number of inhabitants, it's difficult to arrive at correct figures in the absence of a census, but according to the municipal authorities, the population of Rio and the suburbs, which comprise a circuit of many miles, is now about 600,000. If building be any criterion, the increase of population must be very considerable. Since the period to which I allude, the city has extended itself in every possible direction, for without actually climbing the mountains, there is a limit to building ground. The new streets are wide, and many of the new buildings exhibit a beautiful style of architecture, very suitable to the climate, especially in the suburbs. The number of shops has largely increased, and they are generally nicely decorated. Some public markets have been built, such as the Gloria, Harmonia, etc. Property has also greatly risen in value, and fabulous prices have been paid for land in the city favorably situated. The paving of the streets has also been carried out most efficiently. All the leading thoroughfares in and out of the city are now well paved, and in this respect, the road from the public gardens to Botafogo would compare advantageously with any in Europe. That portion passing through the Cbteddy being a perfect specimen of good paving. As to the drainage works, they speak for themselves to those who recollect what Rio was 20 years back, and the names of Brassi and Gata will long be remembered as a public benefactors in this part of the world. I had not time to examine these great works in detail, but shall avail of an opportunity on my return to do so. Gas has been most successfully introduced both as regards quantity, quality, and usefulness, and it must have been an enormous saving of trouble and expense in a country where so many lights are required, and which was formerly dependent on oil lamps and candles. Not only is the city well lighted, but every suburb, miles in extent, thereby greatly adding to comfort and security. Under these circumstances, it will hardly be a matter of surprise that the gas company pays a very good dividend. It has rather a curious effect on some of the country roads to see gas lamps peeping out from the thick foliage of tropical plants, as if in competition with the fireflies dancing about. Rio positively swarms with omnibuses, carriages, and tilburys. The former are plain enough in appearance, but are drawn by 4 mules at a good speed. The carriages, which are manufactured on the spot, are generally very superior in quality, with a couple of mules or horses, and a tilbury is a kind of cab with cover to hold one person with a driver. The fares, considering the distances traversed, are on the whole moderate, although charges in this respect are complained of. The public gardens have been very much improved since I was last here, and under the shade of the trees it's very pleasant to sit and admire the beauty of the scenery presented by the surrounding hills and the view of the bay in front, the busy city shut out, and everything in quiet repose save the rumble of carriages passing along the streets. Another public garden has been established in the square called Praça da Constituição, where there is a fine statue of the first emperor Dom Pedro, proclaiming the independence of the empire. A still larger square, called the Campo de Santa Ana, might advantageously be converted to a similar purpose and would form probably the most extensive area of this kind in the world, affording shade and shelter from the rays of the sun to thousands of citizens who have to cross it. At present, near the public fountains, it is occupied by laundresses, and in certain spots rubbish is thrown, but other parts are being planted, especially near the Senate House, the War Office, and those of Public Works and Foreign Affairs, the Museum and the New Mint, the latter one of the finest buildings in Rio. The municipal taxes are few, and it's not easy to find a surplus to be employed in ornamental works. As regards the railways, I must reserve my notice of them till my return from the Plate, as at present my sojourn in the Empire is limited to a couple of days in the capital. The terrible ravages of the cholera in the River Plate brought me back to Rio de Janeiro sooner than I had contemplated, as there was nothing whatever to be done down there under such circumstances. At one period, both town and country places were threatened with absolute decimation, and the daily tales of horror exceeded almost anything on record. In many cases, when no one could be found to bury the dead inside ranchos or cottages, they were set fire to as the only way of disposing of the bodies therein. In the province of Buenos Ayres alone, the loss of life is computed at 25,000, and other provinces suffered almost in an equal ratio, so that the actual loss of life and property in the Argentine Republic must have been something enormous. In the Banda Oriental, the losses were severe, and at one time the mortality at Montevideo itself was almost as great as at Buenos Aires. Farms were in many cases abandoned, and sheep and cattle left to roam at large. Crops rotted in the ground, growers of fruits and vegetables were ruined, the markets for these products being closed and their entrance into the town prohibited. In fact, it appeared as if the destroying angel was passing over the devoted land, nor do I believe, from all I could learn on the spot, that cholera was the only form of disease. It rather resembled the fearful destruction of the Israelites, when Moses and Aaron stood between the living and the dead. How soon, however, such fearful visitations are forgotten, except from the general appearance of mourning when I returned to the River Plate about 3 months later, in the crowded state of the cemeteries. No one could imagine that Buenos Aires and Montevideo had gone through such a fearful ordeal. Everything went on as usual, and people looked after their farms and their merchandise as if nothing had happened, though doubtless many feared the return of the hot season, before which very little will have been done in the way of sanitary precaution. That the cholera will become a permanent visitor in the River Plate seems unlikely if we are to judge from its erratic course in other parts of the world, but no one can say that the scourge will not prevail until the cities and towns are effectively sewered and drained. The climate itself is healthy enough, but then this is no safeguard against epidemics which have their origin in impurities allowed to accumulate until cities become pest houses. On my return from the River Plate in the beginning of February, I availed myself of the opportunity to ramble about the city and suburbs, to visit old friends, and to go over the railways, an account of which will be found under its proper head. The weather was still very hot, with frequent heavy thunderstorms, some terrifically grand, more so than I ever remember during a 2 years' residence here. From my room window at a Hotel Dos Estrangeros, I could see the whole heavens lighted up with frequent flashes, and now and again portions of the bay and of the mountains stood out as if from a sea of fire. Then the awful crash of the thunder, followed by instant and utter darkness, and with reverberations shaken the house to its foundations, all combined to heighten the grandeur and sublimity of the scene. As for sleeping in the midst of such turmoil, it was simply impossible. Both February and March were very wet, stormy months, and on one occasion some large trees were blown down about the city and much damage done to the roofs of houses, many of which are not very well protected from such visitations. Similar weather followed me to San Paulo, but on my return to Rio, after again visiting the River Plate, the weather was delightfully cool, fine and pleasant, equal to the most agreeable portion of our summer weather in Europe. There is no doubt the climate of Rio de Janeiro is a healthy one, and it's a striking fact that scarcely any cases of epidemic have occurred since the sewerage of the city was completed, nor any visitation of cholera. Notwithstanding, sick and wounded were constantly arriving from the seat of war, and that the quarantine was merely nominal. I am convinced the very thunderstorms to which I have alluded tend to purify the atmosphere. The deluges of rain, of course, exercise a great cleansing power, and it has been noticed in years when thunderstorms did not prevail that much sickness followed. One requires to go closely over the city before he finds out improvements which have been effected in Rio, which are nowhere so palpable as when passing through the great public thoroughfares. With such a number of narrow intersecting streets, no adequate idea of the size or extent of the city can be formed until some of the hills about it are ascended, such as that of Santa Teresa. It is, however, from the top of the Corcovado that its dimensions are most striking, from whence also the spectator can form a fair notion of the extent of the bay. I have before remarked on the defective state of the landing places, that most used near the custom house, being a very dirty, dilapidated wooden jetty, about which the rabble of the city seems to collect, and it's always a scene of much uproar and confusion. There is quite a babel among the boatmen in their black hangers-on. There are some other landing places with stone steps in front of the large square, whence the ferry boats across the bay take their departure, but these are not very convenient, and the untidy state of the public market which stands here is a disgrace to the municipality. Indeed, nothing can be more derogatory to a large city like Rio de Janeiro, possessing the finest harbor in the world, than such landing places, which create a most unfavorable impression on strangers. The custom house, with its wharves and warehouse, the marine arsenal and building yard, together with the private wharves, occupy a large portion of the water frontage, but there is still sufficient space left, if it were properly laid out, as I believe is intended before very long, for decent landing places for the public. Speaking of the custom house, the source from whence a large portion of the revenue of the country is derived, it's an unsightly building, though immense sums of money have been spent and are still being spent in order to obtain adequate accommodation for the increasing trade of the port. Hydraulic lifts and machinery of every possible kind are in course of erection, and a few years will doubtless see the Rio Custom House take its stand as the finest building of the sort in South America. The old Praça do Comércio, or exchange, with its dismal vaulted roof, remains unchanged since my last visit, but when the custom house is completed, I believe it's intended to construct an exchange more worthy of the place with suitable accommodation attached. This, as well as a foreigners' club, is much required at Rio, where the foreign population is numerous and influential, and ought to be represented in a manner consistent with its importance. When I lived here in the years 1848 and 1849, there was much sociability amongst the English residents at all events, but this appears to have quite died out, and even ceremonial visits are now rarely exchanged. The only society worthy of the name existing in Rio is that associated with the diplomatic circle, which is of course more or less exclusive in its character. I must nevertheless notice one institution in which I found a great change for the better. I mean the English Church. A good deal of money has been spent in connection with this edifice, entirely raised by private subscriptions, and certainly it has been well spent. The recess built out for a communion table is very pretty, and the organ is well placed in a line with the body of the church. There is a good choir, the whole arrangements being very complete and the service efficiently performed. The Reverend Mr. Preston is chaplain. Whilst in Rio, I went to the palace of San Cristavo and had the honor of being presented to the emperor, whom I was glad to see looking well, but thinner than when I last saw him 15 years since. The palace is well situated on a rising ground with a good prospect and appears to be comfortable enough, but without any gorgeous display. The court is very simple in its habits, and the democratic tendencies of the people render access to it comparatively easy. With regard to politics, the government has generally an opposition party to contend with, both in the chamber and in the Senate, but without impeding the regular proceedings of these bodies, which, on the whole, are conducted with great decorum, and the speeches are very fully and fairly reported, occupying whole pages of the daily papers. The Jornal de Comercio still stands preeminent in the Rio press, as the Times, in fact, of the Brazilian Empire. The political discussions in the press, which are perfectly free, are often pursued with considerable acrimony. At the same time, there is a degree of reticence observable, which some of our newspaper writers would do well to imitate. Brazil does not lack parliamentary orators or able statesmen, but public business is trammeled with too much of red tapery as at home. The current of popular feeling does not run very deep from the fact that the bulk of the community are too much absorbed in their business occupations to leave them much time for political discussions, to which a large portion of Englishmen devote themselves because they have little else to do. It must not, however, be inferred from this remark that Brazilians are indifferent to what passes inside the walls of the Senate or of the Chamber. The support the government has received in carrying on a long and costly war proves that the honor and well-being of the empire is as dear to them as to the most patriotic people. I am glad to have to record the abolition of passports in Brazil, unless specially asked for. I had occasion to notice the inconvenience caused on a late trip to the River Plate, and it's gratifying to see that Brazilian statesmen appreciate the march of events in this respect, as I trust will also soon be the case in facilitating the dispatch of passengers' luggage. As a rule, passengers do not carry with them articles subject to duty, though of course a surveillance in this matter is quite necessary. At Buenos Aires, there is a customs station on the mole or landing place where passengers can bring their luggage, which is at once examined and passed, thus saving much time and trouble. The post office is on the whole pretty well managed, and letters are promptly delivered on arrival of the mails. The building is, however, quite unsuited to the requirements of so large a city as Rio de Janeiro, and I learned that it is intended to erect a fine new post office in a square facing the bay, which will be great convenience to the public. I found the population on the opposite side of the bay had not increased as much as I expected, although the facility of crossing by the large American ferry steamers is a great convenience. Neither is a large straggling place, supposed to contain a population of about 20,000, but there are many houses uninhabited, nor do the Rio people show much partiality for a residence there, even at a much less rent. Some handsome villas have been built there, and it's intended to light the place with gas, which would be a decided advantage to the residents. Some of the islands in the upper parts of the bay are now cultivated and inhabited, and numerous small craft ply between them and Rio de Janeiro, bringing down fruits and vegetables. In the appendix to this volume will be found sundry official documents and statistical information in reference to the resources and commerce of Brazil. The institutions of the empire are very favorable to mercantile development, and the great progress made within the past half-century is indicative of a highly prosperous future. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The War in Paraguay. Leaving for the moment the narrative form, I devote a chapter to this lamentable struggle, which has entailed such serious consequences on Brazil, and which at the time I am writing is yet undetermined. Writers have differed much as to the origin of the war, but none have shown how it could have been avoided. I may observe en passant that so far from having entertained any prejudices against Paraguay, my sympathies have always been in favor of that country, as evinced during my visit to the River Plate in 1853, at which period the elder Lopez was alive, and there appeared to be dawning in the future not only an era of internal development for a very fine, fertile territory, but also a relaxation of the iron rule under which the people had so long groaned, by encouraging, to a limited extent it might be, commercial relations with other countries. Lopez had joined Brazil in putting down the tyranny of Rosas and in restoring a free government to the Argentine provinces. The rivers were to be opened by treaty to all nations, and an era of peace and prosperity appeared to be the natural result of these arrangements. The visit of the younger Lopez to Europe, it was thought, would have instilled into his mind the fact that all the wealth he saw there emanated from commerce, and that his first object would be to render Paraguay a commercial country. Unfortunately, however, he seems to have become more enamored with the martial attitude of France than anything else, and determined on his return home to develop the military instead of the commercial resources of Paraguay. His ambition was centered in organizing a large army, fortifying the river approaches to Asuncion, and creating a small but efficient steam fleet. The experience of the past was thrown away, and on succeeding his father in the dictatorship, it became evident that his policy was to be one of aggrandizement, if it meant anything at all, and that, in other respects, Paraguay was to continue isolated from her neighbors and to stand aloof from participation in the business of the world. Paraguay had no enemies, nor was there any desire to trouble her. Her territorial position secured her safety from attack, and it is impossible that all this military and naval preparation on the part of Lopez could have been merely intended for purposes of self-defense. The truth is that Lopez had always coveted that portion of territory called the Missions, formerly a great stronghold of the Jesuits, but now part of the Argentine Confederation, and the possession of this would bring him close upon Uruguay, where the seaport of Montevideo afforded a tempting prize. At the same time, all this involved the prospect of a collision with other powers, against which it was necessary to provide, and this I believe to be the true reason for the great military preparations of Lopez. I have already said that Paraguay joined with Brazil in putting an end to the tyranny of Rosas, and entered into a treaty by which the navigation of the upper rivers was to be free and the independence of Uruguay to be recognized. If ever Brazil had any sinister design on the latter state, this was the time when she would have been most likely to assert it, but no such disposition was evinced. On the contrary, it was the wish as well as the interest of Brazil to keep Montevideo a free port and the rivers open to the flags of all nations. Unfortunately for the peace of South America, Montevideo has never had a strong and independent government, and during the presidency of Barrow, disorders broke out on the frontier. The persons and properties of Brazilian subjects were exposed to the inroads of lawless marauders from Uruguay, until at length the patience of the people of Rio Grande was exhausted, and they threatened to take up arms in their own defense if the imperial government did not at once interfere for their protection. This statement has been personally confirmed to me by large landed proprietors who were themselves on the spot and suffered from the causes here referred to. Brazil was, therefore, compelled to send troops to the frontier and to follow the marauders into Uruguay until such time as she could obtain fresh guarantees from a government which had proved itself totally incompetent to deal with the matter. Then came the Colorado movement, headed by Flores, and further complications ensued, which might have been settled by the timely intervention of foreign governments, but the men in power were quite deaf to all friendly remonstrances. The flag of Brazil was grossly insulted, trampled on in the streets of Montevideo, and the treaty with her publicly burnt. Recent melancholy occurrences in that city have shown what excesses can be committed from party spirit, and how difficult it was at that period I allude to avoid an armed intervention. How these acts affected the interests of Paraguay it is not easy to conceive. Brazil agreed to recognize the independence of Uruguay, and she left it in that condition, stronger than it had been for some years previously. It is true that about this time Lopez had given notice to Brazil that any interference in the affairs of Uruguay or the entry of Brazilian troops into Uruguayan territory would be considered by him as a casus belli, a piece of impertinence that Brazil might well disregard, as the rights of nations allowed reprisals for injuries received, and this was all Brazil carried into effect. Up to the point mentioned, Lopez had, therefore, no real or ostensible cause of war against Brazil, but she stood in the way of the consummation of his ambitious designs, and so he made what he termed an interference in Uruguay the pretext for setting his legions in motion. Without any declaration of war, he seized and took forcible possession of the steamer Marquis de Olinda whilst on a peaceable errand up the river, with Carneiro de Campos, the president of Mato Grosso, on board, and has retained him prisoner ever since. He marched a division into Brazil and occupied the frontier town of Uruguayana, simultaneously sending his fleet down, no doubt to cooperate with his troops, but this was prevented by the gallant action of the Rio Chueo, in which the Paraguayan navy was nearly destroyed by the Brazilians. The proceedings of Lopez towards Brazil were, therefore, offensive and insulting in the highest degree, and still more so towards the Argentine Republic, which had really given him no cause of offense beyond daring to remain neutral, and consequently refusing to allow the passage of troops through its territory. Upon the refusal of General Mitre to grant such permission, he crossed the Parana and invaded Corrientes, seizing 2 Argentine vessels as well as the persons and property of Argentine subjects, on whom he levied blackmail. These extreme measures taken by Lopez towards both countries were in pygmy imitation of the first Napoleon, whose tactics Lopez affected to follow by seizing the persons, property, and territory of his neighbors before it was possible for them to offer any opposition. Such an offense against the laws of nature could lead only to an alliance against him as a common enemy, with the condition that the aggrieved nations would not lay down their arms until the offender was punished by expulsion from Paraguay. In Europe, this course was adopted against Napoleon I, and in South America, under nearly identical circumstances, an equally strong measure was rendered necessary for the future peace and security of the Allies. If a case in point was required on the spot, Paraguay itself had joined in the expulsion of Rosas, because no security existed for anyone so long as that tyrant dominated at Buenos Aires. That neither Brazil nor the Argentine Republic anticipated such conduct on the part of Lopez is evident from the unprepared state of both, the latter being at the time literally without army or navy. Indeed, the first check given to the advance of Lopez was by the late General Flores, at the head of a gallant little band of Oriental troops in conjunction with those of Brazil. No impartial person can question, therefore, that Lopez has been the sole cause of this long and bloody war, and that he committed a glaring act of violence towards his neighbors, who were compelled in self-defense to enter into a league for the expulsion of so dangerous a character. To have made peace on any other terms would have been only playing with a firebrand. It is not my purpose in this chapter to criticize the manner in which the war has been conducted, or to point out mistakes which may have been made. Intelligent Brazilians believe that, instead of sending a large army by sea, it would have been better to have made a diversion by marching across the country to the interior of Paraguay, direct to Asuncion, leaving Humaita blockaded. Thus a large amount of money would have been expended in Brazilian territory. Whether this would have hastened the conclusion of the war, it is difficult to say, but the direct advantages in other ways would no doubt have been considerable. However, Brazil is not the only country that has blundered in carrying on a distant war, as we know to our cost. That they did not anticipate so vigorous a resistance is certain, nor was it possible to suppose that any section of the Argentine people, whose nationality had been grossly insulted, would have been lukewarm or have desired to make peace until the object of the struggle was accomplished. End of section 4. Section 5 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The Province of San Paulo. Availing of an opportunity to accompany a friend to this province, we left Rio on Tuesday, the 18th of February, on board the steamer Ptolemy with a remarkably smooth sea and a light but cool breeze. We reached Santos early the following morning. The steamer was at once moored alongside an iron wharf facing the custom house, and Mr. Miller, one of the railway officials, came on board with the unpleasant information that the railway was stopped owing to the heavy rains, which appeared to have prevailed here as at Rio. The town did not look very inviting under the influence of a hot sun, but Mr. Miller kindly offered us rooms at the station, where he himself lived, and made us very comfortable. There was every prospect of our being obliged to walk up to the top of the Serra, but fortunately, on the 20th, a telegram came to announce that the line would be opened to San Paulo the next morning, when we started with a small train, arrived at 2:33, and drove to the Hotel d'Italia, where rooms had been engaged for us. The province of San Paulo has played a distinguished part in the history of Brazil and has latterly attracted much notice from its production of cotton, in addition to the large quantity of coffee grown and shipped from the port of Santos, both of which articles are expected to be greatly increased by the railway facilities. There can be no doubt that the province offers splendid scope for emigration, if properly applied, and this important subject will be specially treated of after I have collected together the requisite materials. Certainly the size, extent, and evident prosperity of the city of San Paulo surprised me, no less than its superiority in most of the comforts and luxuries to places more favorably situated by their proximity to the sea. But the large number of old churches, convents, colleges, and public institutions date its origin from the time of the Jesuits, who must have been very industrious and wealthy to have found the means for building such huge places, with the object of perpetuating their order and for the spread of the Roman Catholic religion. I much regretted that the stoppage of the railway and very unfavorable weather, constant thunderstorms with deluges of rain, prevented me traveling some distance into the interior, where the coffee and cotton plantations lie, but the accounts received from others, who possess a thorough knowledge of the localities, enabled me to speak most highly of its resources. His Excellency, Saldanha Marinho, the President of San Paulo, and who by his affability and business habits has won the esteem and affection of the people, received me kindly during my stay here. He is a determined supporter of every practical measure having for its object the improvement of the city and of the province. Respecting the great work of the railway, on which so much of the future welfare of the province depends, I will endeavor to give a tolerably ample description. But to begin with, it may not be out of place to quote as follows from the work of Mr. Scully, entitled Brazil and its Chief Provinces. Quote, "Passing over the Mugi River, you arrive quickly at the foot of the gorge formed by the two outjutting spurs of the buttress-like mountain, and the black defiant ravine is suggestive of anything but a railway course. Here the line climbs boldly up the side of the Mugi spur at a usual ascent of 1 in 10, crossing mountain torrents, leaping gloomy chasms, cutting through solid rocks, holding hard onto every foot gained until it attains a resting place upon the tableland, 2,600 feet high, and after 5 miles of gigantic excavations, removing 1,100,000 cubic yards of granite rock and earth. Here we must give a slight idea of how this daring plan is utilized, which was at one time laughed at as an engineering impossibility, and which even yet stands preeminent amongst similar works. This entire and almost straight ascent of upwards of 5 miles is divided into 4 lifts of about 1.25 miles each, having a level platform of some 400 feet in length between them. On these lifts, as in general on all the line, the track is single except at the upper half, where it is doubled to admit of the ascending and descending trains passing each other. At the upper end of each platform is placed a powerful stationary engine of 200 horsepower, whose 2 cylinders are 26 inches diameter and 5 feet stroke, calculated to haul up 50 tons at the rate of 10 miles an hour, which are supplied by 5 Cornish boilers, 3 of which suffice for the duty. A steel wire rope, tested to a strength far exceeding the requirements which will ever be made upon it, passes over a friction wheel on each side of the flywheel drum upon which it is wrapped round, and, one end being attached to an ascending and the other to a descending train, it is intended to make the lift partially self-acting, as it now wholly is at one of the inclines which is not supplied with its stationary engine, the weight of the descending train drawing up the ascending one. Powerful brakes that will stop a train instantly are supplied to guard against a breaking down of any part of the machinery or a rupture of the rope. From this short description, our readers can form an idea of the mechanical contrivances for effecting the ascent. Throughout these wonderful inclines, the most majestic and wild scenery is observed along the slightly winding way. On the 3rd lift occurs a ravine still more gloomy than the rest, which is called the Boca do Inferno, mouth of hell, that, having a width of 900 feet, is crossed by an iron viaduct which lies on rows of iron columns resting on stone piers 200 feet below in the center of the line. End of quote. I have great pleasure in endorsing all Mr. Scully says as to the excellent qualities of the railway officials, and can also affirm that to Mr. Obertine and Mr. Hutchings is due the extraordinary development that has been effected in the production of cotton. End of section 5. Section 6 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The San Paulo Railway. I will now proceed to describe the railway in my own terms, without reference to the statistics or the reports that have been published about it. My impression on leaving the station was that of setting off on an adventurous journey, not merely ensconcing oneself in the corner of a railway carriage and taking a comfortable nap. Curiosity was excited to the utmost after the accounts I had heard, and the temporary stoppage of the line by recent heavy rains washing down some of the slopes of the cuttings rather added to the interest of a first visit. There was a tolerable amount of bustle at starting, but away we went about 11 o'clock, over low, swampy ground. For 7 miles the rails run parallel with the old road to Santos, and the bridge at Cbteddy, an arm of the sea, is passed, beyond which for a further distance of 6.5 miles, making 13.5 miles to the foot of the Serra, it becomes a dense mass of forest and jungle, which it must be difficult to convert to any useful purpose. Indeed, the curse of the country is this mass of useless forest, only fit for the haunts of wild animals and reptiles. How they have hitherto been able to carry on the traffic between Santos and San Paulo is a mystery when we look at the country and miles of wood passed through. However, we are now in sight of the first rise of the mountain, which looks grim enough, and the train comes to a stop at the station after passing an open space of ground on which stands a house built and formerly inhabited by the contractors, with almost a little village about it, occupied by their staff, etc., where I understand cricket was often played to while away the leisure hours after the labors of the day. Now everything is going to wreck, and if the land is not kept clear, it will soon be a jungle again. Such is the quick growth of vegetation in this country, and so rank does it become. The station at the foot of the Serra is a good substantial sort of house, the station master being a young German with a wife and family, very comfortable adjuncts in so lonely a spot, and the house was surrounded by fowls and other livestock needful to family wants. We stood contemplating the height we had to be dragged with a certain kind of awe, and presently we saw the train descending, which it did steadily enough, bringing Mr. Obertine, the general manager, Captain Burton, Her Majesty's consul, and some other notabilities of San Paulo. The former gentleman returned with us, adding materially to the interest and pleasure of the trip by their intelligent knowledge of all we had to see and pass through. Well, the signal is given, and we are off, mounting an incline of about 1 in 10 for a distance of some 800 yards, where there is a curve, and we are shut out from the lower level of the line, steadily ascending the mountain until we reach the first lift, about 1¼ miles. After a short delay, we were hooked on the second lift, and as we mount, the scenery becomes grander, the shadows of the mountains deeper, and the work becomes heavier. I was surprised to find so many curves, which are an additional strain on the wire rope, as well as an additional risk, requiring close attention to the brake where we rode in order to have a good view of everything. Mr. Fox, engineer-in-chief, and Mr. Welby, locomotive superintendent, were with us, and we got down to look over Fairbairn's splendid stationary engines, which are of 200 horsepower, embedded in a granite foundation about 40 feet deep, with live boilers to each, 3 being generally used. The curves continue on the third lift, close to which, entering the fourth lift, is the wonderful viaduct across a chasm in the mountain, which makes your head giddy to look down. The bridge is certainly a great engineering achievement, resting on iron pillars with a stone foundation, the center being nearly 200 feet deep. We are accustomed to great altitude of railway bridges at home and elsewhere, but there is a peculiar aerial look about this one which makes one glad to be over it. At one point in this fourth section is a fine view of a deep valley behind us, the opposite mountain one dense mass of forest, and the scene is inexpressibly grand. To have made the lifts straight would have necessitated frequent tunneling and added another $500,000 to the cost of construction. On reaching the top of the Serra, a distance of about 5 miles from its base, the brake is detached. A locomotive takes hold of the 6 carriages which have come up in 2 lifts, and away we whisk for some time through a thickly wooded country for a distance of about 48 miles, stopping at several stations. Some miles before reaching San Paulo are the campos, or level plains, covered with a short grass and rather swampy, but no cattle are to be seen, owing, I believe, to the number of insects which fasten on them, causing sores and being otherwise injurious. It is, however, a great relief to the eye, after the dense forests passed through, to come upon plains. From San Paulo, the line passes on to Jundiaí, a distance of 44 miles, or a total length from Santos of 88 miles, the chief interest, of course, being centered in the gigantic works of the Serra. The San Paulo Railway is undoubtedly one of the grandest works yet made with English capital in Brazil, and it is destined to play a very important part in the future development of this fine province. Engineering mistakes have undoubtedly been made, and the want of a personal superintendence of the engineer-in-chief, at all events during the construction of the important works of the Serra, is amongst the complaints made by the Brazilian government, as also the manner in which the contract was executed. It is also questionable whether another and less costly route could not have been selected to be worked by locomotives instead of the old-fashioned but dangerous lifts. However, for the present, this is a mere matter of controversy or opinion. The railway is made, though far from being complete or perfect, and it is evident that a considerable expenditure is to be faced before sufficient traffic can be carried on to realize the expectations of directors and shareholders, few of whom know anything about the undertaking or are able to comprehend the difficulties it has still to pass through. It is curious that the real traffic is only tapped at the extreme end of the line, Jundiaí, where only commences cotton growing, and the great coffee plantations are some 30 miles further on, to which district a private company is now trying to get the line extended. One advantage possessed by the existing company will be in having their mileage rate for the bulk of their traffic over the whole of the line, and of course it will be an additional advantage to present shareholders if the line should be continued to Campinas, which is, I believe, a large and thriving place, the abode of many wealthy proprietors. Passenger traffic can only be limited for some time to come from the absence of a resident population along the line. At the same time, it will naturally increase between Santos, San Paulo, and the upper part of the province, particularly when the line is extended in that direction. The stoppage of the line is between San Paulo and Jundiaí, where the cuttings have given way to some extent, a contingency, I fear, they will always be exposed to from the heavy rains which prevail, and I believe I am justified in adding the imperfect manner in which some of them have been constructed. Whilst expressing my admiration at the courage and enterprise of the resident engineer and superintendent, who jointly succeeded in getting the line opened, I cannot conceal from myself the difficulties they have still to overcome in order to carry on an adequate traffic and get the line accepted by government. One thing is very certain, that had a deputation of shareholders been sent out to look over the intended line before fairly concluding the contract for making it, they would have returned so scared and frightened as to have led to an immediate dissolution of the company, and San Paulo would hardly have had its railway in this generation, so far as English capital is concerned. I well remember the kind of awe with which I looked over the plans and sections of the line before it was commenced, nor has this effect been diminished by a personal inspection of the works up to this place. That the railway will be a grand thing for the province there can be no doubt, and this consideration ought to render the government lenient towards a company which, apart from its other difficulties, has suffered so much by maladministration at home. In describing the works of the Serra, I have omitted to allude to the double rails which are laid near approaches to the stationary engines, so that the trains can pass each other, which of course they are constantly doing, one up and the other down, on the several lifts. I was at a loss also to understand how they could work their goods traffic to a large extent with the amount of trains running. I now find the latter applies only to the passengers, and that produce is dealt with separately, collected at the top of the Serra and sent down during the day, 3 wagon loads at a time, the wagons being collected together at the foot of the Serra and taken on to the station at Santos as convenient. These arrangements necessitate a large amount of rolling stock and extra shed accommodation, which I believe is about to be supplied. Another feature in the works of the Serra is the loose kind of material they have had to go through instead of granite rock, which they expected, the former being apt to crumble away from the effects of rain, although latterly the road has stood very well in this respect. Some of the embankments crossing the gorges of the mountains are almost perpendicular and involved a heavy amount of labor and expense. It is quite frightful to look down them. Of course, the traffic of the Serra can only be worked from sunrise to sunset, but a large amount of produce can be brought down during that time. I have now to record a trip over the remaining portion of the line to Jundiaí, the terminus. An announcement had been issued that traffic would be resumed over the whole line on the 2nd March, but a continuance of wet weather caused further and serious impediment, so I availed of the kindness of the officials who were making a survey of the state of the works to go to Jundiaí in the best manner circumstances would permit. We started about 8 a.m. on Tuesday, the 23rd March, in a carriage attached to the engine, having, amongst others, Mr. Obertine, superintendent, Mr. Fox, engineer-in-chief, the fiscal or government engineer, the postmaster general, Captain Burton, and other persons, with some luggage belonging to them and some small stores for the use of the line. My impression was that I had seen the heaviest works on the line, but this was a great mistake, as I soon found out. The first few miles were not of much interest, but afterwards, as we approached the mountain scenery, the view became very fine. The bold outline of the Jaraguai, a mountain where gold mines exist but long since ceased working, deep gorges began to open out, and huge hanging forests towered above us in their wildest and most primitive form. At the first station I got on the engine with Mr. Fox, and certainly it is difficult to imagine a country less adapted to a railway, making it against nature, as someone significantly observed. It is a succession of deep cuttings, high embankments, curves, and heavy gradients the whole distance, at times with an incline of 1:45, and only occasionally what may be termed a bit of straight road. It is really wonderful how people could be found to make such a railway in this country. Scarcely a human habitation to be seen along the whole distance, except the rough mud huts for persons connected with it, and about 3 stations between San Paulo and Jundiaí. The stations themselves are barely sufficient for the station master to live in, though probably adequate under present circumstances. At one of them, Belém, a small quantity of cotton was stored, having gone there direct, but no means of forwarding it on at present. The ordinary mule road to Jundiaí crosses and runs parallel to the railway for some distance, and a wretched state it appeared to be in, deep mud holes and quagmires through which the poor mules have to struggle. I must now refer to some of our difficulties resulting from the state in which we found the road. The first actual gap occurs some 17 or 18 miles from San Paulo, where the river current has carried away a large culvert, the rails and iron bowls, sleepers, attached to them, hanging suspended for some 20 feet. They were at work rebuilding another culvert. We had to leave the carriage, cross the stream, and walking some little distance to get to another engine, which with a ballast truck was waiting there. On we went again, at times having to pull up or go slowly over slippery places until we passed the tunnel, with water dripping from the roof. On the other side of the tunnel occurs the most serious stoppage, the whole side of a huge hill having apparently moved forward, the advanced portion of it blocking up the road. Some undercurrent has raised the rails several feet in places, notwithstanding the immense piles of timber that have been driven in to prevent encroachment. The conclusion is that a mass of quicksands, swollen by the heavy rains, has forced its way under the hillside and under the bed of the railway. The labor here will be very great, by having to remove the falling mass, and the uncertainty is when the movement may subside. The mountain in labor has brought forth no ridiculous moose in this case. After walking past this obstruction, we again mounted on the ballast truck and went along until we came to a place where the river had quite overflowed the rails, and the engine had to force its way through 2 or 3 feet of water, of course at a very slow and cautious pace. Here they are raising the road so as to escape, if possible, future inundations. Once through this last impediment, we rattled along over a good hard bit of road at a good pace to Jundiaí, the end of our adventurous journey. The station is a little distance from the town, which stands on a hill, and after partaking of some solid refreshments, which we fortunately found ready at the railway hotel, in half an hour we were again on a ballast truck going through the same process of changing from one truck to another, walking over slippery ground, until we finally again joined the carriage on the opposite side of the broken culvert, before arriving at which a thunderstorm came on, accompanied by torrents of rain, and most of us were thoroughly wet through. The storm continued nearly to San Paulo, but it is amongst the gorges of the mountains it comes down most furiously. It is not my intention to comment further on the errors that have been made in the construction of this railway. No doubt obstacles had to be met at every step, nor can shareholders be supposed to know much about engineering details of this kind. They subscribe their money on the faith of a government guarantee, believing in the estimates, and that of course the line will, under any circumstances, pay its working expenses. The late Mr. Brunel used to repudiate the existence of engineering difficulties. It was a mere question of money, but I think had he surveyed the intended line of the San Paulo Railway, he would have said both these points were involved, the result being that the original estimates are greatly exceeded, and the works still require a considerable outlay before they can be permanently relied on. The thing certainly appears incredible, if it were not the fact that to work a line consisting almost entirely of short curves and heavy gradients, the directors should have sent out rigid locomotives suited to a first-class English railway, without even bogie frames attached, causing great wear and tear to both engines and rails. I quite believe that with suitable locomotives the line may be safely and properly worked, and it seems exactly a case in point for such engines as Fairlie's. The question as to maintenance of way must always be a very important one, whether in such a mountainous country, subject as seasons to heavy rains and flooded rivers, and with a treacherous soil, the nature of the works is such as can be relied on, for unless this is the case, as the public journals of San Paulo justly observe, the real utility of the railway is destroyed. Coffee growers and cotton planters have been looking to it as a sure and certain means of getting their produce down to Santos, and unless this can be depended on, they will have to resort to the old, cumbrous, and expensive mode of carrying it upwards of 100 miles on the backs of mules, as heretofore. It is a momentous question for this province whether or not they can depend on railway conveyance, which I think may fairly be looked for when the line becomes consolidated, but both shareholders and the government must be prepared to make sacrifices of no common kind before this end is finally attained. That the officials and managers of the line in Brazil are doing all they can is very certain, and it is for the company or the shareholders to provide them with everything required to ensure the permanent success of the company. They entered into a solemn contract with the Brazilian government and the provincial government here, which it is their duty to fulfill, no matter at what sacrifice, and the sooner the shareholders look their position in the face, the better, instead of being guided entirely by directors who could only appreciate their position if they came out in a body and personally inspected the line. One thing is very certain, that if it had not been for the great liberality of the Baron de Mauá in coming to the rescue of the concern, the works might never have been completed or the line opened. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Section 7. The City of San Paulo. If it appears a long time in reaching here, after passing the wonders of the Sierra, I was not disappointed either in the first peep at the city or by a more intimate acquaintance with it. One cannot help marveling how the adventurous handful of men who originally penetrated the forests and founded these cities in South America had the courage and perseverance to do so. But I believe they availed, in many cases, of the Indian tracks and doubtless of Indian assistance occasionally. The city has rather an imposing aspect as you wind around it to the station, being built on a ridge of high ground which overlooks the river Cheat, a stream rising in the neighboring hills, and after traversing nearly the whole of the province, eventually finds its way to the Paraná and the Paraguay. At the railway station, sundry omnibuses and carriages were waiting to receive the passengers. We drove to the Hotel d'Italia, where a friend had taken rooms for us, and found ourselves tolerably comfortable in a large house, rather the worse for wear and, like most things in this country, allowed to get out of repair. During the construction of the railway, it was the headquarters of the engineering staff. The first thing we did next morning was to pay our respects to the president of the province, who received us very graciously. He is a man of a very expressive, benevolent countenance, and I believe he administers the affairs of the province in a most satisfactory manner, not the easiest of tasks in such troublous times as the present. A ramble over the city impresses one favorably. Good wide streets, paved with a material resembling macadam. It's obtained from one of the neighboring hills and forms a capital road. The sides are well made of large flags, much superior to those of Rio de Janeiro, although the pavement there is admirable. There are several fine churches, an extensive new public market, and as a rule, the houses are well and substantially built. The shops are also numerous and well appointed with all the requisites for convenience and comfort suited to a city of 20,000 to 25,000 inhabitants. There are several national colleges here with a number of young students who help to enliven the place. The Province of San Paulo has always held a good position from the enterprise and spirit of the people, the latter owing in some measure to the cool climate which even now occasionally renders woolen clothing and blankets at night desirable, and a few months hence it will be positively cold with ice in the morning. Previously to and since our arrival, it has been raining so much that a vast tract of land bordering the Cheat is overflowed, and traveling must be very bad. We took a drive to the church of Nossa Senhora de Pena, a few miles distant, on elevated ground, from whence a good view of the city and surrounding country is obtained. But unfortunately, rain came on, and we had only to make the best of our way home, the carriages nearly sticking fast in a quagmire. Otherwise, the road is a pretty good one. I may here allude to the kind hospitality of Captain and Mrs. Burton, which rendered our visit an exceedingly agreeable one. On the occasion of this visit to Nossa Senhora de Pena, a curious incident occurred. On our way out, Mrs. Burton took a fancy to some geese which were quietly feeding by the roadside, and she determined to make a purchase of them on our way back, although it was raining heavily. After some bargaining, the geese were bought, their legs were tied, and each of us took charge of one or more. They were quiet enough until we reached the city, where the people began to pelt us with wax water balls, as it was the intruder time, when such pastime is still carried on to a great extent in an old-fashioned place like San Paulo. The geese became alarmed, struggled to release themselves, and after some difficulty and much amusement, we got them safely disposed of in the yard attached to the consulate. Geese are very plentiful in Brazil, but there is a prejudice against them amongst the natives as food from an idea that they eat snakes and other vermin. But a few weeks' good domestic feeding is calculated to do away with any objection of this sort, as we had occasion to find in the excellent quality of these very geese when we afterwards dined at the consulate. A ridge of mountains forms a background to the northwest of San Paulo, in some of which are gold mines that have been long abandoned, nor is the mineral wealth of the province at all developed. The railway may bring with it new enterprise of this kind, but it will be slow work. I went over the San Bento convent, where only one priest appears to reside in an enormous building, a portion of which has lately been fitted up with considerable taste. The church is also kept in good order, but it seems absurd for only one man to occupy such a building. The wealth of religious orders in Brazil is by no means insignificant, and it would be to the advantage of the country and of the people if this was made available for national purposes. Religion would be better appreciated, and the state would be able to form colonies in some of the richest lands of the empire, which naturally enough fell into the hands of religious bodies. It is said that the Tropic of Capricorn passes close to the city of San Paulo, but of course the exact spot cannot be defined. There is plenty of fruit and vegetables to be had, grapes are abundant and very cheap, good milk and fresh butter are easily obtainable. The cow going round to the houses in the morning with a bell attached to her, and generally the calf following. Indeed, a great many of the comforts and conveniences of life are to be found here, which do not exist in other Brazilian towns, whilst the climate is infinitely superior. For many months of the year, the thermometer ranges about 60 degrees, and at times goes down to 40 degrees. On the other hand, it's sometimes very hot, but of short duration. This morning, I saw a black boy in the street engaged in the occupation of shoeblack, with his little box and brushes very much after the London style. In fact, there is a more general inclination to work when it's not so intensely hot. There goes the railway whistle, the train starting for Santos, and it will return about 3 p.m., bringing the passengers by steamer from Rio, which left there yesterday. There are 2 fast steamers a week between Rio and Santos, so the communication is well kept up. The number of old-fashioned wagons or carts on 2 solid wooden wheels, drawn by teams of oxen according to the weight carried, and the constant passage of them, and of mules and horses, the former with tinkling bells, all laden with country produce, indicate the nature of the traffic which existed prior to the opening of the railway, rendering the streets of the city a busy scene. The railway being closed between these and Jundiaí no doubt increases this traffic for a time, but it must always exist to a greater or a less degree, as everything for the consumption of the city has to be brought into it by these means. The bulk of the through traffic of coffee and cotton must, however, inevitably find its way on to the rails and be taken down the Sierra, as it is impossible mules can compete with the railway for so great a distance. The troops of mules, horses, and carts assemble at shops or warehouses in streets where their business is carried on, their produce discharged, and a certain portion of the animals loaded back to their respective destinations. Hence the perpetual tinkling of bells and creaking of wheels. At the same time, a number of carriages and tilburys are constantly in motion, conveying passengers about the city or outskirts, causing a degree of activity one would otherwise hardly expect to find. Yesterday, Sunday, being the first Sunday in Lent, there was a grand procession consisting of a large number of figures of saints carried on men's shoulders after the old style of cheering an MP at home. Sundry children were dressed up as angels, and there were also a military band and some few soldiers, for as the latter had been drained by the war, only a sufficient number remained to keep guard, etc. The figures are as large as life. They were collected together at the Church of San Francisco, a large and rather showy building, and at 5 o'clock the procession started, amidst discharging of rockets, ringing of bells, and other demonstrations. It passed the street in front of the hotel, and being a tolerably long one, it had rather an imposing appearance. After traversing the principal streets of the city, it came back by a side one which also skirted the hotel. A thunderstorm had been gathering, and broke over the city just as the procession was reaching the church from whence it started. An indescribable scene of confusion ensued. The pace was quickened, angels were lifted on the shoulders of blacks, the carriers of saints hurried along as fast as the weight permitted. In fact, it was a race with the saints, each trying to pass the other, to the imminent danger of an upset. The only part of the procession which retained a show of decorum was that in charge of the host, where the high priest walked under a canopy with a number of other priests, accompanied by attendants, swinging censers, and as the host passed, all the spectators knelt down. Fortunately, the rain kept off until the greater part reached the square, and the saints escaped a terrible wetting, as it came down in torrents, with loud peals of thunder and lightning, such as I have rarely met with. The storm continued in this way for several hours, and curiously enough, in the midst of it came a telegram from the government of Rio de Janeiro, announcing that the ironclad fleet had succeeded in passing the fortress of Humaita, while a division of Brazilian troops had also taken a redoubt, etc., particulars of which will doubtless shortly reach England. Excitement was at its height, and spite of the thunder, lightning, and rain, houses began to light up, rockets were flying about, and later on a band of music with many followers paraded the streets, playing and shouting vivas with other joyous demonstrations, quite edifying under such an accumulation of atmospheric difficulties. On Monday evening, the city was entirely illuminated with candles, lamps, and Chinese lanterns, the latter very pretty and the effect altogether striking. A full military band paraded the streets, followed by crowds of people, indeed, nearly the whole of the population, male and female, turned out and paraded the streets to a late hour, the wonder being where they all came from. The demonstration continued for 3 days, or rather nights, but not on so extensive a scale, nor was the firing of rockets so profuse. The news from the seat of war has, therefore, created quite a sensation, the Polistos being somewhat a martial people and proud of the exploits of their countrymen before Humaita, though further advices are needed before the war can be considered at an end. A drawback accompanied the war news, namely the crude assassination of General Flores at Montevideo and the sanguinity proceedings that followed on the occasion. I may mention having attended a sitting of the Provincial Assembly in a very poky, close room attached to the palace, with a miserably low gallery at each end for the public. The proceedings, however, were orderly and dignified, and good speeches were made, one by Senor Late Moras, a tall, handsome man, who appears likely to distinguish himself as an orator. The subject under discussion was a complaint against the conduct of the Roman Catholic priests. There are 36 members of the provincial chambers who annually attend for a period of 2 months, and some of them come from considerable distances at much personal inconvenience to themselves. I believe they are to have a larger and better place for conducting their business, which is certainly very desirable. I also visited in company with Captain Burton, English consul, one of the seminaries or schools presided over by French monks, who received us with attention, showed us over the extensive building and well laid out gardens, and entertained us afterwards with some good English beer. The college, to which a good-sized garden is attached, contains accommodation for about 100 youths, who come here for their education and remain several months, being comfortably lodged and, I believe, well cared for. This is only one of the many similar establishments in San Paulo, which in this respect answers to our Cambridge or Oxford. The view from the college is very extensive and picturesque, the city on one side, the large plain in which the city stands, with mountains in the distance and close to the railway station. We heard the locomotive whistle and saw the steam a long way off, reaching the station in time to see the train come in with 115 passengers, quite a large number, it being about the period of the students returning. It also brought a company of performers from one of the Rio de Janeiro theaters who are going to afford the inhabitants a month's display of their artistic skill, so that in all respects the city will be very lively during the season of Lent, one of the eccentricities connected with the Roman Catholic religion. I went to the public gardens, which are at only a little distance from the railway station, and cover a large space of ground. They are in tolerable order, with flower beds and a piece of water in the center. A considerable sum of money must have been originally expended on them, but not keeping things up is one of the major defects of the system in this country. I thought processions were over for the present, but last evening there was one of some magnitude conveying a saint from one church to another. In spite of wet streets after the heavy rain, a large number of people turned out to witness and follow the participants in the ceremony. Today, however, being Friday, the 6th of March, was set apart for a special occasion, a meeting, not a race of saints, and for a wonder, the day and night have been remarkably fine, a beautiful bright moon now shining after the great bustle is over and the saints gone to rest, though the illuminated altars in various parts of the city are still glittering in all their tinsel with numerous worshippers after depositing in a plate their offerings in the shape of dumps, a slang phrase for copper coins. Preparatory symptoms have been going on for some days at a sort of large closet, or hole in the wall, of the house opposite, belonging to an old nobleman, whose wife departed this life today. The folding doors had been opened, and a large blue cloth thrown over the sanctuary from a balcony above. But still it was easy to see that something unusual was in progress, and today, about the time of the procession, the doors opened and the curtain was withdrawn, revealing a very pretty altar with a cross and small figures of saints at the top, the back parts and sides being covered with gold and silver tinsel, and groups or garlands of artificial flowers tastefully arranged, the whole lighted up by an immense number of candles, many of them in silver candlesticks, provided or lent for the occasion by devotees. There were about a dozen or more of these old cupboard altars decked out, each apparently vying for supremacy in effect. But I am forgetting the procession itself, which began to form at 5 o'clock, accompanied by the usual paraphernalia, a number of young girls dressed up as angels, bands of music, soldiers with fixed bayonets, the president of the province, and all the dignitaries, with the high priest under a canopy and his attendants as before, whilst in front and behind walked the multitude. The meeting of the saints took place close to the hotel, where a halt was made, and the stout ecclesiastic, the bishop's secretary, I believe, for whom a very large pulpit had been temporarily erected at the corner of 4 streets, addressed a very energetic discourse to the multitude, until his voice began to get rather squeaky, nor could very much be made of what he said beyond that his listeners were a very bad lot and required all the intervention of the saints before them to save them from perdition. The sermon ended, some music and singing took place before the altar opposite to our hotel, after which the procession went on, passing all the street altars, and this part of the ceremony ended when the saints were fairly housed. For hours, however, before the bright gaudy altars and the still brighter moon, the whole population of the place passed in review, making their reverence and depositing their dumps or offertories. Whether or not these ceremonies are conducive to the maintenance of the Roman Catholic religion, I cannot pretend to say, but certainly they are preserved here in all their original stage effect, for it can be called nothing else, just as I first recollect them in Brazil. I understand that in other parts of the empire they have much fallen off. San Paulo has been more or less isolated, and it's only since the opening of the railway that a foreign element has been introduced. Formerly, a voyage to Rio de Janeiro was quite an undertaking. Now, by rail and steam, it's an affair of 2 days. One thing is very clear, that processions and religious observances of this kind are very popular here. It is quite astounding to see the number of people filling the streets, mostly dressed in their best garments, but today the ladies wore chiefly black. On the other hand, the black women, the swells, as they are called, prefer bright colors and generally in good taste. White and colored muslin with gay shawls thrown over their ample figures, many of them very tall, fine-looking women. Considering the dull, monotonous life here, these religious festivals are unquestionably a great relief to the female portion of the population, with whatever motive there may attend them, nor can one help being struck with their apparent earnestness of worship to dumb idols and the constant stream of dumps poured into the plates by high and low, rich and poor, the latter bestowing their mite freely. A parade over the city on such occasions in their best attire, and the opportunity for showing off, has no doubt some influence, but this may be combined with a religious feeling according to their interpretation of it. Amongst the numerous votaries present, I may mention the hardy, bronzed, country race, men who travel over the country with mules, leading the life of gypsies, and not unlike them, wrapped in a kind of colored poncho, similar to that worn in the River Plate. They almost live in the saddle, and are a very fine class of men, true polistos. But I see they are putting out the lights at the altar opposite, so it's time to extinguish mine and go to bed, as the clock is just striking midnight. Tomorrow the folding doors will be closed and appear as the ordinary appendages of the house, leaving not a wreck behind, except a few leaves of dead flowers scattered about the streets. After a night's rest, I find that things have assumed their usual quiet course, enlivened only by the continued favorable news from the seat of war, which keeps the church bells going, rockets firing, and bands of music parading the streets at night. These public demonstrations have been of the most lively kind, assisted by a bright moon without a cloud in the sky. Indeed, you can see to read by its rays. Moonlight nights are agreeable in any country, but in these tropical countries, they seem to have an influence both on body and mind, refreshing the physique and raising the spirits. The atmosphere at this elevated spot is so cool at night that however hot the day, you sleep in comparative comfort and awake to enjoy the cool breeze of the early morning. I took a ride in company with Mrs. Burton in the direction of what is called the Luz, past the railway station, where are numerous country houses and a handsome bridge over the Cheat, after which the road goes through low ground, now entirely flooded, forming a swamp of many miles in extent. A couple of miles further on brings you to a rather sharp hill, on which is a small, rough-looking chapel, never finished, where people come on a kind of pilgrimage or to enjoy the beautiful view from it. Looking back, the city of San Paulo is seen to much advantage, and to the left, some 35 miles distant, appear the spurs of the mountains past which the railway runs to Santos. In the opposite direction, and apparently much nearer than they are, you see the chain of hills through which the railway proceeds to Jundiaí, the celebrated Paraguay, or Gold Mountain, to the left of them, standing out very boldly in the light of the setting sun. Altogether, it's considered one of the prettiest short rides about the place, there being a great variety of them. The site of the chapel also enjoys the reputation of being in the exact line of the Tropic of Capricorn, so that San Paulo is just outside it. We reined up a short time to enjoy the prospect and then cantered back for dinner. A perusal of accounts from England by the last mail, and of those from the River Plate, form a very agreeable diversion to the otherwise monotonous life one has to lead here, although my visit has been an exception to rule in this respect from the occurrences detailed in previous pages. It's impossible to read the official and private communications from the river without feeling deeply grieved at the tragic scenes that have lately been acted there. The correspondent of the journal The Comercio at Montevideo gives a very graphic account of the assassination of poor General Flores and the events arising out of it, and I incline to believe that, however deplorable, they nipped in the bud a very formidable conspiracy, which, had it been successful, would have deluged Uruguay with blood for a long time and might otherwise have complicated the position of things, as there can be little doubt the first act of the Blanco party would have been to do away with the Triple Alliance so far as Montevideo is concerned and to institute a renewal of their insulting conduct towards Brazil. The changed aspect of the war, with the prospect of its speedy termination, will strengthen the hands of the Colorados, and it's to be hoped maintain peace and order in the little republic. The writer already mentioned goes into very minute details of the passage of Humaita by the Brazilian ironclads, and there is quite a tinge of romance attached to their performances, which certainly reflect the highest credit on the gallantry of the commanders and crews, nor less so the victory obtained by the Marquis de Caxias, the combined effects of which must lead to the occupation of Ascension and to the ultimate surrender or destruction of Lopez himself. That his resistance has been wonderfully stubborn, no one can deny. Still less the pertinacity which has distinguished the conduct of the Allies under difficulties pronounced by some first-rate military authorities to be unsurmountable. I have not yet referred to the theatrical performances now going on here, with a company from one of the Rio theaters, which draws crowded houses in a building almost as large as Covent Garden. It is in a very improvised state, but sufficiently got up to answer the purpose, and in a climate like this external appearances are not much thought of provided there is enough ventilation, which is certainly the case in the San Paulo theater. A stranger cannot help feeling surprised on entering to see so large a place, having 3 tiers of boxes, filled chiefly by well-dressed ladies, and a gallery for what we term the gods, the gentlemen being in the pit, which holds fully 500 people and was quite crowded. Each one has what we call a stall, but here cane seats with backs divided by arms so that you are very comfortably seated. The large attendance is explained by the circumstance of the city being dependent on casual performances, and of course everybody is anxious to take advantage of the opportunity. There is no regular company attached to the theater, but the attendance, appearance, and dress of the ladies of San Paulo on these occasions will compare favorably with what is presented in any city of South America. As to the performance, it's usually a compilation from some French rabashi novel, but the acting is tolerably good and the audience attentive, sitting patiently for the 5 or 6 hours, commonly occupied by the piece, a very great objection. Today, March 16, is the first of term at the college, where a strong muster of students took place at an early hour of the morning, and I believe that some of the ceremonials that occur on such occasions at Oxford and Cambridge also prevail here. The presence of nearly 1,000 students gives a tone of animation to the old city and is a set-off to the constant creaking of wagon wheels and the tinkling of bells of mules, which indicate its commercial character. Brazil is chiefly indebted to this city for a swarm of lawyers, many of whom have been and continue to be distinguished men, but it would be far better for the country if many of them were brought up to agricultural or commercial pursuits. In the seaport towns, the Portuguese continue to act as the chief traders, but in the interior, the latter are mostly Brazilians. There is now the army, the navy, and the engineering pursuits open to the youth of Brazil, and I have no doubt they will by degrees take up positions more beneficial to their country than that of mere disputants or lawyers, which characters are sadly too numerous. Took an early ride to the north of San Paulo on the 17th, from whence there was a fine view of an extensive valley, where the mist was rising and floating away to the distant hills on the other side. We met troops of mules coming in with their drivers in their picturesque colored ponchos, and also a group of women approaching the city. Skirting a wood to the left, through some pretty-looking scenery, we came upon the new Santos road, made a few years back at great expense, and a most admirable road it is, but it appears not much used since the railway was opened. Passing through a most admirable road it is, but it appears not much used since the railway was opened, passing through a poor, uncultivated country. If the large amount expended on this road had been laid out at the terminus of the line at Jundiaí towards the coffee-producing districts, it might have been of much greater importance to the province. Odd enough, it was made in opposition to the railway, although it must have been evident that the latter would take a large portion of the traffic, and that by mules from San Paulo to Santos would be greatly reduced. The projectors, who were chiefly large coffee growers of the province, might have supposed a good road to Santos would keep a check on the railway as to charges of transit and be used in case of any partial stoppage of the railway, but unfortunately, the heavy rains which shut up the latter for a time also injured the common road, rendering it impassable in places. Before leaving the city of San Paulo, where I have spent several pleasant weeks, I went over what is called the House of Correction, but is in fact a criminal reformatory for the province and admirably managed. The building is in a fine open space near the railway station, enclosed on a large square plot of ground, surrounded by high walls, inside which are gardens beautifully laid out and kept in order by the inmates. The main portion of the building converges into a central point by means of arched roofs, lighted from the top, the cells abutting on the corridors which lead thereto. Here there is also a circular raised stone altar, on which Mass is performed and heard in all the cells through an open iron grating with which each is provided. The workshops are apart, leading off the garden, and consist of various trades suited to the acquirements of the criminals, there being also a school where they are taught to read and write. They come to these workshops from the main building in groups, each individual having a mark or number to distinguish him by, and they are accompanied by a guard. The workshops have doors with open gratings, but secured by a strong lock and key, a sentinel doing duty during the time the men are occupied at labor, with a time master seated in a kind of elevated pulpit to see that the work allotted to every individual be properly done. In approaching or leaving the workshops, the men all walk with folded arms, and the whole being on the silent system of punishment, no one is allowed to speak except, I conclude, when some question has to be asked through the warder or other officer of the establishment, the discipline of which is admirably maintained. The inmates are about 120 in number, most of them convicted of serious crimes. They have here a dejected look, but I believe, on the whole, the system is found to be a very efficacious one, and does really lead to reformation of character. No female criminals are admitted, but I understand a ward is to be built for them. We were conducted over the establishment by the governor, a retired colonel in the army, accompanied by Senior Late Moras, a distinguished member of the Provincial Assembly. Much attention was shown us, and some refreshment was provided for us in the governor's room, near to the reformatory. Abutting on the railway station are the public gardens of San Paulo, on which a good deal of money has been spent. They are well laid out, but not kept in order, one of the chronic defects of these kind of places in South America generally. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. San Paulo to Santos and Rio de Janeiro. We finally left San Paulo after a very agreeable visit on the 25th of March by the 9:30 train for Santos, with a tolerable number of passengers and some friends who kindly accompanied us on our journey. Between San Paulo and San Bernardino station, a distance of about 10 miles, the road is tolerably level, and the country more or less open, although uncultivated save in small plots. At this station, I got upon the engine with Mr. Fox, and came upon sharp curves and many cuttings until we reached the Rio Grande station, after which, for a distance of 7 miles, the works are very heavy, some of the inclines being 1 in 50 and 1 in 60. Nothing but dense forests without human habitation to be seen. Approaching the top of the Serra, it appeared completely shut in by the range of mountains in front of us, the road winding and twisting until we suddenly reached a small platform, whence the descent of the mountain begins, and a glorious prospect opens out of the valley below, with the sea in the distance, not yet without a vague feeling of anxiety to the novel position in which we found ourselves placed. I was allowed to ride on the brake again, and it is certainly a wonderful sight, whilst being slowly let down the lifts, which I have before described. The day was light and the atmosphere clear, the light and the shade on the dense mass of foliage with which the mountains are clothed, appearing to great advantage, like a huge carpet spread over the face of nature. It is decidedly worth a visit from Europe to go over the railway, and few can help wondering how it was ever made, under what must have appeared the most insurmountable difficulties in such a country and such a climate, the pioneers obligated to live in the forests and often short of the necessities of life. Without traversing the line, it is impossible to form any idea of the magnitude of the undertaking, or how the boilers and the machinery for the stationary engines were dragged up the mountains, almost without a track, much less a road, for a height of 2,600 feet above the level of the sea. The Paulistas ought to be proud of their railway, and the Englishmen of the skill and endurance of their countrymen in making it. At the same time, it cannot be denied that many errors of construction have been committed, and even at the present moment the working power of the line is crippled for want of locomotives, besides which of those on the metals are not adapted to it, as I have previously explained. Red tapery and official conceit have produced the same results here as in other places, to give way eventually to practical, common-sense views of things, not without entailing, however, losses upon the unfortunate shareholders. The line being again open throughout, a considerable arrear of traffic is waiting to come down from Juiz, which will severely tax the insufficient rolling stock and the locomotive power at the disposal of the manager. But at all events, it is satisfactory to know that the traffic is likely to be a steady one, with a considerable future prospect when once its requirements are fairly met by the company. We reached the foot of the Serra by noon, and at 1 o'clock we were at the Santos station, the whole distance from San Paulo to Santos being 48 7/8 miles, rather a long time on the way. But the Sierra itself takes an hour, and there are several stoppages at the stations. Sometimes it is also occupied in waiting at the foot of the Serra for the second portion of the train. It is divided into 3 carriages each lift, to come down and join before proceeding forward. This process, of course, takes place both ways. Contrast this system, however, to that of the pack mules, and what an immense stride it does represent in the means of transit and communication. Santos was cooler than when we went before, and the day was fine and bright. The steamer did not sail until 4 o'clock, so we strolled about and got some dinner. The departure was punctual, and sailing down the river to the bar, the surrounding scenery, tinged by the glowing afternoon sun, gave everything a cheerful though grandly picturesque aspect. The friends who had kindly accompanied us from San Paulo here left us in a boat to land at the bar, which is a favourite watering place and where many nice cottages are built. We steamed on past the small fort and were soon in the open Atlantic, the boat dancing about more than was agreeable to some of the passengers, who soon disappeared below. The Santa Maria is a powerful boat, steaming her 12 knots an hour with very good accommodation. But the wind and the sea being against us, we did not get into Rio Harbour before noon the next day, taking 20 hours for a distance of about 180 miles. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Trip to Juiz de Fora, the Dom Pedro Segundo Railway. To estimate the resources of a country with such an enormous extent of territory as Brazil by the quantity of cotton, sugar, coffee, or other products she actually exports, or by the extent of the towns and cities on her seaboard, would be to form a very inadequate idea of what those resources are capable of becoming by means of imported labor, the extension of railways and other transport facilities in the shape of good roads. Even with the present limited population, railways are calculated to swell enormously the amount of Brazilian productions, as they naturally lead to the opening out of other modes of intercommunication, and draw towards them subsidiary streams of traffic which have hitherto been unable to find a vent. It is only when a railway penetrates the primeval forest and goes into the heart of a country that an adequate idea can be formed of what is capable of being made, or that the state of existing cultivation can be seen under all the drawbacks arising from the want of labor, added to the difficult and expensive means of transport. This has been very clearly shown in the case of the San Paulo Railway, which, with the proposed extension to Campanhães, will reach at once the great producing districts and enable the cultivators of them to make their calculations to a nicety as to the cost of laying down their coffee or cotton at the port of Santos, and whether or not it can repay them to extend their production with the means at present under their command. The result will doubtless be a very large addition to the exports from Santos. But to return to the Dom Pedro II Railway, on the day previous to my leaving Rio, I had made the acquaintance, through the introduction of a friend at home, of Dr. Gunning, who, I found to my surprise, lived some 50 miles up the line, and he had very kindly invited me to remain the night with them instead of going on direct to Entre Rios. Accordingly, at noon the next day, the 4th April, we started by a train that only runs at that hour on Saturday, the ordinary ones being at 5 a.m., which involves getting up in the middle of the night, to those who are any distance from the station. The train was a very full one, and I had to be content with a seat on my own portmanteau at the beginning of my journey, the carriage being open and built in the American style with sofas and chairs round the sides. The station is large and commodious, with plenty of sheds and warehouses for receiving produce. The pace was pretty good, the train passing the suburbs of the city, then the abattoirs, where cattle are slaughtered, with hundreds of the large black vultures hovering about, afterwards going through the emperor's grounds and not far from his palace. Many fine country houses are near the line, which become fewer in number until we reach the first station called Sapampomba, at a short distance from which is a fine estate belonging to the Baron de Mauá, whose name is a household word in Brazil. This estate is worked by an American who married an adopted daughter of the Baron and has now a very large tract of sugar cane under cultivation. It presents in other respects all the evidence of good management. The public road runs close to the station. We proceed through lowlands with cattle grazing on some of them until we reach the station of Machambamba, in the neighborhood of which the Baron de Bomfim has also a large sugar estate as well as ground for grazing cattle. At this station, as at most others, were so-called hotels, where eating and drinking is carried on much after the fashion in other countries, and a number of passengers got out apparently to spend the Sunday in the country. After traversing some fine open country bounded by mountains on all sides, we crossed what is called the Dismal Swamp, where so many people lost their lives during the construction of the line. This part of the line reminded one of the swamps about which so much had been written in connection with the Panama Railway. The next station we came to was that of Belém, an important place at the foot of the great mountain rise. I may perhaps observe that many plots of land after we left the suburbs of Rio were cultivated with mandioca, the greatest staple article of food in this country, and doubtless much of what is now a waste will soon be brought into requisition for the production of this commodity. At Belém there was a good display of refreshment, substantial and light creature comforts evidently being appreciated by the Brazilians. Oranges, figs, and sweets of various kinds were brought also to the carriage doors. Here we exchanged the ordinary English locomotive for one of the powerful American description, calculated to mount the hills, which we began to ascend immediately after leaving Belém station, and here commences the really interesting feature of the works. The American horse, as it is termed, began snorting, the whistle making a frightfully loud noise, a sort of steam gong which can be heard at a very great distance. The train now twists and turns round the sharp curves, the scenery becomes grand and imposing as we go up, and at one point, after proceeding 8 or 10 miles through a succession of tunnels and embankments, a stone could be thrown across the ridge to the place we left. The views of the valleys with the spurs of the hills planted with coffee and Indian corn are very pretty, and one is called Paraíso, or Paradise, though I think that title might be much more appropriately applied to the valley opposite Dr. Gunning's house, which is called the Valley of Monkeys. I suppose because many exist in the woods there. The elevation attained on reaching Dr. Gunning's station was upward of 1,300 feet in about 2.5 hours from Rio, and here I was persuaded to rest over Sunday, resuming my journey by rail on Monday morning. Dr. Gunning's little colony, for it quite amounts to that, took me quite by surprise, as I was utterly ignorant of its existence. As I said before, the valley which it overlooks might justly be termed that of Paraíso, instead of the other we passed in ascending the mountains. It takes a range of some 20 to 30 miles, with a series of hills or spurs rising from it, backed by the mountains which tower over Rio de Janeiro. The house is built on the foreground, with an extensive balcony in front, where you sit in a rocking chair in a state of quiet ecstasy and wonder how such an enchanting spot can be so little known in a great city comparatively so near to it. From the balcony you can see the trains moving upwards, popping now and again into the numerous tunnels, there being no less than 13 between the house and the foot of the mountain, and 16 or 17 over the whole line. The doctor has constructed 2 or 3 neat cottages on his land, and there is also within hail a charming one erected by Mr. Grotto, when he was out here as engineer of the Rio Improvements Company. It is situated at a point which also commands a fine view of the noble valley, and is at present occupied by an American merchant. The doctor is about to build other cottages on his land and is laying out the site for a hotel, which ought to be very attractive to Rio residents in search of fresh air and renovated health. It is difficult to conceive a more lovely situation, or one surrounded by more attractive scenery. Before dinner, we took a walk in the fine shady woods below the house, and at night enjoyed the effect of a splendid moon from a balcony where the scene in Romeo and Juliet might be admirably enacted, a place of all others adapted for the interchange of lovers' vows. We were, however, a very sober-minded but pleasant party, and enjoyed ourselves with sweethearts and wives over a glass of toddy. On Sunday morning I rose early to look at one of the greatest natural curiosities it is possible to conceive. A light vapory mist, white as the driven snow, covered the entire valley, with here and there the tops of hills appearing like islands in a sea. Indeed, one could hardly believe that what one saw was simply mist, and not something more tangible and substantial. This gradually disappeared as the sun topped the heights, and then all became bright and verdant as on the previous day. Residents in the valley feel wrapped in a kind of shroud whilst the mist is over them, but no evil effects appear to result from it. An American missionary, Mr. Blackford, who was for some time stationed at the city of San Paulo, and was, with his wife, a guest of Dr. Gunning, read a portion of the church service in Portuguese and preached a sermon in the same language to the household and a number of people employed about the place. After which, we wandered about, dined, and enjoyed another quiet moonlight evening looking over the happy valley. There is quite a little society of Americans residing about here, which renders it anything but a solitude. I left this hospitable retreat on Monday by the train, which passes at 8 a.m., and continued to find a series of wonderful curves and tunnels until we reached the station of Barra, where a good comfortable breakfast was waiting for such passengers as chose to avail of it. I was joined by the son of Mr. Ellison, head engineer of the line, who was making a branch near Disenjango station in the direction of San Paulo, with which it eventually intended to connect this province. He made himself very agreeable and gave me much valuable information. I should not omit to allude to the really beautiful scenery passed through between Entre Rios and Barra, where the passengers breakfasted. I walked to a look at a very handsome bridge erected over the river Paraba, which becomes here a considerable stream, running the whole distance to Entre Rios, where it meets the Pajabuna, which comes down from the Minas Gerais, the latter emptying itself into the sea at San João de Barra, after passing the important town of Campos. The railway, which is here 122 miles in length from Rio de Janeiro, is to be extended to another point on the Paraguay called Porto de Cuna, making a total distance of about 160 miles, the latter portion tapping valuable sources of traffic, as the river is only navigable a short way from its mouth. Besides its 16 tunnels, small and great, the railway is crossed by several handsome bridges, first to one bank of the river and then the other, as the gradients were found favorable, and there is one very fine station called Disengano, a portion of the cost of which was contributed by the Marquesa de Bapendi, who had a magnificent fazenda near to it, and numerous large picturesque fazendas are seen at different bends of the river, which rolls along in its rocky bed with a succession of small rapids, the hills above it being covered with coffee, Indian corn, and mandioca, all now ripe. Where this cultivation does not exist, either virgin forests or cattle grazing form the variety, and the former still occupy a large portion of the country we pass through, particularly between Uba Station and that of Paraiba del Sul. I am told that Vassoura, a city about 7 miles from the station of that name, is prettily situated and interesting, but of course it is impossible to see everything in so extraordinary a range of country. We reached Entre Rios station before noon and found the stagecoach waiting. Also, a tolerable dinner, which the flies tried to participate in, being only held in check by boys with large feather fans. The place, I believe, is infested by flies from the number of mules kept there, but the company is improving and extending the accommodation for passengers, the head station being 800 feet in length. The guard of the Mazeppa summons the passengers, and away we started with 4 good mules, amidst dust and bustle, by a regular stagecoach of the old English type, the first stage being along the banks of the Rio Preto, coming down from the mines. The road was all that had been described to me and more, a perfectly good, smooth, macadamized one, fenced in with groups of bamboo on the riverside and aloes on the other, along which we drove at the rate of 9 to 10 miles an hour. I was inside at starting, but some passengers left at the second station, Parahumba, when I mounted on the front seat for the remainder of the journey and enjoyed as fine a ride, for good traveling and good scenery, as is possible to conceive. The road belongs to a Brazilian company called the União e Indústria, started some few years back, and now carrying on a large and profitable traffic, chiefly in merchandise, but the stage coaches are a very important feature as regards accommodation for the public. The stations where they change mules are large and commodious, with warehouses for receiving produce, and that of Parhabuna is in a most picturesque situation, a huge granite mountain on one side, and in front of the river, which rushes down over rocks, forming cascades here and there, with a long bridge which we had to cross. A good many dwelling houses are built about these stations, belonging, I conclude, to people connected with the road. Our next station was Simon Pierre, about which there is a good deal of woodland scenery, reminding one of the parts of Wales, with the road winding in and out round the hills, and on this stage is a very fine fazenda known by the name of Soledad, the property of the Baron Bertiago, comprising, I am told, an immense district. Here we again come upon the mountain stream, which runs through the valley, always forming a rapid current as we keep ascending. The next stage was Barbosa, where we came up with another diligence, also from Petropolis, with a party having a band of music outside, and Portuguese and Brazilian flags flying. They kept ahead of us, but at the last stage, Ponto Americano, a most romantic spot, we started almost together, our companion still keeping the lead at a strong gallop, which our coachman imitated, and it was anything but an agreeable race into Juiz de Fora, to say nothing of the dust we had to take up in the wake of the front diligence. Nothing could be more beautiful than the scenery for the last stages. Coffee and Indian corn plantations succeeded each other, mingled with virgin forest, grazing ground, waterfalls in the distance, entire trees covered with purple and yellow flowers, a perfect galaxy of tropical vegetation in its most attractive forms. The evening was pleasantly cool, so cool as to cause one to button up his coat, and there was a sensation of freshness in the air like that of an autumn evening at home. As the two coaches approached Juiz de Fora, for a large number of its residents turned out to see the arrival, which I believe was that of some new settlers, who must have been gratified with their reception. We drove on to the coach station, where I found that the gentleman I was anxious to see had gone to his fazenda that morning, some leagues distant, so I determined to await his return and went to a small hotel close to, called the Union, where I made myself as comfortable as the limited accommodation would permit. Juiz de Fora is pleasantly situated on an elevated plateau some 2,600 feet above the level of sea, with a background of fine cultivated hills and a very picturesque waterfall. The originator and director of the flourishing company, União e Indústria, has built a magnificent house on an elevated spot which overlooks the whole valley, and his grounds are beautifully laid out with every species of tree to be found in Brazil, as well as those brought from other countries. There are ornamental waters with swans, rare specimens of waterfowl, and numbers of valuable birds, fowls, monkeys, in fact, a little zoological garden of itself. Everything in the establishment was in keeping, evincing the good taste of the owner and the liberal manner in which he expends his large fortune. I had also the opportunity of going over a new building called the School of Agriculture, where modern agricultural implements are to be collected, as well as samples of livestock to improve the breed of cattle. There is a capital English stallion, 2 years old, descended from the celebrated Stockwell, brought out from England at great expense. Another one of Norman breeds, besides brood mares, bulls, Alderney cows, in short, the nucleus of a respectable cattle show, which it is intended to become, and the Emperor has announced his intention to visit the place in June next, though it will take some time to make it complete and in a state of efficiency. An intelligent Swiss gentleman presides over the School of Agriculture, and an English groom is very proud, as he may well be, of the silky coat and the healthy appearance of the descendant of Stockwell. There's a nice little German colony at Juiz de Fora, mostly artisans in the company's employ, who live in very snug cottages with little gardens attached to them, the women keeping cows, selling milk, etc. A death had occurred the day I was there, and the funeral was attended by all the elders of the colony, men and women dressed in their best clothes, forming a very interesting group. The company employ some 3,000 mules in the traffic of their line, the breakers of them as well as the coach drivers being Germans. Mr. Treloar arrived from Rio with his wife and family during my stay here, leaving the next day with a large troop of mules on a 7 days' journey up the mines. Having seen all of interest in Juiz de Fora, I started on Thursday the 9th of April to return to Entre Rios, and thence on by the same União e Indústria road to Petropolis. a total distance of about 107 miles. I found the second half of the road as interesting as the first half I had gone over, all in the same perfect state, some parts between Entre Rios and Petropolis passing through splendid mountain scenery. Near Entre Rios, the river is crossed by a very fine iron bridge. We reached Petropolis at dusk amidst a shower of rain, the first I had met with on the whole journey, during which the weather was remarkably fine and cool in the higher ranges of the road, though hot and dusty on the level parts. For nearly the whole 50 miles the road winds by the bed of a rapid mountain stream, descending from the mountainous district about Petropolis, going to swell the river of which it is the source, forming a succession of cascades, the noise of whose waters make music to the ear, enhancing the grandeur of the scenery through which it passes as well as cooling the atmosphere. I should not neglect to mention the extensive cart traffic over the road, which constitutes the real income of the company and has enabled it to pay the large dividend of 10 to 14%. These carts are all of one pattern with names and numbers on them, drawn generally by 5 mules with a spare one attached. We were constantly meeting them going up and down, and whether they have got more into the way of it, or the mules are now better trained, we met with no such inconveniences as Mr. Hinchcliffe describes in his book, though the windings and turnings of the roads are often of such a nature as to require a bright lookout, and the use of a shrill whistle, the horn being only sounded on approaching the end of the journey. By means of the rail and coach, Rio morning papers are delivered at Juiz de Fora, a distance of 170 miles by rail and road, the same evening. Formerly it required a week to communicate between the two places. A large quantity of stone is collected along the road to keep it in order, and at certain distances are men breaking them into the most old-fashioned manner possible. They are chiefly Portuguese immigrants. I had not been at Petropolis for 20 years, during which time there has been a large increase of building and population, but I was sorry to learn that this prosperity is likely to be evanescent, in consequence of the soil suitable for cultivation by the German colonists being worn out, and still more by the Dom Pedro II Railway turning the stream of traffic, which previously to its opening to Entre Rios had continued to flow from the mines through Petropolis and down the splendid mountain road, conveying goods and passengers to the Mauá Railway, and thence by steamer to Rio. Of course, the railway from Entre Rios to Rio de Janeiro, though longer as regards mileage, is quicker and more direct, with a saving in expense to travelers even if produce and merchandise were conveyed at equal rates by the two roads, but it must be the interest of the country to keep both the roads open, as in the case of accidental stoppage, the Petropolis one is always available. It is not unlikely that terms will be come to by the two companies so as to prevent injurious competition, as the country has had to pay large sums of money for the installation and maintenance of both roads. I remained over Sunday at Petropolis, but it turned out a very wet day, and I was not able to go about much or to take advantage of the splendid view there is from the top of the mountain down to the bay of Rio de Janeiro. We started at 6:30 on Monday morning in a carriage with 4 mules and descended amidst heavy rain and a dense mist, so that none of the beauties of the locality were visible. At the foot of the Serra, the railway train was waiting, and we soon reached the place of embarkation by steamer, arriving at Rio about 10:30 after a week's absence, during which I have acquired a better knowledge of the progress and resources of this part of the country than any other means of information could have supplied. As regards the great internal road on which I have dwelt so much, it is decidedly one of the marvels of Brazil. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Rio de Janeiro to the River Plate. Second trip. On my return to Rio on Saturday, the 11th of April, I found the city of Brussels had arrived after a very quick passage from Falmouth of 20 days, and she was leaving next morning, Sunday, for the river. So I resolved to go by her and complete my visit, which had been so recently unfortunately interrupted. A difficulty occurred, owing to the police requiring me to give 3 days' notice in the public papers of my intention to leave, and they refused to visa the passport I brought with me, though it had already served on other similar occasions. The only way to get over the obstacle was to take a surety to the police office, who would be responsible for any debts I might have contracted, and after driving backwards and forwards for some hours, at considerable trouble and expense, this requirement was satisfied. This absurd and vexatious system of passports is one of the old relics of barbarism which Brazil ought to do away with, and the sooner the better, nor is it any protection against roguery, as everyone knows how easily such regulations are evaded in the latter case. Countries like Brazil ought to be as free as the air, and all possible facility given to travelers who only come for information or amusement and have no business relations. Passports do not exist in the Great Republic of the North, and France has abolished them, so let us hope Brazil will follow in the wake and evince equal liberality in dealing with passengers' luggage. We were to leave at 8 a.m. on Sunday, but were detained for dispatches until 10, and finally passed the fort at 11 a.m. with a light wind but much swell, indicating a southerly wind, of which we got the benefit the next day. I may mention that the city of Brussels is a splendid new steamer of Tate's Line, and made the first departure under their contract with the Belgian government. At Antwerp, a grand entertainment had been given to the authorities on the day of her departure, and on Saturday a party was entertained on board at Rio. After encountering rather a strong southerly gale, we made the river on Thursday night, and came to an anchor off Montevideo early on Friday, the passage having been run in 5 days. It blew so hard, with so much swell on, that it was some time before we got on shore, on reaching which I went to my old quarters at the Grand Hotel Americano, meeting several old friends there. The aspect of Montevideo was greatly changed for the better since my last visit, when the cholera was making such fearful ravages, and an air of activity pervaded the place, notwithstanding the sad tragedy which had occurred in the assassination of General Flores. Rumors of political troubles still prevailed, but there was nothing on the surface to indicate them, and the nightly gathering on the plaza to hear the band had been resumed, although for some time after the murder of the president the plaza was held by troops and guns planted at the corner of it. A visit to Bucenthal's Quinta occupied the greater part of one day, and a delightful place it is, enclosed in spacious grounds, provided with choice trees, beautiful exotics, a large conservatory, and other glass houses, in fact, with everything which a cultivated taste can devise. There is a large kitchen garden attached, and quite a plantation of pear trees, loaded with splendid pears, for which Montevideo is famous. The stables and farm buildings are extensive, and, like the house, they are in the Swiss cottage style. They are tenanted by fine horses, valuable cows, and other descriptions of cattle. Everything is in perfect order. The view from the upper ground at the back of the house is very fine. The city, the harbor filled with shipping, and the mounds at its entrance, the waters of the La Plata glistening beyond in the sunlight. It is a bright, beautiful day, and certainly at this season the climate is very agreeable, so different from the intense heat experienced in the month of January. After leaving the Quinta, we extended our drive, passing by many pretty country houses, some of peculiar but tasteful architecture, and stopped at a house on the roadside kept by a Frenchman, where we got an excellent cold luncheon and drove back to the city. Expecting the steamer to sail the same night, we embarked before dark, but were disappointed, the cargo not being all discharged. We did not get away until next evening. Had we known this, we might have seen the races, which took place the following morning, to see which I believe more than half the population turned out, the custom house and public buildings being closed. South Americans are fond of excitement, though horse racing is comparatively a new amusement for them, being chiefly got up by foreigners. Whilst at dinner on Monday afternoon, the wind, which had been blowing moderately from the north, suddenly veered round to the south, and soon after we left the harbour increased to a pampero, causing a nasty cross sea and a very disagreeable motion in the ship, which sent most of the passengers to bed early. It is not a very pleasant navigation in such weather, with banks lying in the way, and shallow water in many places, and we were glad when daylight came to find ourselves near the outer roads of Buenos Ayres. This exposed roadstead, having to lie so far from the shore, is a great drawback, rendering the expense of discharging and loading very heavy, but there is no help for it, nor any prospect of improvement in this respect. They have very fine boats and lighters, with first-rate boatmen, and, as a rule, accidents are rare unless when the fierce pamperos drive everything before them. This is my second visit to Buenos Aires, after a lapse of 15 years, and although from the sea no remarkable change appears to the eye, yet after landing the enormous increase of the city soon becomes apparent, about which I shall say more presently. The mall and custom house were new to me, and also the landing pier for boats, a very great convenience and improvement on the old carts into which you had to get from the boat. The weather, which had been cool at Montevideo, became positively cold here, cloaks and greatcoats being the order of the day. It is now approaching the coldest season of the year, with some sharp frost at night, which had blackened the potatoes and other vegetables outside the city, and the sunny side of the street is decidedly preferable to the shady one, a very different state of things to that which existed when I was at Montevideo in January, with the heat frequently above 90 degrees. End of section 10. Section 11 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. City of Buenos Aires. It is not an easy task to describe the great changes that have taken place in this city since my visit 14 years ago. At the same time, they are so remarkable as to require a special notice. My views at that time were sanguine as to the progress of these River Plate countries, but they have been more than realized, notwithstanding political and other drawbacks. Suffice it to say that Buenos Aires has nearly doubled in size since I was last here, and although no public census that I am aware of has ever been taken, the population of the city and environs must almost have augmented in the same ratio. The difficulties of the roadstead remain, but a forest of masts extending for many miles in the outer and inner roads, together with a considerable number of steamers, the latter particularly in the inner roads, meets the eye, and 2 piers or moles have been erected, one exclusively used for custom house purposes, the other for boats and passengers, but a large portion of the traffic is still carried on by the carts which go alongside the boats with cargo or to take it away. Landing at the mall, a busy scene presents itself in the conveyance of passengers' luggage, which is taken charge of by the peons or porters and carried for examination to a little depot at the entrance to the mall. Afterwards, it is allowed to proceed in carts or carriages to its destination. Being built in squares, the increase of the city is not very apparent until you get fairly into it. But the numerous 2- or 3-storied houses, the large new hotels, the fine shops and warehouses, and the great movement in the street all indicate a thriving place of business, which Buenos Aires unquestionably is. Most of the streets running direct from the river are now 3 miles in length, and they cover an equal breadth, so it is easy to judge the extent of the ground covered. Besides which, very many handsome quintas or country houses are to be seen in every direction outside the city. The streets generally are badly paved, and make very rough work for carts and carriages passing over them, but these manage to get along with considerable wear and tear of wheels and springs, as well as horses' feet, which, however, appear to be quite a secondary consideration. After the well-paved streets of Rio de Janeiro, both Montevideo and Buenos Aires got a very poor figure, but the worst feature is the absence of sewerage, and the refuse of the town is at times very offensive to the olfactory nerves and destroys the appellative good airs, which is otherwise a characteristic of the place under ordinary circumstances, or as nature intended it to be. The inhabitants seem to have had a wretched municipal system, but for this there is no reason why the city should not be well drained, well paved, as well as properly lighted with gas, which latter is now the case. Strangers have a choice of really very large and commodious hotels, and there are boarding and lodging houses of various kinds, but at seasons accommodation in them is very difficult to obtain, such is the constant increase of demand by visitors as well as by permanent residents. In fact, the requirements of the population are constantly overtaking the facilities of the city, and there appears to be no reasonable limit to its extension north, south, and west, the river facing eastward. The chief increase, however, has been westward, or in a straight line from the river frontage into the country. Owing to the necessities of an augmenting population, the price of building land in or near the city has been driven up to a very high figure, and rents, as a matter of course, are excessive. Increased population has been followed by enhanced luxury, which manifests itself in the style of architecture, in the splendid shops, in the number of private carriages, as well as those for hire, but naturally this has been attended by an inflated expenditure. Living in Buenos Aires is now quite as expensive as in London or Paris, perhaps more so as regards luxuries, the import duties on which are very heavy. Generally, Buenos Aires is a dear place to live in. Amongst other new buildings is a large theater called Colón and a music hall, the latter erected by private subscription. It is lofty and light, tastefully decorated, and I believe very well filled when concerts are held there, being also occasionally used for dinners. The busiest part of the city, commercially speaking, is down by the custom house and on to the Boca, the latter the rendezvous of lighters conveying produce to the ships in the outer roads, as well as of small steamers bound upriver, and I understand that 300 lighters are now engaged in this work, many of them of good size and decked over. It is in contemplation to deepen and enlarge the riachuelo, as the steam alluded to is called, and a most useful work it will be, as it is almost the mainstay of the port. At the other extremity of the city, which borders on the northern railway, washing of clothes is carried on among the willow trees which border the river. It is quite a sight on a fine sunny day. On the high ground about and beyond the Retiro, numerous handsome villas have been erected, and the Retiro itself has been planted with trees, forming a pleasant promenade. In addition to other improvements and conveniences, omnibuses now ply from the city in various directions, so that locomotion is greatly facilitated, and people can live out of the city without the trouble of keeping conveyances, if they object to this, or have not the means to maintain them. Commerce is extending rapidly, and the custom house revenue has doubled itself within a very few years. End of section 11. Section 12 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Buenos Aires to Colonia, Estanzuella. The invitation of Mr. William White to spend a few days at his estancia took me over to Colonia, from which it is distant about 15 miles, amidst the beautiful undulating country of the Banda Oriental. 3 to 4 hours is the time usually occupied in crossing the river almost in a direct line from Buenos Aires, and the steamer in which I embarked had very comfortable accommodation, but few passengers on board. There was a small boat in opposition to the one I was in, and we arrived very close together. Colonia is one of the oldest settlements in the river, being built upon a peninsula jutting out into the stream, with a snug little harbor, which is in course of improvement. The town presents a dilapidated and neglected appearance, which is accounted for by its having, until recently, been fortified and made the headquarters of different factions during the long civil wars. There is a large church, with 3 high towers, visible at a considerable distance, and a lighthouse for the protection of vessels passing, as several low islands are situated close to the harbor. Some good-looking houses have lately been erected, and the site of a new town laid, but it will be many years before it is likely to assume any importance. I noticed an old gateway with an inscription dated 1724 over it. I found Mr. White's carriage waiting for me at Colonia. It was drawn by 4 horses, the road being heavy for a few miles, but after that we got into a good one, a kind of beaten track over what is called the Campo, and for the first time I realized the pleasurable feeling of traveling over a sea of land, if it can be so named, where, excepting an occasional puesto or shepherd's hut, not the human habitation, is to be seen. The undulations of the land are here very like the long roll of the ocean by which it is supposed to have been formed, and you are at once in the midst of cattle, horses, and sheep, with grass and thistles growing everywhere, the thistles in many cases being masters of the situation. It was getting foggy before we reached Mr. White's estancia, but the light of the moon assisted our course across an apparently trackless country. I found Mr. White's quinta a very pretty and comfortable residence, surrounded by trees and evergreens, all of which have been planted by the present owner. The whole place is in fact the creation of some 10 years, showing what can be done in this country by a judicious application of capital and labor. The house and estate cover a space of some 9 square miles, the former being built on an elevated spot called Monte, or the Mount, and occupying with grounds about 50 acres of good rich soil, overlooking an amphitheater of hill and dale, which stretches as far as the eye can reach, with puestos or shepherds' cottages at regular distances, where the cattle and sheep are collected together at dusk and let out again at daylight. This is a most interesting process, which I have seen described, but it can only be realized personally. It is something like marshalling a scattered army and bringing them into a given square. The shepherds or peons go galloping about until the cattle and sheep are gathered together, when they all, as by a kind of instinct, find their way to the corral or fold. At dawn the following morning they are let out again and roam for miles over the estate. The arrangements at a good estancia like that of Mr. White's are very complete, and everyone understands his work, but of course the eye of the master is required to see that the work is properly done. The stock on this estancia consists of about 30,000 sheep, upwards of 1,000 head of cattle, and some 100 horses. My first day was employed in visiting several of the stations, and very agreeable it was cantering over the springy turf, clothed with grass and thistles, where the sheep and cattle were quietly feeding. Buttercups glittered in the sunshine, but we missed the modest daisies so familiar at home. We were on horseback 5 hours, and I returned to dinner highly delighted with all I had seen. The second day we took the carriage and a gun, as partridges are plentiful and innumerable flocks of doves. Paid a visit to the estancia of Mr. Gifford, about 6 miles distant in a direct line, but further by the course we had to take partly over the open campo. Returning, we came close upon some half-dozen ostriches, and Mr. White shot at and wounded a very fine male, but it was a painful sight to see the struggles of the poor bird, and we were obliged to get one of the men from a neighboring station to dispatch it with his knife. Many of these noble birds are still to be met with in the campo, where they are pursued by the natives for the value of the feathers. I was presented with a portion of the feathers of the ostrich killed as described. The third day we were again on horseback for several hours, with a boy carrying a gun and some refreshment. We rode along one of the running streams with which the campo is favored, to look for some ducks, but the streams were very low, and we only succeeded in bagging one. These streams are invaluable for cattle, and the Banda Oriental in this respect is more fortunate than Buenos Ayres, and in consequence suffers less from drought. Finding game so scarce, the boy was sent home, and we cantered on to visit some of the other stations I had not yet seen, the weather throughout being beautifully fine, clear sunshine, with a bracing and most exhilarating breeze. There are some curious collections of rocks mostly on the margins of the streams. Huge boulders, thrown up, it would seem, by some convulsion of nature, and between which trees and enormous cactuses have forced their way, in cases even split in the stone, especially present a most singular appearance. About Mr. Gifford's quinta there is quite a large formation of this kind, and a collection of very fine unbuilt trees, several with immense trunks and evidently of great age. Today, the last of my visit, has been spent in riding about the quinta, watching the operation of lassoing and bringing into the corral a refractory bull and cow that had left their companions and roamed miles away. The dexterity of the peons and the way they manage their horses on these occasions is something wonderful and fairly exhausts the strength of the animals. This is the finest season of the year in these countries, and it is impossible to imagine anything more pleasing or more cheerful than the present aspect of the campo. The next 2 or 3 months constitute the winter season, which is rainy and cold. September and October, their spring, are generally fine. The heat of summer is, of course, considerable, but it is not so much felt in the open country, where a fresh breeze, as a rule, prevails. It is the towns that are most disagreeable at that period. Tomorrow I return to Colonia, highly gratified with all I have observed, and with the kind hospitality I have experienced. As I have said, partridges are abundant, but they commonly go singly, and without a pointer they are difficult to follow. Mr. White, however, shot 2 brace close to his house when we were walking out before breakfast, and several single ones on other occasions. They are prettily marked birds and delicate eating. He did not happen to have a suitable dog by him at the time. The shepherds all keep fine dogs, mostly of the retriever breed, to assist them in managing their flocks, and there were a good many attached to the house and outbuildings. One of the former a Scotch terrier, and myself becoming very great friends. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Trip on the Central Argentine Railway. I am writing this on board the Luján steamer, built in Buenos Aires with engines by a Glasgow house. She is a comfortable boat with good accommodation for passengers, and the vivers excellent, including even champagne at dinner, which in this country is rather an expensive luxury. After a lapse of 15 years, I find myself once more ascending the noble Paraná River, which at that time was almost unknown in Buenos Aires, the little Argentine being the first commercial steamer that ever navigated its waters. I predicted the results a few years would bring about, and my expectations have been more than realized, the river being now as freely navigated by steamers as some of those in the United States, with the difference, of course, that there is not the same amount of population on its banks, population being still the great want of this boundless region. The station for passengers for the upriver boats is now the terminus of the Northern Railway at a small stream called Tigre, which is reached in something over an hour's time. We left the station at 10 a.m. and arrived at the wharf alongside which the steamer lay at 11:30. All the passengers with their luggage were soon on board, and we started wending our way through the small branches of the Paraná, in many places not wider than a canal, the steamer brushing against the overhanging trees. A couple of hours brought us at last into the wide embouchure of the river at a point named Palmas. The advantage of the Tigre as a starting point for steamers is that it avoids the disagreeable boating in the roads of Buenos Aires and crossing the bay for Martin Garcia. In every way it is a desirable arrangement, alike beneficial to the steamers and to the railway. Upwards of a dozen steamers were laying outside the Tigre, in a stream called Luján, after which this boat is named. 2 of them large double-decked Yankee river boats, and nearly all of them without occupation, a terrible sacrifice of valuable property. Having discussed a solid déjeuner à la fourchette, I came on deck to enjoy the scenery. It was blowing a fresh breeze dead against us, with a strong current and very cold, cloaks and greatcoats being a necessity, although the day was bright and sunny. For several hours we steamed along, passing only jungle and dense masses of trees, with numerous sailing craft at anchor, laden with cargo, many bound upwards, no doubt with stores for the army in Paraguay. Just before sunset we passed a very fine quinta, belonging to the Minister of Education, Senor Costa, built on a beautiful barranca or elevated ground, a short way from the river. The horsemen on the heights presenting a very picturesque appearance. Dinner was announced, which occupied fully an hour, and afterwards I went on deck and enjoyed a night on the noble Paraná. The wind had gone down, and the stars shed their light over the still water, on which the shadow of the trees was reflected, our course being occasionally close to them, though at times we had to take the midstream. Now and again the sky was lighted up with fires, caused, I believe, by the burning of wood for charcoal, a process which might go on for centuries without exhausting the illimitable extent of wood. A large traffic is carried on in this material by rivercraft to Buenos Aires and Montevideo. We stopped to land passengers at a station called Hermanos, and soon after passed 2 or 3 steamers at anchor, with some sailing vessels near them, no doubt connected with the war services. Our passengers are a motley group, speaking all languages, and amusing themselves by playing cards, chess, and dominoes, the while talking and chattering away at the top of their voices, some ladies amongst them as merry as the rest. Many Italians, French, and Germans are met on board these steamers, but comparatively few English, who remain more in the cities and towns or at their estancias when resident in the country. After a fine, clear, starlight night, the latter part aided by a bright moon, the day broke grandly, and we soon came to anchor at the little port of San Nicolas, where we landed and took in some passengers. Then came a good substantial breakfast, and at about 11 o'clock the large saladeros near Rosario were in sight. We brought up alongside a coal hulk, where the steamer had to take in fuel before returning to Buenos Aires the same afternoon. A number of sailing vessels and steamers were laying at anchor at Rosario, making quite a busy scene. I landed in a small punt to find my way to the house of a friend. The aspect of Rosario was not much changed, looking at it from the river, with the towers of the church in the background, the town itself being more or less concealed by the high barranca. On entering it, however, I was quite lost. Streets have been extended in every direction for more than a mile, and I should say it has doubled or trebled in size and population since I was here. Whatever prejudicial effects the Paraguayan War may have produced in other respects, there can be no question that Rosario has largely benefited, the place being one of call for steamers and sailing vessels up and down, and it also supplies a considerable quantity of stores for the army. The value of land and property has gone up to a high figure, and the poorer portion of the population are obliged to squat wherever they can find room to build a rancho or kind of mud hut. Gauchos galloping about in their picturesque costumes showed that we were in a new province, and although civilization has extended itself here somewhat after the fashion of Buenos Aires, there are evident signs that it is intermingled with much of the wild habits of a life in the pampas. The great object of my visit here was, of course, to see the Central Argentine Railway, and certainly those accustomed to the imposing appearance of railway stations at home will hardly be impressed with the rough and ready wildness of the scene which presents itself here. A few disjointed wooden sheds in an open plain, one side bordering on the river, some carriages and covered wagons on the rails, at this time constitutes the terminus of a line already carried 158 miles into the interior. But all this is merely temporary and will give place to the permanent station now in process of formation, and upon which hundreds of laborers are at present constantly at work. The material is all there in readiness, and the station would have been much further advanced had it not been for the cholera, which caused such terrible devastations here a few months ago. Internal commotions have also tended to retard progress. Happily, these scourges are for the time at least passed away, and it is to be hoped nothing will again interfere to prevent the completion of a line of such vital interest in connection with the material development of the country between Rosario and Cordova. I was curious to see the first arrival and starting of the trains, which did not indicate much traffic. But this can hardly be looked for until the metals are carried through and the railway possesses all the needful appliances, not to speak of the prejudices of a people who have been accustomed to gallop over the wide plains like the Arabs of old, and use those antique structures drawn by bullocks, which are yet destined to be abandoned to rot in their final resting place, or be removed further west to bring traffic to the Cordova station. Engineeringly speaking, it is the easiest possible task to make a railway through such a country as this, but other drawbacks and difficulties exist in the absence of population and of conveniences to which we are accustomed in England. It is a refreshing sight in Rosario to see so large a mixture of the foreign element. New banks and large establishments are in operation, and estancieros constantly coming into town to transact their business. Among the visitors at Rosario are many Englishmen from districts round about, who have not been murdered by Indians, notwithstanding the stories prevalent to that effect, and I hear of numerous thriving colonies in the neighborhood, which I regret time will not permit my visiting, as the extent of my ramble must now be confined to going over the railway. I repeat that my impression as to the future of Rosario, after all it has lately gone through, is favorable, and I am perfectly satisfied of the go-ahead nature of everything in this prosperous province. The train for Rosario starts at 8 a.m. and is due at Villanueva, a distance of 158 miles, at 6 p.m., traveling at an average speed of nearly 16 miles an hour, including 8 stoppages, quite sufficient for present purposes, with a train composed of wagons and 2 American passenger cars, one for first and the other for second class. We got off a little after 8 o'clock with a good long train, and the cars were pretty well filled. For the first 2 or 3 stations the ground is slightly undulating, covered with good pasture, on which numerous herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, and horses were feeding. Afterwards, or about halfway between Rosario and Villanueva, there are few cattle seen, though the food for them is there in any quantity. At Roldan, the first station from Rosario, some tents were erected and horses collected, in course of training for the races to be held on Monday next, the 25th of May, at which there is generally a large gathering of sporting characters from that and other districts, as also of spectators from Rosario. It is an English club, with the usual array of stewards, umpires, etc. The meeting is expected to be a very good one. The next station is Carcaranal, near which the river is crossed by a handsome iron bridge, the river itself flowing for a very long distance through the province of Cordova and Santa Fe, ultimately merging its waters with those of the Paraná. These first 2 stations are mere mud huts, being only temporary, but Carcaranal has the additional disadvantage of being placed in the midst of a black, dismal, dry lagoon, where a butcher's establishment is kept for supplying a portion of the company's workmen on the line with meat. The rancho, or station for the passengers, might as well be removed, however, a few hundred yards further back, the engine going on to get its supply of water of one of the tanks placed here, instead of the olfactory nerves of the passengers being exposed to an ordeal of no agreeable character. I believe the nuisance is much complained of and will soon be removed. The next station, Canada de Gomez, is a very respectable brick-built one, well kept, where we found some excellent partridges just cooked, which soon disappeared amongst hungry passengers who had not time to breakfast before leaving, and there were also other refreshments. About this and Tortuga station is some very good land and numerous English estancias in the neighborhood, which I am assured are in a thriving condition, the aspect of the country being also more cheerful. We saw the plough at work, and I believe a large quantity of corn will soon be grown in this district. Further on, about Leone station, the country becomes more monotonous, one dead sea of brown-looking grass, without cattle or any appearance of cultivation, and not a shrub or tree to be seen. We passed a long train of carts from Rosario, filled with merchandise for distant places, also troops of laden mules going in the same direction, as the facilities offered by the railway are not yet sufficient to do away with this cumbrous and expensive mode of transit. This, however, is only a question of time. As we approached Fraile Muerto station, trees began to appear, and we passed through quite a forest, which was very pleasant after the long stretch of land bare of shrub or tree. The station at Fraile Muerto is a substantial brick building, and will be very commodious when completed. We had plenty of time to get some dinner here, and being rather behind, it was dark when we reached the present terminus at Villanueva, where I was kindly received by the manager, Mr. Lloyd, who gave me a shake-down for the night at his comfortable little cottage close to the station. There I found a nephew of Mr. Wheelwright and Signor Don Gonzales, late Minister of Finance, with his family, waiting to proceed to Cordova next morning. I was fortunate, too, in having for fellow travellers on the line Signor Moneta, the government engineer, and Signor Crisofulli, both proceeding to Cordova on business connected with the railway. So the journey passed very agreeably and was anything but fatiguing for the distance. There is ample room in the carriages, which also have the advantage of enabling the passengers to go from one portion to the other and conversing with acquaintances who may happen to be there. This is much better than being stuck in a close carriage without any chance of relief. Indeed, I think for all South American railways, the American saloon carriages are the most suitable as well as the most economical. I was up early next morning to see the train start at 7 for Rosario and diligences for Cordova, Rio Cuarto, and other places. The last was a most comical sight. The mode of conveyance has been frequently described by travellers, so I will not enlarge on the subject. The diligences remind me of the old French malle-poste, only the gearing is all height instead of rope, and they are drawn by 6 horses, all mounted by peons, with very long traces, each horse seemingly independent of the others. The poor brutes, mostly with sore backs, are first driven into a corral close to the diligence station, where they are lassoed one by one, a halter thrown over the necks, and then taken to be saddled. The diligence station is a very busy place at this time, several starting at the same time for Cordova and other distant places. There are also private carriages, and all goes to show how extensive the passenger traffic will be when the line is open to Cordova. The time occupied in this latter part of the route is so long that a large supply of vehicles is required, as well as horses, but the latter may be had almost for the catching. At all events, their cost is very trifling. After seeing the start, I went over the railway station works and found evident signs of considerable traffic, even with an unfinished line. A large space of ground adjoining the station was filled with bullock wagons, some discharging cargo into railway wagons, while carts conveyed merchandise brought up by train from Rosario to other bullock wagons at a short distance, as there was no space for them about the station, where a large commodious brick warehouse has been built and works on a large scale are in course of erection, which will greatly facilitate the traffic now carried on. In fact, all was bustle and traffic under difficulties. Amongst the produce brought down was wool in bales, dry hides, wheat, large bars of copper, fruit, and other articles, not even omitting fowls in large coops, which had been brought all the way from Cordova. The day was very fine and sunny, and after breakfast I accompanied Mr. Lloyd on horseback to visit a large forest and lake 2 or 3 leagues distant from the station. Here the wood used for locomotives is cut. It is found to answer better than coal, and is of course much cheaper. We passed over the newly laid rails and earthworks intended for a continuation of the line, along which piles of cut wood, extending at least 1/4 of a mile, were laid, as well as a large quantity of wooden sleepers of excellent quality, to be used, I believe, between this and Cordova. We then struck across the campo to the forest, soon after entering which we came upon one of the most picturesque lakes I remember to have seen. We rode along the margin, which is chiefly sand, seeing numbers of wild fowl and black-necked swans. The water was beautifully clear. There are numbers of otters here, and at the upper end are immense rushes, which are gathered for roofing the ranches built for the company's peons. We then struck into the forest again, and with some difficulty worked our way through it, the lining of my coat being torn off, as I was hardly got up for such an expedition. The forest is partly the property of the railway and of one of the religious establishments at Cordova, and it is capable of supplying sleepers to make the line to that city, as well as to supply fuel for the locomotives for years to come. The railway has quite a little colony here cutting wood, which is conveyed to a small steam sawmill on the line and dealt with most expeditiously there. On our way home we visited the company's farm, where the plough was at work, turning up a rich loamy soil, and next year it is expected a good crop of wheat will be taken, besides potatoes, Indian corn, grass for the horses, etc. In short, it will soon become a very productive farm, being also completely fenced in so as to keep out cattle. The plough was being driven by a young Somersetshire man who evidently understood his work. At length we finished our tour of inspection of about 20 miles, very much pleased and gratified with what I had seen, and much impressed with the important future that awaits the landed property of the company, in addition to the line becoming a great main trunk one across this part of South America. Seeing is believing, and if shareholders who are skeptical as to the future could take a trip out here to satisfy themselves, they would be quite reassured on this point. Many doubts have been thrown upon the enterprise, which I have never entertained, from my previous knowledge of the country, and my confidence is much increased by a personal inspection of the line itself and the traffic which evidently exists ready to come on the metals when proper provision is made for it. The company are about laying down the telegraph wires, which will be a great advantage and prevent accidents, besides establishing a valuable means of communication and saving much time. Indeed, no line can be efficient without it. I return to Rosario tomorrow, having only a few days to spare before embarking for England. Otherwise, I should have gone on to Cordova and spent some time in this interesting region, whose only want is population to render it one of the most productive of the globe. When I made a hasty visit to Rosario in 1853, I formed a very strong opinion of its future importance from the position it occupied in connection with the river navigation and the traffic of the western provinces. But the establishment of the Central Argentine Railway has immensely added to the other advantages of Rosario, and accounts for the great increase that has recently taken place in building and population. Thus far, however, the benefit is in a great measure prospective. The railway is still incomplete. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt that the sanguine views of speculators on the future will be realized so soon as the line is finished. It is only in traversing the streets that one becomes aware of the great extent of the town, which is built in squares after the usual manner in this country. Several commercial establishments, some banks, and many really good shops now exist, and there is difficulty, I am informed, in finding house room for the numerous settlers in the town. I was surprised to find so large a number of cafes crowded at night by all classes, and there is also a little theatre where, in the absence of regular performances, masked balls are frequently held. These are not of the most edifying description, but the people will amuse themselves in some way, and better these than political conspiracies of which Rosario has often been the scene. As I have before said, the port presents quite a busy appearance, but there are no facilities in the way of wharves and landing places, which would be a vast convenience to traffic, as everything has now to be done by boats. Some gasworks are in course of erection on the riverside, but owing to bad foundations or want of care, the chimney fell down, and only the skeleton walls appear. It will be a great blessing to the town and suburbs when they are lighted with gas, as on dark nights perambulation is difficult even with the aid of the miserable oil lamps at present in use. There is an American missionary chapel near the railway station, and recently the nucleus of an English Protestant congregation has been formed under the auspices of the Reverend Mr. Combe, appointed by the South American Missionary Society. Service is just now performed in a room, but efforts are being made to build a chapel, as the number of English residents continues to increase. Mr. Combe also holds service at Fraile Muerto, where some 60 Englishmen reside on farms within a few leagues of each other. I had occasion to visit the Protestant burial ground at Rosario to attend the funeral of a young Englishman who died under melancholy circumstances, and was sorry to notice that it presented a very forlorn aspect and was situated in a very inconvenient locality. Many interments took place here during the cholera, which was very fatal to foreigners as well as to the natives, who were decimated, and the works of the railway were also retarded by this terrible scourge. Before closing my notice of the railway, I may add that I had an opportunity, through the kindness of Mr. Woods, the company's engineer, of inspecting the plans of the new railway station, and of going over the ground, which will be enclosed to the extent of 3,200 feet in length, with a fine river frontage on the Paraná, where there is a depth of 18 to 20 feet of water close alongside. This will be a great facility in dealing with the river traffic. As regards the materials for the use of the line, they have all been landed on their own wharf and drawn up an incline, as the bank on which the station stands is at a considerable elevation above the river. Eventually, I believe, it is the intention of the company to facilitate both the passenger and goods traffic by means of landing wharves, which would be a great saving of expense and time. One thing is very certain, that the Rosario station will be the finest and most complete in South America. End of section 13, read by Claudia Caldi.
Section 14 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The Western Railway of Buenos Aires. I had a very pleasant excursion over the Western Railway as far as Mercedes, in company with some friends. Mr. Emilio Castro, government superintendent of the railways in the province of Buenos Aires, to the government of which this line belongs, accompanied us, and he kindly provided a very luxurious saloon carriage for the occasion. We left the Parque station at 8 a.m., going over some curves of a formidable nature and along streets until we came to the company's goods station and workshops. The latter are on a very extensive scale. After this, we got fairly on the main line, which is single, except at certain stations where the trains cross each other. How any engineer could have been bold enough to construct such curves, or the government could allow locomotives to run through the streets, it is difficult to conceive, as there must always be much risk both to the train and to passengers. There are also some heavy gradients before the goods station is reached, which increases the danger, but people seem to have become familiarized with it. For the first 12 miles to Flores Station, the country presents a succession of quintas, or country houses, many large and picturesque, and Flores itself is quite a large and extensive town, though merely a suburb of Buenos Aires. The town is called San Jose de Flores, and near it is a large Anglo-Argentine school where the train stops. Flores Station is a very good one, capable of being doubled, with a peculiar pattern of light ornamental roofing inside. In the summer season, the traffic to and from Flores is very considerable, and there is also a large resident population. After leaving Flores, we got more into the open campo, with plenty of cattle, sheep, and horses about, and numerous farm buildings, until we reached Floreste Station, close to which is a large, fanciful-looking building, originally intended, I believe, for a hotel, but it does not appear to have been successful as a speculation. San Martin is an important station, diligences and carriages being in attendance to convey people to the neighboring villages of San Justo, Santa Lucia, and San Martin, one of which was called Rosas Saladero, from the number of victims he is said to have sacrificed there at a prison established for his political enemies. Near this station are some fine, handsome quintas belonging to the Madero family, the country being well wooded, with many farms, and the same features are observable as far as the Morón station, near which the Battle of Caceres was fought, which decided the fate of Rosas. There is a theater close to this station, and Morón is quite a large town, having grown up under the influence of the railway. A public road runs in proximity to the line for a distance of some 15 miles, which is very objectionable, and the rails might just as well have been laid a few squares apart from it. After passing Morón, we got more into the open campo, with large flocks of sheep, droves of cattle, and horses feeding all around, until we reached the ancient Spanish town of Merlo, which has a church with a little steeple very like that of a village church at home. There is a nice-looking 2-storied house there, built by Mr. Boyd, planted with trees, showing they will grow well enough if people will take the trouble to plant them, and I understand Mr. Boyd was the first to introduce the gum tree, which now flourishes in many gardens in the neighborhood. A branch line is shortly to be constructed from this place to Lobos, some 40 miles southwest, through, I am told, a very rich part of the province, and from which district a large traffic is expected. A river called Las Conchas runs near Merlo, crossed by an iron bridge, the first I have seen on the line, there being only open culverts where the line crosses streams or watercourses. The next station we came to was Moreno, a new town built since the opening of the line. Midway between Moreno and Lujan is a small station called General Rodriguez. Lujan is one of the oldest towns in the province, a river of that name running past it to the Parana, joining the little stream of Tigre, the terminus of the Northern Railway, whence passenger steamers go up to Rosario. There is a large station and warehouse at Lujan, where a quantity of wheat was being loaded into carts to be ground in a mill called the Mill of the Virgins, a name which I conclude arises from an anecdote recorded as to the formation of the town. A traveling expedition, it would seem, while conveying an image of the Virgin, came to a standstill here, nor could the animals be made to proceed until the image was left on the spot. So it remained, and to this day it is a place of great religious festivities, and express trains are run from Buenos Aires on these occasions. Whatever may be the real facts of the case, the Lujan mills grind good flour. The wheat is grown in Chivilcoy, the present terminus of the Western Line. It is small, but hard. It was to Lujan that General Beresford sent a detachment in 1807, when the first attack was made on Buenos Aires, arising out of the war with Spain, and which was subsequently renewed under such disastrous circumstances by General Whitelock. I merely make this allusion to show that at that time it was a town of some importance. The little station of Oliveres comes next, but is yet only in course of erection in the midst of an immense open campo, with large flocks of sheep and plenty of cattle to be seen in all directions. A fine stream of water crosses this part of the campo. The thistles, about which we hear so much, abound in most parts of the campo, but the dry season has kept them down, and they do not rise much above the surface, nor do they appear to prevent the growth of grass suitable for sheep and cattle. No donkeys are seen in this country to luxuriate on the abundance of thistles, and very few mules, horses being generally used and very badly treated. Their dead carcasses are frequently encountered, as when used up, they are turned adrift to die in the campo. A few miles further brought us to Mercedes, a town of some 12,000 inhabitants, the terminus of the railway before it was lately opened to Chivilcoy, an extension of 40 miles, making a total distance of 100 miles now open, and the number of stations denotes the amount of traffic carried on by this railway, for which it has a stock of 420 wagons and 20 locomotives, besides passenger cars, chiefly the large American description. The Western Railway was originally a small passenger line to San Jose de Flores, but was afterwards continued and opened by sections, the point for goods traffic only commencing at the great open square called the 11th of September, where the goods traffic in bullock carts has always been carried on. A large number of bullock carts still find their way to that market. We remained at Mercedes to enjoy an excellent lunch provided for us by the station master, who resides there with his family, as going on to Chivilcoy would have entailed the loss of another day, and having to sleep there with probably limited accommodation. The station at Mercedes is a very fine one, with iron pillars and a corrugated roof brought from England, also a large roadside shed for the locomotives, workshops, etc. The large area of ground occupied by the station must be with a view to future requirements. Omnibuses and a diligence were waiting to convey passengers to the town, which is near the station, and to distant places. We did not go into the town, as it looked rather dusty and our time was limited, having to return by a special train at 1:30. We rode some distance back on the engine, making 21 miles in 35 minutes over part of the campo, and reached the Parque station at Buenos Ayres about 5 o'clock, or 3.5 hours for a distance of about 60 miles. But we had to wait at 2 stations for the up train to cross, besides calling at most of the other stations, all of which involved a good deal of delay. The engines have to water frequently, and there was a scarcity of coal, so they were obliged to burn slack mixed with cinders, causing some difficulty in keeping up steam. It must be admitted that the government have shown real energy and determination in prosecuting this railway, which is of great benefit to the province, and I believe well managed, yielding a good return for the capital invested. The rails used on this line are the Barlow, and they are in very excellent condition after being down several years. The line from Mercedes to Chivilcoy is laid with Griffin's rails, which I understand are not so rigid as the Barlow. There is no wood suitable for sleepers in this part of the country. It is intended to carry on the line to the north end of Buenos Ayres, and to build a wharf out to the river, thus enabling the company to land and ship goods without passing through the city, which will be a great convenience and save expense, besides the advantage of opening up communications with the other railways by such a branch line. Eventually, there is to be a central station on the beach for all the railways, so that goods and passengers can be conveyed from one to the other. As already observed, a branch is to be made from the Merlo station to the town of Lobos, and no doubt it will be carried further in that direction so as to develop the resources of the country. All this will require time and a large outlay of money, for which the government is not prepared now, but it is sure to be accomplished later on, with many more urgent improvements required in this large and growing city. We had a very fine day for our excursion, and enjoyed it much thanks to the kindness of Mr. Emilio Castro, who made ample provision for creature comforts and was exceedingly attentive. Mr. Allen, the engineer for the line, was also of the party, and gave us much valuable information. He has been many years out here, and with his brother has worked his way to an important and responsible position. In the appendix will be found a very interesting description of the workshops of the Western Railway, which we extract from the columns of the Buenos Aires Standard, an influential paper extensively circulated in the River Plate. End of section 14. Read by James T. Oligney. Section 15 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Buenos Aires, second notice. The more I look over this great city, the more I am struck with its increase, as well as the luxury by which it has been attended, evinced in the style of building and in the private establishments, some of which are really on a princely scale. Speaking of public buildings, I do not much admire the opera house, called the Cologne. It is badly formed and the decorations are too heavy. The gas lights are ugly, being plain jets instead of small gas chandeliers. They give a very commonplace look to the whole. The tiers of boxes look too much like boxes and ought to be light and open, suited to the country. The entrances and corridors are also very rough and nearly as bad as the unfinished theater at San Paulo, though the design of the latter is infinitely superior. On the other hand, the secondary theaters are cheerful little places, and the new music hall, built by private subscription, is a model for lightness and elegance. I attended an amateur concert there and was much pleased. Some 50 ladies and gentlemen forming the vocal strength, aided by a large instrumental orchestra. It was a sight not often seen at home, where la mauvaise honte would prevent so agreeable a gathering. The large hall was quite filled and the program gone through most systematically. In alluding to this building, I may remark that it is precisely of the same dimensions as the new River Plate Bank, being by the same architect. This bank occupies a large corner area of one of the most central streets in the city and can vie in architectural effect with many of the new buildings in Lombard Street, with the advantage of being much better seen. The churches have often been described, and the cathedral is now a finished, handsome building, very well kept up both externally and internally, and religious observances and masses are very frequent. The clubs of Buenos Aires hold a conspicuous place in connection with politics, and they occasionally afford opportunities for beauty and fashion to meet at the balls held in them. The Progreso occupies the first rank, the La Plata the second, and latterly a club called Del Parque has been established. I was up the country when the Progreso ball was held and missed the invitation, as well as that for the temple, but attended the ball of the La Plata, where 500 or 600 ladies and gentlemen were collected, a very gay and cheerful meeting, where all appeared to feel at home and enjoy themselves. South American society has the charm of being free from the stiffness and formality which exists in aristocratic society at home. The ladies, however, add great elegance of dress to their personal graces, which are very considerable, and they dance with great ease. With reference to the female population of Buenos Aires, the fetes held on the anniversary of independence, 25th of May, present an excellent opportunity for seeing them to advantage out of doors. The weather was fine, and the Plaza Victoria, as well as the leading streets, was filled with well-dressed ladies, particularly at night to see the fireworks. The ladies go about very freely, those who keep carriages or can afford to hire them, generally driving a short way out of town when they are not visiting their friends. Society in Buenos Aires is decidedly of the free and easy, friendly style, and characterized by much hospitality. The democratic element in the Constitution naturally stirs up a good deal of political feeling, but I do not find this to affect the private relations of life so much as might be expected. Party spirit runs high, and the young Republicans especially are very bitter towards those who differ from them, but of late years political animosity has not been stained in the Argentine Confederation with crimes such as those which have prevailed at Montevideo. The continuance of the Paraguayan War and the alliance with Brazil have lately been the great bone of contention, and shows itself on the eve of the election of a new president, on the result of which the future peace of the country may more or less depend. I looked over the museum, where many fine antediluvian specimens found in this country are preserved, together with a variety of curiosities in natural history, animals, birds, etc., the whole being under the superintendence of Dr. Burmeister, who is a very superior man, and I believe remains there more for his love of natural history than for the remuneration attached to the office. He has traveled much over the South American continent. Numerous fine hospitals exist in Buenos Aires, both native and foreign, and the English one, which I visited in company with Mr. Boyd, chairman of the committee, and the Reverend Mr. Ford, is a very good establishment, well deserving of support by the British community and by our own government. The hospital was formerly an old quinta, and is beautifully situated at the east end of the city, overlooking the river, the Boca, Barracas, and the country round as far as the eye can reach. It has been greatly enlarged, forming 3 sides of a square, the fourth comprising a neat fever ward, run up last year for cholera patients, and it proved of very great utility. The wards on both the ground floor and upper story are kept very clean, and Dr. Reed, the medical attendant, resides on the premises, having occupied his position for 6 years. The building and the ground are the property of the hospital and have much increased in value, but the difficulty is in meeting the annual expenses, which can only be done by voluntary subscriptions. What is required to keep up the establishment properly is a small tonnage rate on British ships, and inasmuch as sailors derive the chief benefit from the hospital, I cannot see why this should not be done. The expenses attendant on such an institution in a foreign country are considerable, if it is to be kept in a state of efficiency. Formerly there was a tonnage rate of this kind levied on British shipping, which may have led to some abuse and been done away with from some ignorant impatience of taxation, but there is no valid reason why shipping should not contribute to the support of hospitals, from which, as I have already observed, it derives the greatest amount of benefit, and without which sailors would be exposed to great hardships. One of the disadvantages of the Spanish system of building their towns and cities in square blocks is that it creates a sameness in the streets, and narrows the approaches to them, leaving no scope for great leading thoroughfares, so that there is a constant turning of corners, and but for the names being pretty generally posted up, it would be difficult for strangers to find their way. In reply to inquiries as to any particular house or locality, you are generally told that it is so many squares off, so that taking the right bearing or departure you can easily find out what you want. Then the houses are legibly numbered, which, combined with their plan of municipal taxation, ought to render a correct census easy, but there seems to be some strong objection to numbering the people, which I cannot account for, and to this day no one is able to tell you the population of Buenos Aires with any certainty. Some calculations only giving 100,000, others 150,000, and even as high as 200,000. I believe the last to be a great exaggeration. Probably the mean of 150,000 is nearest the mark. Again, the extension of the city by squares leads to the closing up of places for which a greater space should be left. As an instance, the English burial ground was quite in the country when first made, but the city is fast encroaching upon it, and a notice has lately been given to have it removed, against which a strong feeling exists, as the ground was purchased and is the property of foreigners, so the only plan to be adopted, if any alteration is made at all, will be to close the ground to future interments, the municipality giving a piece of land a mile or 2 further out. This, again, has its inconveniences, as the streets leading to the present burial ground are almost unapproachable in bad weather, and beyond their limits it would be still more so. I visited the English burial ground, which is pretty well kept up, but the huge square family vaults are very unsightly, and will be rendered useless in case the burial ground is removed to another quarter. The great native burial place called Recoleta, adjoining a church of that name, is full of monuments of all kinds, some on a most elaborate and costly scale, little temples, in fact, where the dead are laid on shelves, visible through glass doors. The cholera visitation compelled further addition to be made to the ground, which is in a very rough, disordered state, where medical students would have full scope if they were at a loss for subjects. Altogether, the municipal regulations of the city are very defective. An effort is now being made to obtain an adequate supply of water, and some works are in course of erection on the shore in the front of the Recoleta on the plan of Mr. Coghlan an engineer who has been long resident at Buenos Aires. The works will supply a number of fountains in the city, but no project is yet on foot to carry the water into private houses, which are supplied from their own patios, where there is generally a well or large tank underground which collects the rainwater. A number of plans are before the government for draining the city, one of the most urgent and imperative of wants, and without which it is impossible to maintain the public health. It is no wonder the cholera has made such ravages, and everyone dreads a revival of it, or the appearance of some other scourge during the next hot season. These mysterious visitations are warnings to large populations that they cannot violate sanitary laws with impunity and force lethargic municipal bodies into action. No city could be more easily drained and sewered than Buenos Aires, but it requires a large outlay of money, which the government can ill afford at present, and I believe the municipal and provincial taxes are already at their maximum. House rent is very high, and with the exception of meat, all the necessaries are dear. Luxuries are especially high-priced. One is forcibly reminded of our old watchmen by the prevailing practice in South America of having what they call serenos, who go round calling the hour, some of them with most sepulchral voices, and they are about as useful as our Charlies were, only they are armed with a sword and apt, I believe, at times to resort to it very improperly. In other respects, the system of police appears to be pretty good, and considering the mixed and heterogeneous population, with many bad characters about, there are less disturbances in Buenos Aires than I expected, though, as a matter of course, many complaints are made as to the deficiency of police regulations. I was about the streets and suburbs of the city at various hours of the night, and never met with the least molestation. The city is well lighted with gas, only it is stated that the present works are inadequate to the supply, and another company is about to be formed. The charge for gas is extravagant. I am told about 24 shillings per 1,000 feet, and as a matter of course the shares are at a very high premium. One of the most thriving occupations in the city appears to be the hire of carriages and horses. There are numerous large establishments of this kind, as well as for the building of carriages. The latter, as a rule, are handsome and commodious. There are regular stands in the open squares, and cars are in attendance at the railway stations. For some time, I could not make out what a great clatter of horses coming through the city about daylight meant. It sounded like a troop of cavalry, but I afterwards found it was the hired horses going to water at the river. Indeed, horses are almost amphibious here in consequence of doing so much work in the river carts, and one day I saw an omnibus brought down on the shore to be washed and cleaned, rather a novel performance. River storms are not of common occurrence, but they occasionally take place with great violence. It had been hot and oppressive before, but it came on to blow heavily on Sunday night, and next morning the river had risen some 12 feet, the waves dashing on the beach in a most alarming manner, and the whole of the low ground between the city and the Boca was under water, with part of the Boca Railway washed away, as well as a portion of the northern line, interrupting, of course, the traffic on both. It was a curious sight to see the waves dashing through the willow trees which are planted along the shore, and for a time suspending washing operations. Many houses on the low ground were invaded, and the wooden ones built along the Boca on piles looked like great bathing machines. The iron seats placed on the shore beneath the willows were knocked over and covered with seaweed. The storm lasted 2 or 3 days, during which no communication could be had with vessels either in the inner or outer roads, and steamers were compelled to run for the Tigre to land their passengers, also lighters with cargo, the whole forming a scene of much excitement and putting an entire stop to business. It delayed the departure of our steamer several days. After the gale subsided, we had some fine sunny days, and the river fell as rapidly as it had risen. This gale was not what is termed a pampero, being from the southeast, beating on the shore. A pampero frequently follows after it from the southwest, or off the shore, causing the river to fall again. The changes of climate here are sudden and said to be unhealthy. During the 2 months I was in the river until the occurrence of the gale, nothing could be more delicious than the weather. Cool, with bright sunshine and any amount of exercise agreeable. The nights were occasionally frosty, with ice in the mornings in some places. Dust storms are terrible things during the summer, but happily are rare, and generally the forerunners of a pampero, accompanied by heavy rain, which refreshes the thirsty soil. Droughts are serious afflictions to the sheep and cattle, which often perish from their effects. Water is the great desideratum for the campo, and without it the prospects of the estanciero are blighted. As I have said before, the Banda Oriental is less subject to drought, being more undulated and better watered, but the pampas, or plains of Buenos Aires, grow a more nutritive grass and rear finer sheep and cattle. During my stay at Buenos Aires, the provincial chambers met, as well as the national chambers, and I attended a sitting of the latter, where an unusual excitement prevailed owing to a motion put on the books as to the retirement of President Mitre from office, and whether or not this would put an end to the alliance entered into for carrying on the war with Paraguay. The building is small, exactly like a theater, minus the stage, and was crowded to excess by strangers. The pit, or lower part only, used for the business of the Senate. There was so much demonstration from the galleries as to promise a stormy meeting, but when the speeches began the speakers were patiently listened to, with occasional cheers by their respective supporters, at which the president rang his bell. Dr. Quintana and others maintained that their views were correct, and that the retirement of President Mitre would put an end to the alliance. The government, represented by Señor Elizalde, Minister of Foreign Affairs, maintained the contrary, and defended his colleagues with considerable acumen and ability, the result being that nothing was got by the motion, and things remained in statu quo. The custom is for members to speak sitting upon their benches, which greatly detracts from their oratory, and must be very inconvenient, as you can only hear a voice and are puzzled sometimes to know where it comes from. On another occasion, when the Senate was in committee with explanations going on, half a dozen members would be addressing or interrogating the minister at the same time, which appeared very absurd as well as unfair, it being impossible to reply to more than one at a time, or, at all events, to collect the observations of half a dozen members speaking in the same breath. Señor Elizalde, however, defended his position with much coolness and ability, and was assisted by his colleague Dr. Costa, Minister for Education, etc. The audience became so troublesome on another occasion that the senators decided to meet with closed doors, having only reporters present, rather a trial to democratic forbearance, but it did not seem to produce any sensation out of doors. As in our own Parliament, a great loss of time is caused by the professional speechmakers, and the business of legislation retarded accordingly, as they only sit in the day in these countries. Whether or not such an arrangement would suit in St. Stephen's is another matter. Outside and apart from public sittings, no doubt a deal of intrigue and jobbery takes place in South American assemblies, as in other countries, but I think on the whole their legislation is fair and conducted with moderation. There is not the same value in loaves and fishes to operate with, nor the same amount of honor and reward to look forward to as in England. Besides, the members of government out here are very poorly paid, so they are obliged to look to their professions, mostly as lawyers, unless they happen to possess private fortunes. Republicanism is not endowed with more gratitude than royalty, and deserving men who have faithfully and zealously served their country are too often left in the cold shade and forgotten in both cases. The provincial assembly meet in another part of the city, where all the provincial business is carried on. It was formerly the town residence and headquarters of Rosas, from which many a bloody mandate has been issued. The municipality occupy large premises in the plaza, attached to the old Spanish cabildo, or prison, on which the date of 1722 is still to be seen. End of section 15. Read by James T. Oligney.
Section 16 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Progress of steam navigation on La Plata. If there is one subject more than another on which I am entitled to express an opinion, it is that of steam navigation on the great South American rivers, and especially as regards the fluvial waters of the La Plata. In my book, published in 1854, pages 314 to 316, occur the following remarks. There are sentiments, however, which the reader may naturally think are not very pertinent to a purpose like the present, and not exactly in keeping with an occasion expressly connected with the commercial opening up of those streams by the instrumentality of English enterprise in a form so indicative of progress as steam. So too thought the writer after a moment's rumination of the cud of sweet and bitter fancy, for he reflected that these magnificent regions, first discovered by Cabot, English born and bred, though of Venetian parentage, had stagnated not under the rule of that good old and famous man, but under the rule of those in whose service he had found out a river which might, indeed, have proved worthy of the name the avaricious Spaniards had bestowed upon it, La Plata, the river of silver, had they been imbued with a particle of the spirit which has converted icy Labrador, the first territory discovered by the same glorious adventurer, into a comparatively industrial paradise. I augured, I hope with no unjustifiable audacity, that now the descendants of Cabot and of his companions had been brought into direct relationship with the people of the Paraná, something would be done to render that Mississippi of the South not altogether unworthy of some slight social and political comparison with the northern father of waters, before many generations should roll by, and I deemed it a not altogether impossible contingency that the younger members of our crew might live to cast anchor in certain riverine ports hereabouts, amid the forest of masts and funnels belonging to all the maritime states in the world, not one of which countries but may find produce of some kind or other profitably suitable to its markets on these fertile shores. I will leave it to my readers, acquainted with what is going on at the present time, to say whether my views were too sanguine. It may be said that the war in Paraguay has hastened the development of steam navigation up the rivers, which is true enough, but at the same time I am satisfied that without this war there would have been steady progress, particularly had the policy of the despotic ruler of Paraguay been in a pacific direction, encouraging instead of throwing every difficulty in the way of free transit to the country lying beyond Paraguay and into the interior of Mato Grosso. The exigencies of a war of the nature carried on for the last 3 years, where the troops, ammunition, and supplies of all kinds had to be sent forward by steam, would naturally create active employment for steamers, and it has tended to familiarize navigators with every nook and corner, sandbank, and other impediment that may have existed unknown to any of them. The war at an end, steamers will be organized to run to the different towns and stations, in response to the requirements of traffic, as well as to facilitate postal communications so much needed in those countries. And Rosario, being the terminus of the great Central Railway, must of necessity become the rendezvous of all river steamers ascending the Paraná, the Uruguay having already a pretty good organization in this respect. In a country so widespread and so dependent on internal communication by rivers, steam is now a primary necessity, and therefore it may fairly be assumed that this will be one of the first objects of the government, as well as of the Central Argentine Railway Company, the latter to facilitate traffic to and from their line, and to regulate the departure of their trains, a matter of much moment to travelers. It may in truth be said that steam navigation on the waters of La Plata and its affluents is only in its infancy, dating from the commencement of the Paraguayan War. One of the great requirements of civilized life is rapid intercourse, not only for persons, but for correspondence, and the task of arranging the latter is one that must be strongly pressed on the government by commercial bodies who are so much interested in the question. Brazil sets an example in this respect that other governments ought to follow. In process of time, telegraphic wires will doubtless be added to steam facilities and probably be carried across the Andes to join the west coast line to Panama in connection with the Great Atlantic Cable to England. When I remember the sensation created by the little Argentina and her trip to Rosario in 1853, I must say the progress of events has indeed been rapid. To this day, the Argentina is remembered at Buenos Aires and Montevideo, and her subsequent loss was regarded as a serious calamity. I subjoin in the appendix some particulars showing the increase of steam tonnage in these waters, which will be interesting to those who contemplate visiting the regions of the La Plata. In connection with the upriver steam traffic, the Northern Railway to the Tigre is a great facility, as passengers can walk on board the steamers without encountering the often disagreeable boating at Buenos Aires, and the passage through what is called the Capitan is very pleasant, but if the railway was extended a few hundred yards further to the bank of the river Luján, it would be far more convenient, as large-sized steamers would then resort there, and also vessels with cargo for Buenos Aires to be sent on by rail. The Tigre is so small and so shallow that a few steamers block it up, but the Luján is wide and deep, and it might be made a valuable adjunct to the port of Buenos Aires, at present suffering so much for want of accommodation. In my general report on the railways, this subject will be again alluded to. End of section 16. Section 17 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Railways in the River Plate. There are two classes of railways in the Argentine Confederation, inaugurated by provincial and the national governments respectively. I will begin with the province of Buenos Aires, as the railroad system has there acquired the greatest development. The first line established was the western, which has now reached the town of Chivilcoy, a distance of 100 miles from the city, and it is proposed to effect a further extension to the frontier port of Melinque. I need not repeat here the details already given in reference to this enterprise. Next in importance comes the Great Southern Railway, 71 miles in length, which was made by an English company under a government guarantee of 7% on £700,000, but the capital actually raised was £750,000, the contractors taking £50,000 in unguaranteed stock on certain conditions as to their participation in dividend. The expenditure has been further increased to nearly £800,000, owing to additional disbursements for goods stations and for increased rolling stock. The line was opened throughout in December 1865, and the traffic has gone on, steadily augmenting with improved receipts, the result of the first year showing a net profit of nearly 3%, the second year a fraction over 5%, and the present year promises fair to reach the 7% guaranteed by the government, where it will be self-sustaining and free of all the drawbacks necessarily incidental to a condition of dependence on state aid. This enterprise has a prosperous future before it. The great question which remains to be decided has relation to an extension of the line further south, or in a southwesterly direction, so as to intercept the large amount of traffic which still comes forward by the ordinary bullock carts. One disadvantage of the Southern Railway consists in its chief station at the Plaza Constitucion being so far from the central points of the city, which are only partially reached by a tramway, but this ought to be extended, and even then it will be difficult to meet the requirements of passenger traffic. The following particulars are taken from a private letter sent home after a very pleasant trip over the line, accompanied by the local committee and manager. My first step after arrival here was to visit all the railway stations, as they are generally a pretty good index of what is behind them, and I found the Great Southern far in advance of all the others as regards provision for the traffic it has to carry on. The money which has been spent in shed accommodation was only an absolute necessity and is of the practical character which quite meets the case. The single-roofed shed into which the wool is discharged from the railway trucks on one side and taken out from the other is most convenient, and to look at the sheds, which are divided into compartments and all numbered, you might fancy yourself at one of the warehouses of the London docks with which you are familiar. The booking offices, refreshment rooms, etc., occupy the center of the station, with the platform in front for passengers, the warehouses occupying the two wings. There is also a goods receiving shed with stabling for horses used on the tramway. The only thing I see in the distance is that more station room will be required. Leaving the station by a double line of rails, you soon cross the handsome bridge over the Riachuelo and arrive at Barracas Station, situated near the center of a large population and connected with the Boca, where a large portion of the business of the port of Buenos Ayres is carried on, the place being studded with saladeros and large warehouses, where the produce of the country is deposited, a great drawback being the abominable stench arising from dead carcasses and offal strewed about, and nests of piggeries which are allowed to locate spite of all municipal regulations to the contrary. After leaving Barracas, the line strikes at once into the campo or open country, the first 10 or 15 miles being studded with quintas or farms and establishments of one kind or other, when you reach the great plains covered with sheep, cattle, and horses, and at this time the pastures look green and healthy, though at the same time they could do with rain. The line is nearly a dead level with a few curves, the stations well built and commodious, and of a very durable nature, easily added to if required. In fact, I do not see how a railway in this country could be better adapted for its work. The rails, permanent way, as well as the rolling stock, all appear to be in good order. Although the line may be said to traverse a sea of land, it does not pass close to any town of importance until it reaches Chascomús. There were many more estancias, farms, in the distance than I expected to find. We saw Mr. Glue and Mr. Donceller, after whom two stations are called, in propria persona. The Somburambon Bridge, crossing a river of that name, is a fine work, and at the Chascomús station are evident signs of considerable traffic, with machinery for hoisting the bullock carts on to the railway trucks after their wheels are taken off, and the cart with its contents, wheels included, brought into Buenos Ayres. Chascomús itself is a large straggling town, situated close to a picturesque lake, on the banks of which Mr. Crawford, agent for Messrs. Pedro and Betts during the construction of the line, built himself a large comfortable house, now converted into an hotel, at which we enjoyed a very good dinner. During the career of Rosas, Chascomús was a military station, and many people from the neighboring districts came to spend some months of the year at the town, but its glory in this way has departed, and it does not look like a very go-ahead place at present. On the whole, I returned much impressed with the soundness of the undertaking and the favorable prospect before it. The Northern Railway, originally called the San Fernando, has been very unfortunate from its birth, arising in a great measure from its being made on a strip of land adjoining the river, where it was subject to inundations in consequence of sea storms. Had it been carried over the bank within a few hundred yards to the left, it would have been entirely out of the reach of such casualties, an instance of which occurred a few days before I left Buenos Ayres, when a portion of the earthworks was again washed away. Soon after my arrival out, I made a trip over the line, accompanied by Mr. Crabtree, the new manager, Mr. Ford, locomotive superintendent and engineer, Mr. Santa Maria, consulting local director, and Mr. Horrocks, the traffic manager. The station at the Retiro is a plain, modest building which answers the purpose well enough, though rather open and exposed. The locomotives and carriages are in limited number, but sufficient apparently for existing wants, as the large American carriages hold many passengers. A tramway for the most central point in the city, passing along the beach, carries the passengers to and from the station in a much more convenient manner than to any of the other railways, and there can be little doubt that if the line could be rendered safe from the encroachments of the river on the occasion of great storms, fortunately few and far between, it would be a very prosperous enterprise, as it affords accommodation for the most populous suburb of the city. It also touches a branch of the river where a large portion of the steam traffic is likely to be concentrated. I found the rails in tolerable order and altogether more life in the concern than I had expected, considering the drawbacks, financial and otherwise, with which it has had to contend. The first station is Palermo, the old paradise of rosas, but which is now allowed to go to ruin and decay, the beach from the Retiro to Palermo being almost entirely monopolized by what has been termed an army of washerwomen. The next station is Belgrano, where Mr. Matty, the great steamboat agent, has a most fantastic quinta, glittering in green and yellow colors, but of what style of architecture it would be difficult to determine. Nevertheless, it is a pretty place, and evidently no expense is spared to keep it in order. It is, however, too close to the railway. Directly opposite is the hotel of Mr. Watson, where I can testify to a first-rate dinner being provided for those who want a little relief from the closeness and monotony of the city. After Belgrano comes San Isidro, near which are also many handsome quintas. There are 2 or 3 other stations before arriving at San Fernando, about which there is a large scattered population. Here a new branch is being made to the Paraná by a small company of which Mr. Hopkins is the head, the intention being to build a new wharf and some warehouses there, but I question whether the enterprise will ever arrive at maturity, as the most natural point for the construction of such works is undoubtedly the mouth of the Rio Tigre on the Luján River, as I have previously observed. At the latter place we found some dozen steamers, chiefly of large size, lying moored alongside the banks where there is deep water. At the Tigre station is a good restaurant, kept by a Frenchman, who provided us with a comfortable breakfast, and after 2 or 3 hours spent in a boat looking about the river and rambling over the neighborhood, we returned to Buenos Ayres much pleased with our trip. The Boca Railway is a small line made to connect the city with the important districts of the Boca and Barracas. It was laid on the beach and is not unfrequently partially washed away by the river storms. The Boca is quite a little port on the banks of the Riachuelo, where lighters discharge and load, and where small craft are also built. Amongst other establishments there is that of the Messrs. Cáceres, the largest lighterman in the place, which is at all times very busy and generally crowded. A branch of the railway goes on towards Barracas, where an old wooden bridge crosses the stream, rendered exceedingly filthy by the refuse of the celaderos finding its way into the water. The effluvia arising from this cause are of a very offensive nature. Attempts, however, are being made to cleanse and deepen this valuable river, but the slow pace at which improvements are carried on here will probably postpone the event to a future generation. Most of the houses about the Boca are of wood, and are built on piles to avoid danger from floods, but there are also many large stone edifices in which produce is stored. A few days before I left, the river storm laid nearly the whole locality under water, destroying a portion of the railway and of course stopping the traffic. The replacing of the rails is not, I understand, a very formidable undertaking. The whole line, which is only 3 or 4 miles in length, including the branch to Barracas, ought to have been built on piles or led through an iron viaduct so as to be out of the reach of the floods, and under existing circumstances, not to speak of the cost of repairing the permanent way, the traffic is interrupted at the very time it would be of the greatest utility. The original plan, and that for which the concession was obtained, was to connect the Boca and Barracas with the city, running a branch to Ensenada, where it was proposed to form a new port, but this part of the scheme is still in embryo. Where the line is really of utility and would carry a large traffic, is from the custom house to the Boca and across the bridge higher up to Barracas, where the government are making a large swing iron bridge to replace the old dilapidated wooden one now in use. An iron viaduct is about being laid to connect the Boca Railway with the custom house. If properly constructed, the Boca Railway would command the whole traffic of this district and direct communication may be established with the northern and southern railways. But a large additional capital is required before this scheme can be realized. The bulk of the Boca traffic is carried on by carts under great disadvantages and at a heavy expense, and it is a painful sight to see the poor horses struggling through the mud or toiling under the lash up the steep, miserably paved streets which connect the beach with the warehouses and depots at the southern end of the city. In fact, everything in the way of locomotion is carried on under great difficulties, and the detention of shipping in the outer roads is a serious matter. When the river is low, the beach is covered with carts galloping backwards and forwards, bringing cargo from the lighters or taking produce to them, the horses up to their girths in water and sometimes swimming. Many of the carts have a hollow bottom made watertight to prevent damage to the woods, and at times, when there is not water for boats to the mole, passengers have still to embark or disembark in carts, as was the case when I last visited Buenos Ayres. Both this mole and that to the custom house, for which the latter is exclusively used, have been built since that time, but to show the great want of accommodation which still exists to carry on the trade of the port, there are upwards of 300 custom house depots in different parts of the city besides the custom house itself, and at the north end a large market is being converted into a depot. In fact, the trade of the port has entirely outgrown the facilities for its reception, the whole, as at Montevideo, being in a great state of confusion. On the subject of railways generally in the Argentine Confederation, there cannot be a second opinion that it is through their instrumentality the future development of the country must be looked for, and it is to the credit of General Mitre that so much has been done during his presidency, especially the great work of the Central Argentine Railway, which more than any other measure must tend to link together the provinces of the Confederation and strengthen their union. So soon as the line is open to Cordoba, the communication with the western provinces will be speedy, and produce will find its way to that city as a central point, thence to be brought down to Rosario, Buenos Aires, or Montevideo, comparatively at great saving of time and expense. At present, the cost of transit absorbs a large part of the total value, the effect of which has been to discourage any notable increase of production beyond the necessities of local consumption. The railway will, in addition, afford a more easy mode of locomotion and will greatly promote intercourse, while emigrants can be at once conveyed to distant places where their services are required. On every ground, therefore, the promotion and extension of railways is the first duty of President Mitre's successor, and it is to be hoped Señor Sarmiento will not be remiss in this respect. At all events, the way has been paved, and a good example set. The only other railway to notice, and which I've had not an opportunity of seeing, is a small one from Puerto Raiz on the Paraná to Galway, a distance of about 6 miles, which was constructed by Mr. Coghlan for a sum of £20,000, or about £3,380 per mile. I believe it is very useful and returns a fair percentage on the outlay. End of section 17. Section 18 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Emigration to Brazil. Both the government and the people of Brazil feel the necessity and the value of promoting immigration to the fullest extent. Experiments have been tried, small colonies of Europeans founded in some of the southern provinces, all of which have been more or less successful. In my account of the province of San Paulo, I have alluded to the settlement of Germans on the coffee plantations of Sr. Vergueiro, and to the desire of other large owners of property to follow his example. I also instanced the case of a little colony of Germans at Juiz de Fora in the province of Rio de Janeiro, which I had an opportunity of seeing, and there are besides in this same province other colonies on a larger scale. Various efforts have been made by individuals in other parts of the empire to introduce foreign labor. Slave labor is of course an impediment to the more general influx of Europeans, but where lands are set apart and arrangements made for the location of colonists, there is no reason why the latter should not succeed and form the nucleus of a large future population. The assistance and pecuniary cooperation of government is of course required to effect any decided progress in this direction, and considering that every laborer brought into the country contributes to the national revenue as well as to the national production, the primary expense of passage money is soon repaid. Many of the high tablelands of Brazil are admirably adapted to agricultural purposes, the climate, owing to elevation, being also favorable to European settlement. Enormous tracts of such land are at the disposal of the executive, but it needs some outlay in order to prepare the way for emigrants, as they cannot be expected to pioneer, as in the case of the United States, on account of their ignorance of the language and the difficulty of access from the port of debarkation. The time is fast approaching when slavery must cease to exist in Brazil, and it behooves the government to anticipate this event by the introduction of free labor. It is morally certain that the Negroes, even if they settle down under their new condition, will not labor so constantly as when in a state of servitude. The government ought, therefore, I repeat, to adapt itself to the exigencies of its position and encourage by every means the accession of European agricultural laborers of a suitable class. Large landowners, whose estates are now only partially worked, might devote a portion of them for newcomers and, in connection with the central and provincial governments, attain the desired end. Financial difficulties caused by the long war with Paraguay may be pleaded as an excuse for neglecting this great question, but the very drain that has thus taken place of men and money only renders the case more pressing. I believe the Emperor entertains the most enlightened and practical views, both as regards doing away with slave labor and replacing it by the introduction of emigrants, but the trammels of war expenditure and the degree of attention the struggle demands on the part of the ministers prevent their inauguration of measures which all must see are inevitable if the empire is to prosper as heretofore. In our own colonies, the colonial governments have naturally been the chief promoters of immigration, from exercising, as they do, full control over their own revenues and over public lands. But in Brazil, the impetus must first come from the action of the central government, which receives and distributes the provincial revenues after payment of provincial expenditure. In the southern provinces of Brazil, the cultivation of coffee and cotton offers the greatest scope for European labor, and the province of San Paulo alone is capable of wonderful development as respects the growth of these two important articles if only proper means are adopted to provide augmented manual power. The northern provinces present greater difficulties from the nature of the climate, which is more adapted to a people like the Chinese than to Europeans. There is, however, an objection to this industrious race in consequence of their desire to return home when they have accumulated a little money. A further introduction of the African race as free laborers would be very advantageous. Though this might be a great gain to the Negroes themselves, whose lives in their own country are at the mercy of such wretches as the sable king of Dahomey, philanthropists object to the removal of Africans from their native soil on any grounds, entirely ignoring the miserable existence they lead there and the barbarities to which they are subjected. But let slavery be once abolished in Brazil, and there could be no objection that I can see to their settlement in those provinces where their labor would be most useful, say from the river Amazon down to the province of Bahia. This, however, is only a casual remark, and does not come within the scope of my present inquiry, namely, as to the best mode of introducing European labor into Brazil. As I have already pointed out to the government, the passage money of emigrants must be paid or advanced, the selection of them must be carefully attended to, and on reaching Brazil, they should be sent on immediately to their ultimate destination, where suitable accommodation should also be provided against their arrival. Every necessary arrangement can easily be made if the government and landed proprietors would take some trouble and show their practical earnestness in the matter. There is an emigrant's home or temporary abode in Rio de Janeiro, where proper attention is paid to them, and an officer, Dr. Galbao, is especially appointed by government to look after this department. I quite intended to have visited this establishment, but was unable to do so. I had, however, a conversation with Dr. Galbao on the subject of emigration generally. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Immigration to the River Plate. No country in South America is more favorable placed or presents a greater field for European labor than the River Plate, notwithstanding the drawbacks which have to some extent retarded its progress and injured its character. It has an advantage over Brazil in the absence of slavery, and is of milder climate, though it's very hot during the summer months, as I experienced when at Montevideo in January last, at which time the cholera was at its height. A friend who has resided in Buenos Aires for 2 or 3 years, chiefly out in the Campo, has thus recorded his experience of the average temperature. 20 days were very cold, 45 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit. 182 days were moderate, 55 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit. 60 days were warm, 75 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit. 45 days were hot, 80 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. And 58 days were intensely hot, 85 to 105 degrees Fahrenheit, all totaling to 365 days. The thermometer in exposed places reaches 110 Fahrenheit in the shade, but such cases are very exceptional. He also adds as follows some very useful remarks as to clothing. Flannel shirts are best. Woolen jars should also be used. For working, clothes of such color as will not show the dust are best. The thickness of clothes for summer wearing may be very much the same as would suit in England during hot summer weather. They should be waterproof before being made up. India rubber coats, although very useful in the winter, are ruined in hot weather, and stick together and tear so as to be useless. Good English boots are not to be had, and are therefore very useful. As to food, he says, be careful about eating and drinking, especially when newly landed, and avoid as much possible unnecessary exposure to the sun. Fruit should not be taken in quantities at first. Peaches are said to be best and most wholesome. I may add from my own experience that where it is intended to frequent the Campo, a pair of good riding boots are very necessary, and a rough pea jacket would be a very good companion in winter. In town, cloaks are much worn, and in the Campo, chiefly ponchos. The boundless tracts of open country are in great measure occupied by sheep and cattle, and do not require much of the labor of man, but sheep farming have been carried to a large extent. The price of wool has much depreciated, and sheep can be bought very cheap. In consequence, agriculture is now much more attended to, and will require labor. Good wheat can be grown in most of Argentine provinces, and now forms a staple commodity which may be increased to almost any extent where railways afford the means of easy transport, and so soon as there are sufficient laborers to cultivate the soil. Indeed, there is no reason why wheat, as well as Indian corn, should not be largely exported, and I believe this will be the case in a very few years. Wheat crops are liable to injury from drought, but the price obtained for the product is a very remunerative one, and it is not subject to losses by depreciation as frequently occurs with sheep and cattle. Foreign settlers in distant provinces have of late been much damaged by Indian raids, to prevent which the government has done very little, owing to drain of soldiers for the war and to internal discord. But this plague is merely a temporary one, and nothing would tend more to remove the evil than a larger increase of population, of which the country stands greatly in need. Emigration at present goes on to a limited extent, but chiefly of the class suitable for cities and towns, and not for an agriculture or country life. Several colonies founded under arrangements with the provincial governments of Santa Fe and Entre Rios are prospering, and those in the fine province of Cordova will also do well when national government is able to repel Indian inroads and protect the settlers. Many young Englishmen have settled in Cordova during the last 4 years, with more or less capital, and have bought land particularly near the line of Central Argentine Railway, naturally looking to government for protection, which unhappily has not been effectively extended. In many cases their stock has been carried off by the savages, and their prospects seriously injured. They are now turning their attention to agriculture, and have every reason to think they will be successful. Numbers of young men have come out to the play with little or no resources, expecting to find employment on sheep farms, and failing this, have fallen into bad habits, often wandering about the country and undergoing great hardships and misery. To do any good in such a country, steadiness of character is the most essential quality, nor is it at all safe to trust a chapter of accidents. It is only by well-organized arrangements and great perseverance that newcomers can expect to overcome the difficulties attending the settlement in a new country, the very extent of which a disadvantage until such time as the influx of population and the formation of communities do away with these inconveniences. The Chilean government have lately made a contract with the Hamburg House for sending to the port of Lodi Swiss, Tyrolese, and German immigrants on a principle that may be adopted with benefit in relation to the River Plate. These immigrants must be provided with good characters, vised by the Chilean consul at Hamburg, and on their arrival at Lodi they are to be sent on to Arauco by the government and placed in possession of their land, according to the terms of the Chilean law lately published. The colonists are to be furnished between deck passages, and they will be allowed 1 ton of measurement for every adult, and half a ton for each person under 12 years. And they are to be treated on board in conformity with the Hanover Passenger Act. The government also agreed to pay $40 or 8 British pounds for the passage of each adult, and $20 for each child under 12 years of age. The contract is to last for 4 years, and if the scheme should be met with favor in Germany, the government agreed to contract for 100 families for the first year, 150 for the second, 200 for the third, and 300 for the 4th year, with liberty to contractors to exceed these numbers to the extent of 25%. It appears to me questionable whether the contractors can afford to take immigrants that distance for £8 passage money, but probably the nature of land concession is an inducement to families possessing some means to augment this sum, in which case it becomes a scheme of assistant passengers on terms arranged between immigrants and contractors. It is, however, a step in the right direction, which other governments will do well to follow. At Montevideo, there is an immigrant office under the management of a respectable committee, where every information is afforded as to employment, but there is no home or asylum. At Buenos Aires, there is a miserable building on the ground floor called an asylum, where immigrants are allowed to remain 4 days. It seems to have been formerly a large stable, and it is indeed more fit for horses than human beings. It wants both ventilation and cleanliness, the latter at all events easy to provide, but, considering the vast importance of emigration to the country, a more appropriate place might be maintained at very moderate cost. It is not necessary nor desirable that emigrants should on landing find themselves so comfortable as to care little about removing, but there is a medium between this and the dirty place open to them at present. Of course, the sooner the emigrants are sent off to the locality where their labor is required, the better. If ever there was a time when sheep farming ought to offer advantages to the newcomers, it is the present, when the value of sheep has fallen so low that land may be stocked for a very small sum as contrasted with former years, and land itself can be bought or rented at considerably less than formerly. This has inflicted great loss upon the older residents, Indeed, the result has been sometimes so disastrous that sheep farmers here and there are giving it up altogether, and others putting as much of their land as possible under tillage. Everything is therefore in favor of new settlers, who may choose to try their fortunes in this particular line. Only they must make up their minds to rough it for a few years, and be content with the life in the campo. The consumption of an article like wool can never be subject to any Lenten depression, and with railway facilities there will be increased means for utilizing the carcasses of sheep by boiling down or otherwise disposing of them. On the other hand, in ordinary course of things, more land would be put under cultivation, and agriculture as well as sheep farming is destined to play an important role in the commercial history of River Plate. As I have already remarked, the want of population is a great drawback under which this country now suffers, and is an impediment to progress in every way. This can only be remedied by emigration receiving the direct aid as well as the encouragement of government. It is not sufficient that a few stray people find their way up a country, but centers of population and labor should be formed in the most productive parts of every province, which would lead to agricultural progress and eventually the formation of new towns and cities. The mere extension of existing cities will never bring solid wealth to the Argentine Confederation, nor develop political stability. End of section 19. Read by Venkata. Woodbury, February 19, 2024.
Section 20 of Brazil on the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Railways in Brazil. Unfortunately, the promoters of railway enterprises in Brazil entered into with British capital have looked more to the guaranteed interest offered by the government upon the money to be expended than to legitimate sources of traffic, out of which a dividend might be earned. All the Brazilian railways, with the exception of the Little Mauá at Rio de Janeiro, and to which reference is made in my former book, have been created since 1853, the first in order and time being the Recife, or Pernambuco, about which there has been so much controversy between the company and the government. Before submitting any comments of my own, I will quote the following from the report lately issued by the Minister of Public Works, Senor Dantas, upon this and the other lines. The document is official and therefore worthy of reliance. The annexed gives the length, receipts, and expenses of the railways in 1867. The receipts and expenses of the San Paulo Railway include only 9.5 months. Table, 8 rows and 4 columns. Row 1. Name, Don Pedro II. Kilos, 197.4. Receipts, 2,523,796,781 reals. Expenses, 1,117,034,992 reals. Row 2. Name, San Paulo, kilos 139.0. Receipts, 1,236,423,702 reals. Expenses, 305,140,286 reals. Row 3. Name, Pernambuco, kilos 124.9. Receipts, 599,331,445 reals. Expenses, 414,772,537 reals. Row 4. Name, Bahia, kilos 123.5. Receipts, 263,323,292 reals. Expenses, 517,870,760 reals. Row 5. Name, Gantagallo, kilos 49.1. Receipts, 709,222,555 reals. Expenses, 365,830,300 reals. Row 6. Name, Maua, kilos 17.5. Receipts 297,595,347 reals. Expenses 172,297,628 reals. Row 7. Total kilos 651.6. Receipts 5,599,693,122 reals. Expenses 2,892,955,503 reals. End of table. These figures leave a balance of 2,706,737,610 over the cost of working. D. Pedro II Railway. With the Macacos branch, the length of this railway is 203 kilometers, 56.6 kilometers having been added during last year in its prolongations towards the station of Entre Rios. Failing to come to an agreement with the Compañía Minera for the extension to Porto Novo de Cuna, an offer was made by the Compañía Juneo y Industria to construct a cart road to that point, the final offer of this company being to make it gratuitously if certain favors were conceded to it. However, its offers were declined as a cart road was judged incompatible with the requirements of the railway. Under these circumstances, as the state of the finances did not permit the contracting for the extension, orders were issued to give it a commencement by administration, and at the present time the works of the first miles are tolerably advanced. A proposition to construct and work the fourth section has been received from capitalists and planters of the district it would serve, and it is now awaiting solution. The competition between the railway and the Juneo y Industria road being prejudicial to both, the directory of this road has proposed basis for a compromise as under: the Juneo y Industria road company to give up all its traffic between its station of Passe and Rio, receiving as compensation certain advantages, the principal one being the duration of its contract for 12 years, and the receipt of 120 rios on every arroba transported on the railway between Entre Rios and Rio, which it is estimated would give the company 324,000 rios annually, and transfer traffic of 2,700,000 arrobas, or 1,000,000 reas annually, to the railway. In order to facilitate this transaction, the company proposes to lease the railway for 12 years and pay a dividend of 4% to the government. It also proposes to make any extension determined on that to Porto Novo to be finished in 5 years, the government to furnish the money, and the company to receive no compensation for its trouble, except what would arise from the 120 reas the arrobo upon the traffic over the line from Entre Rios and Rio. On the completion of Porto Novo branch, the company would receive 2,000,000 reos out of the profits over the 4% dividend as an indemnity for any loss, rights, or advantages secured to it by the contract of October 29, 1864, and it would then commence the construction of the railway through the valley of the Paraibano towards the Serra of Mantiqueira, using for this purpose 4/5 of the net revenue received from the railway, 1/5 remaining for the company, this continuing until the end of 12 years, and if the company binding itself to make at its own cost the branch from Juiz de Fora to the railway station of Obel. If, however, the government judges it better to construct a system of macadamized cart roads, centering at Entre Rios, the company will then pay 6% on the railway and will construct within 4 years 20 leagues of the road to Porto Novo de Cuna and on the Barra de Pombo, and will within 6 years macadamize the Serraria road as far as Mar de Hispana, the road from the Paraibuna station to Flores, and that from the Uba station to Juiz de Fora, making also during the last 6 years of the contract the road to Barbacena following as much as possible the trace drawn for a railway and prolonging it to San João del Rei. Besides, the company will settle 2,000 families of colonists along the road from Uba to Juiz de Fora, and on that between Juiz de Fora, Barbacena, and San João del Rei. The company also binds itself to keep in order all the cart roads in construction transporting freight and passengers on them at the rates provided for the Juneo y Industria road, and, in addition to, deliver up to the government at the end of the 12 years the railway and roads in good condition. 3 proposals have been made for the prolonging of the railway to the waterside. That of the engineers, Senors Buljos and Pasos, proposes to bring the line to the Praia de Gamboa, and there construct large warehouses and furnish all facilities for shipping and landing goods. That of Senor F. B. Janssen, Lima, and others proposes to pass by a tunnel through the Livramento Hill to the Praia de Sade. That of Senor Feliciano Jose Henrique proposes to connect the Santa Ana station with the principal parts of the city wherein goods are now stored. The capital employed in the railway having been 27,525,957,816 reals upon the 31st of December last, its net income of 1,422,434,402 reals during the last year represents a dividend of 5.16% upon its cost, which percentage should, when the Entre Rios traffic assumes a normal condition, rise to 6%, in view of the greater number of stations now open, and if the União e Indústria freights pass over the line, there can be no doubt that the percentage will exceed 7% per annum. The following table shows the progress of the railway since its commencement. The Macacos branch is excluded, it not existing in the first years. Table: 4 columns, 10 rows. Column 1, year. Column 2, working. Column 3, revenue. Column 4, percent. Row 1, year 1859. Working 606,870,492 reals. Revenue 720,900,443 reals. Percent 84.18. Row 2, year 1860. Working 611,402,672 reals. Revenue 920,765,784 reals. Percent 66.40. Row 3, year 1861. Working 688,506,150. Revenue 1,073,731,050 reals. Percent 64.12. Row 4, year 1862. 800,934,211. Revenue 964,996,982 reals. Percent 82.99. Row 5, year 1863. Working 849,421,671 reals. Revenue 969,621,542 reals. Percent 87.6. Row 6, year 1864. Working 964,199,300 reals. Revenue 1,211,615,205 reals. Percent 79.57. Column 7, year 1865. Working 1,088,133,594 reals. Revenue 1,756,148,520 reals. Percent 61.96. Row 8, year 1866. Working 834,057,521 reals. Revenue 1,848,783,351 reals. Percent 45.11. Row 9, year 1867. Working 1,082,283,327 reals. Revenue 2,506,836,961 reals. Percent 43.17. Row 10, net revenue of 1867. 1,422,434,402 reals. End of table. The stations opened during 1867 were Uba on May 5, Paraíba do Sul on August 11, Entre Rios on October 13. Bahia Railway. The shareholders of this railway continue to suffer the consequences produced by the excess of expenses over receipts. Last year's balance showed an increase of 12,867,764 reos in receipts, and of 24,383,445 reos in expenses, giving a deficit of 218,630,092 reos, more by 11,515,681 reos than the preceding years. This result is no doubt disheartening, but meantime I await the report of the commission I authorized the President of the province to appoint, whose investigations must have revealed the latent causes of this state of things, in order to take such measures as may be recommended for the purpose of placing the enterprise on the footing reclaimed by its and the public treasury's interests. The construction of the feeding roads judged necessary for the improvement of the traffic could not be carried on rapidly owing to the financial condition of the province. The register of cattle established at Alagoas is estimated to give the railway a further traffic of 24,000 bullocks and to augment the receipts by 40,000 reos. In my opinion, however, the only measure which can save the capital employed in the railway is its prolongation, but unfortunately those causes subsist which counseled me to postpone surveys for the prolonging of this and the other railways, with the exception of the Dom Pedro II line, whose existing conditions are different. The debt of the province of Bahia to the national treasury for advances on account of the 2% guarantee was estimated at 1,516,862,220 reos, up to the first half of last year, and at present must be more than 2 million reos. Pernambuco Railway. Notwithstanding the elements of prosperity which the company already counts on, and those which the future reserves for it, its financial position is not at present satisfactory, nor have its shares been able to obtain in London quotations worthy of the destinies awaiting it. To such result that false position has contributed, besides other things, in which the company has been placed by the various operations through which the company sought to obtain its capital. As you know, part of this capital enjoys the guarantee of interest, another part was obtained by a loan effected by the imperial government, and finally a third fraction furnished by the shareholders runs the risk of not realizing the least return for a long time. The question of the increase of guaranteed capital in discussion between the imperial government and the company must indubitably have aided in augmenting the embarrassments in which the company flounders. It would be very proper to put an end as soon as possible to every question delaying the prosperity of an enterprise whose capital has contributed largely to the development and riches of the province of Pernambuco. It is needful to give a definite settlement to that question of the increase of the guaranteed capital of this railway, which has been submitted to your deliberation. The Directory in London is constantly reiterating its reclamations for a final decision. As we do not possess the needful means for undertakings of this kind, it is of much importance to us that foreign capital, which comes to try and to explore, may obtain advantages that may encourage other enterprises. On the other hand, it is of very great interest to the state that companies which enjoy a guarantee of interest may prosper in such a mode as to dispense with a guarantee, the company having to meet the next payment of debenture bonds, whose time was ending, and neither having funds in hands for it nor the power of raising them in London. It recurred to the imperial government asking for a loan of £40,000, but this the government could not grant, as it was not duly authorized. The question of the prolongation to the city of Recife has occupied my attention, especially since the engineer of the company presented the plans and estimates for the realization of the project. According to them, the direction of the line should run parallel to the streets of Santa Rita, Nova, and Praia, and the cost is estimated at £5,000. Although the company comprehends the advantage it should obtain by this prolongation, it is not disposed to undertake the works without a guarantee on the capital expended, or without some other pecuniary assistance. The advantages which this work will produce for the agriculture and commerce of the province, and the small sacrifice which its execution asks from the public coffers, dispose me favorably towards it, and if, as I hope, the examinations I ordered into those plans and estimates do not change my opinion, I will at a proper time authorize a contract for this improvement. In accordance with the dispositions of the law, I authorized the Imperial Legation in London to lend the sum of £15,000 to the company, to be employed in increasing the rolling stock. The company proposing, however, to accept the loan without interest and to amortize the principal with the excessive revenue over 7%, I declared the proposal unacceptable. The revenue diminished by 47,917,011 reos from that of the preceding year, it coming to 599,331,445 reos. The expenses, on the contrary, rose from 364,134,259 reos in 1866 to 414,772,537 reos, an increase of 50,638,270 reos occurring therefore in 1867. This double result is partly explained by the diminution of the traffic in consequence of bad harvest in the localities profiting by the road, and partly by the need to promptly carry out the repairs of the road. Although it is desirable that this result had not occurred, it should not suscitate serious apprehensions for the future of the railway. Santos and Jundiaí Railway. This line was inaugurated on the 15th and opened on the 16th of February 1866. This road at once commenced to show an extensive traffic, which, augmenting day by day as the planters became convinced of its superiority over ordinary methods, prognosticates most brilliant destinies to it. However, notwithstanding its evident inferiority, the common road still maintains a serious competition with the railway, and takes from it a part of the products which are sent to Santos from the interior, inasmuch as, out of 1,004,779 arrobas, at which amount the total traffic is estimated, 611,818 go by the railroad, and 392,961 by the highway. Despite this competition and the difficulties with which every enterprise struggles, at first, however well organized, the gross receipts of the Santos and Jundiaí Railway, since its opening up to the end of 1867, rose to 1,236,423,702 reas, thus giving more than 4 3/4% upon the capital employed. It may be presumed that, when the short-life competition referred to is overcome, and when the line is extended to Campinas, taking into account the natural increase of production in a province so favorably placed, the revenue would soon double, thus freeing the treasury from the onus of the guarantee of interest. The Santos and Jundiaí Railway is, therefore, one of those amongst us which promise best, and perhaps it may be considered the first industry undertaking of the kind, if the Serra service, by means of inclines, does not exact a constant outlay which will diminish the revenue. During the past year, the trains of the road transported 176,081 passengers, namely, first class, 19,078.5, second class, 26,033.5, third class, 130,952, season tickets, 17, total 176,081. The plan of Engineer P. Fox for the extension of the line to Campinas having received the preference over the other traces presented to the ministry in my charge, the president of the province undertook to promote a company of planters and capitalists to carry this important benefit into effect. The company having the right of preference to the extension of the railway, I instructed our minister in London to obtain an explicit declaration from the Directory renunciatory of its rights, in order that there might be no further doubts or reclamations. The directors replied that the company expressly desisted from the right, and therefore the association could proceed with its measures for the realization of its object. In the opinion of Engineer E. Veratio de Medeiros, the amount of capital expended up to the 30th of July, 1866, amounted to £2,548,434, but for payment of interest due was estimated hypothetically at £2,650,000. The Provincial Assembly, having not empowered the President to pay the interest of 2% upon the guaranteed capital to which the province had bound itself, it was necessary for the National Treasury to take upon itself the satisfaction of the provincial promise. It is therefore requisite that the Provincial Assembly provide, in the estimate of this year, for relieving the public treasury from the charge upon its already too burdened coffers. It will be seen from these reports that all the guaranteed railways are exposed to difficulties arising out of the special character of the relations existing between the various companies and the government, and that Signor Sobraghi, the talented manager of the Dom Pedro Segundo Railway, has been sent to England to try to come to terms with the companies. In my opinion, however, nothing short of the government talking over the railways, giving in exchange a guaranteed stock, can ever meet the requirements of the case or bring these concerns out of their present unfavorable position. It would be useless to recapitulate here the causes of their failure. Certainly no fault can be laid to the charge of the government, which has acted in perfect good faith towards them, and done probably more than any other government ever did or would do to assist undertakings of this or any other kind. Rashness, ignorance, and bad advisers have led to most of their difficulties, and with such proofs of the mismanagement of railway directors on our home lines, no one will be surprised at the unsuccessful result of their management of lines abroad. As an evidence that railways can be made and properly managed by Brazilians, I need only refer to the Dom Pedro Segundo, a line quite as important as any in the country. In separate chapters I have referred to this railway and also to that in the province of San Paulo. I believe it would be greatly to the advantage of the rising generation in Brazil if the young men were trained to become engineers rather than lawyers or doctors, with which the towns and cities swarm. Brazilians are neither deficient in talent nor energy if properly brought out, and the employees of the Dom Pedro Segundo are chiefly natives. The splendid road to Juiz de Fora furnishes an example of this, and I regret time did not permit me to make another visit there, which Signor Mariano very kindly urged on me. Had it not been for the heavy expenditure of the Paraguayan War, the railway system of Brazil would doubtless have been much more extensively developed, and the provincial lines now in existence carried further into the interior, as it is impossible the latter can ever be productive of much revenue, or of much national benefit until they are prolonged to the chief centers of cultivation, which, as a general rule, lie upwards of 100 miles from the coast. The provinces of Pernambuco and Bahia both attach great importance to railway extension to the river San Francisco, but it does not appear from the report of Captain Burton, who lately explored that river, that it is likely to yield so much traffic as is supposed. The want of population is the great drawback to railways, and until this want can be met by immigration of some kind, a large amount of internal wealth must lie waste. My long detention in the southern part of Brazil and the River Plate prevented me visiting Bahia and Pernambuco, and judging from personal observation as to the state and condition of the railways there, or reporting on the new tramway from Cachoeira to the interior, which promises to be of great utility to the country traversed by it, as well as remunerative to the shareholders interested in its future. End of section 20. Section 21 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Commerce of Brazil and the River Plate. During the unfruitful dominion of Spain and Portugal, commerce with South America was limited to the exchange of commodities between the mother countries and the populations planted in the New World, revealed to Europe by the daring genius of the great Genesee navigator, and those bold spirits who after him traversed and explored strange oceans and seas unknown. The courts of Madrid and Lisbon adopted the most stringent measures for the preservation of their monopoly and to prevent commercial intercourse with their colonies by the subjects of foreign states. So successful were the means taken to this end that very little was known with certainty in England concerning those immense regions until after the War of Independence freed them from the yoke under which they had so long groaned. I need not in this place indicate all the causes that led to this great revolution, but there can be no doubt the example of our own American colonists and the principles disseminated by the French Revolution exercised a potential influence in stirring the South American communities to liberate themselves from the oppressive restrictions with which they were fettered. The marauding exploits of Admiral Drake and the rich prizes captured on the Spanish Main had given our countrymen some notion of the incalculable wealth of Chile and Peru, the Brazils, and the Rio de la Plata, and their erection into separate and sovereign states was hailed as the advent of a new and prosperous era for the commerce of both hemispheres. With a liberality and promptitude which will always be remembered by the various South American nations, the capitalists of Britain responded to their demands for pecuniary aid, and loans were freely subscribed to enable the enfranchised peoples to establish popular self-government upon solid bases. It may be said that this still remains to be accomplished, and the frequently recurrent revolutions in Bolivia and Peru and in some others of the nascent republics are certainly no manifestation of executive stability, but it must not be forgotten that their antecedents under the Spanish and Portuguese control were not of a nature to fit them for a wise and temperate exercise of political privileges. Year by year, however, with the growth of intelligence and the spread of education, the respective states are becoming less subject to internal and civil convulsions, and in this respect the rapid development of industrial and productive activity gives promise of a still more satisfactory condition of things in the proximate future. Since the abrogation of the monopolies of Spain and Portugal and the inauguration of free intercourse with South America, the commercial movements between that part of the globe and the maritime nations of Europe have assumed imposing proportions, and are every year increasing in value and importance. As elsewhere, England holds a high place both in the Pacific and Atlantic markets as an importer of products and an exporter of manufactured goods. Our Board of Trade returns show the magnitude of British interest in these countries and the necessity that exists for promoting the most cordial relations with the different governments. But at present I must confine my observations to Brazil and the River Plate, and from a reference to the returns in question it will be seen that the former is our largest South American customer, taking commodities to the annual value of £5,822,918, while we in return receive Brazilian produce of the annual value of £5,902,011. The River Plate comes next in order, taking English goods of the annual value of £4,405,548, while it sends to us produce worth £2,146,079. It will appear, therefore, that the total movements between this country and Brazil and the River Plate are respectively of the yearly value of £11,724,929 and £6,545,627. And here I may state, without going into particulars, that the entire commercial movement between England and the whole of South America reaches the no inconsiderable sum of £34,566,405. The above returns are for the year 1867. The Board of Trade returns, though they exhibit in figures surpassing eloquence in their convincing power, the extensive character of our own trading relations with Brazil and the River Plate, of course, convey only a partial idea of the commercial activity of the countries named. Brazil and the Argentine Republic both carry on a large business with other European nations. With regard to the first, it will be seen from the statistics we quote below that the empire has large transactions with France and the continent, as well as with the United States, to which the bulk of her coffee crop is shipped. In the budget of last year submitted to the National Assembly by the then Finance Minister, Senor Zacharias, I find the following. Commerce of importation, exportation, and navigation. The value of the import trade in 1866-67, according to the official data in the Treasury, was 143,483,745 real, 22,503,313 real, or 18.6% more than the average of the 5 years 1861-2 to 1865-6, and 5,716,903 real, or 4.1% more than 1865-6. This importation took place in the various provinces in the following proportion, which is compared with that of 1865-6. Rio de Janeiro, 1865-66, 80,709,067 real. 1866-67, 80,458,064 real. Over in 65-6, blank. Bahia, 1865-66, 17,598,941 real. 1866-67, 17,878,203 real. Over in 65-6, 279,262 real. Pernambuco, 1865 to 66, 21,083,655 real. 1866 to 67, 22,211,290 real. Over and 65 to 6, 1,127,645 real. Maranhão, 1865 to 66, 2,946,760 real. 1866 to 67, 4,028,383 real. Over and 65 to 6, 1,081,623 real. Para, 1865 to 66, 4,613,218 real. 1866 to 67, 5,396,706 real. Over and 65 to 66, 783,488 real. San Pedro, 1865 to 66, 6,514,928 real. 1866 to 67, 7,746,076 real. Over and 65 to 6, 1,231,144 real. San Paulo, 1865 to 66, 1,295,948 real. 1866 to 67, 1,546,755 real. Over and 65 to 6, 250,807 real. Parana, 1865 to 66, 154,083 real. 1866 to 67, 237,278 real. Over and 65 to 6, 83,195 real. Paraíba, 1865 to 66, 26,067 real. 1866 to 67, 99,446 real. Over and 65 to 6, 73,379 real. Ceará, 1865 to 66, 1,924,546 real. 1866 to 67, 2,586,973 real. Over and 65 to 6, 662,689. Santa Catarina, 1865 to 66, 449,246 real. 1866 to 67, 630,912 real. Over and 65 to 6, 181,066 real. Alagoas, 1865 to 66, 62,250 real. 1866 to 67, 219,537 real. Over and 65 to 6, 157,287 real. Sergipe, 1865 to 66, 63,177 real. 1866 to 67, 17,390 real. Over and 65 to 66, blank. Espírito Santo, 1865 to 66, 1,209 real. 1866 to 67, 2,116 real. Over and 65 to 6, 907 real. Rio Grande do Norte, 1865 to 66, 30,853 Brazilian real. 1866 to 67, 171,654 real. Over and 65 to 6, 140,801 real. Piauí, 1865 to 66, 293,157 real. 1866 to 67, 252,957 real. Over and 65 to 6, blank. Total 1865 to 66, 136,766,842 real. Total 1866 to 67, 143,483,745 real. Total over in 65 to 6,053,893 real. Diminutions occurred in Rio de Janeiro, 251,003 reals. Sergipe, 45,787 reals. And Pehui, 40,209 reals. Total 336,990 reals. The countries whence the importation came in 1866 to 67 were the following: Great Britain and possessions, 58,276,905,783 reals. United States, 4,300,628,878 reals. France and possessions, 22,023,196,953 reals. La Plata, 12,325,734 reals. Portugal and possessions, 5,580,451,780 reals. Hanseatic cities, 4,340,509,479 reals. Spain and possessions, 805,919,990 reals. Sweden, 222,194,583 reals. Denmark, 34,134,495 reals. Russia, 12,277,800 reals. Coast of Africa, 151,773,425 reals. Italy, 468,789,695 reals. Chile, 537,023,100 reals. Belgium, 1,333,855,778 reals. Austria, 910,268,440 reals. Holland, 3,017,850 reals. China, 23,400,000 reals. Peru, 680,000 reals. Ports of the Mediterranean, 29,744,000 reals. Ports of the Empire, 1,354,734,000 reals. Fisheries, 1,381,200 reals. Ports not mentioned, 30,747,145,332 reals. Total 143,483,745,290 reals. The value of the exports of native production and manufacture to foreign countries was in 1866 to 67, 156,020,906 reals, 21,516,502 reals, or 15.9% more than the average of the 5 years 1861 to 2 to 1865 to 6, and less by 1,066,652 reals, or 0.67% than in 1865 to 6. The countries whither the exports of 1866 to 7 went were the following: Russia, 460,660,717 reals. Sweden, 773,111,068 reals. Holland, 80,356,944 reals. Hanseatic cities, 4,816,242,458 reals. Great Britain and possessions, 37,283,974,040 reals. France in possessions, 18,582,278,631 reals. Spain in possessions, 165,387,149 reals. Portugal in possessions, 4,347,275,259 reals. Belgium, 328,485,841 reals. Austria, 61,381,600 reals. Italy, 734,400,624 reals. Chile, 414,903,411 reals. United States, 31,188,066,047 reals. La Plata, 7,014,207,881 reals. Turkey, 149,347,716 reals. Denmark, 913,630,980 reals. Coast of Africa, 448,869,272 reals. Channel, 16,511,659,000 reals. Ports of the Baltic and Mediterranean, 1,363,562,864 reals. Ports not known, 30,335,659,000 reals. Consumption, 42,642,178 reals. Total, 156,020,906,766 reals. The total of the direct importation and the national exportation abroad was in 1866-67, 299,504,651 reals, compared with 1865-66, namely 294,854,400 reals. There was an augment of 4,650,251 reals, or 1.5%, and if compared with the average of 1861-2 to 1865-3, namely 255,483,836 reals. There was an increase of 44,020,815 real, or 17.2%. The value of the importation with certificate, Carta de Guia, was in 1865-67, 24,902,670 real, 823,969 real, or 3.4% more than in 1865-6, 2,448,821 real, or 12.6% more than the average of the 5 years 1861-2 to 1865-6. The re-exportation in 1866-7 rose to 1,786,052 real, 447,993 real, or 33.4% more than in 1865-6, and 377,686 real, or 26.8% than the average of 1861-2 to 1865-6. The number of national and foreign vessels cleared in the foreign trade of 1866-7 was: entered 3,439 vessels, 1,245,214 tons, 51,450 men. Sailed 2,429 vessels, 1,496,274 tons, 49,655 men. Including nationals, entered 255 vessels, 43,579 tons, 1,953 men. Sailed 209 vessels, 47,703 tons, 2,174 men. The products of Brazil are very varied, but the principal articles and the relative positions they occupy in the commerce of the country will be seen by the estimated quantity and value of the exports from Rio de Janeiro for 1867, as stated in the official report to our Foreign Office by Mr. Pakenham. Coffee, quantity in pounds, 424,532,680. Value, 8,776,590 pounds. Sugar, quantity in pounds, 8,980,960. Value, 106,752 pounds. Cotton, quantity in pounds, 9,240,000. Value, 350,000 pounds. Rum, quantity in pipes, 3,865. Value, 40,000 pounds. Salted hides, quantity in pipes, 4,200,000. Value, 57,540 pounds. Dry hides, quantity in pipes, 250,000. Value, 8,250 pounds. Tapioca, quantity in barrels, 11,294. Value, 25,066 pounds. Horns, quantity in barrels, 116,860. Value, 1,519 pounds. Tobacco, quantity in bales, 51,615. Value, 154,845 pounds. Diamonds, quantity in otavas, 5,704. Value, 37,000 pounds. Total, 9,558,287 pounds. The exports from Pernambuco, Para, Bahia, Santos, and Rio Grande do Sul during the same period amount to about 7 million pounds. Mr. Pakenham in the same report also remarks, the Brazilian imports and exports for the last year for which there are customs statistics amounted to 14,348,374 pounds for imports and to 15,607,090 pounds for exports, and the total commercial movement with foreign countries had then increased 17% on the average of the preceding 5 years. The trade statistics of the Argentine Republic are quite as encouraging as those of its imperial ally. I have before me a valuable communication of Mr. Daniel Maxwell of Buenos Aires, addressed to the Sociedad Rural Argentina, in which he makes the following comparative statements as to the exports of produce during the periods mentioned. Dry ox and cow hides, from 1858 to 1862, 5,554,417. From 1862 to 1867, 6,798,152. Salted ox and cow hides, from 1858 to 1862, 1,972,755. From 1862 to 1867, 2,325,084. Dry horse hides, from 1858 to 1862, 305,057. From 1862 to 1867, 197,264. Salted horse hides, from 1858 to 1862, 780,190. From 1862 to 1867, 617,945. Bales of wool, from 1858 to 1862, 251,191. From 1862 to 1867, 608,706. Bolsas of wool, from 1858 to 1862, 7,456. From 1862 to 1867, 9,517. With the exception of horse hides, these figures manifest a very material and striking augmentation in the productive energy of the Republic. The proportionate distribution is shown in the annex tables. Dry ox, cow, and horse hides. Great Britain, from 1858 to 1862, 0.233. From 1862 to 1867, 2.816. France, from 1858 to 1862, 11.936. From 1862 to 1867, 8.054. Belgium, Holland, and Germany from 1858 to 1862, 25.847. From 1862 to 1867, 11.585. United States from 1858 to 1862, 29.029. From 1862 to 1867, 48.904. Italy from 1858 to 1862, 12.844. From 1862 to 1867, 10.562. Spain from 1858 to 1862, 18.011. From 1862 to 1867, 17.985. Sweden and Norway from 1858 to 1862, 0. From 1862 to 1867, 0.094. Totals of 100. Salted ox, cow, and horse hides. Great Britain from 1858 to 1862, 63.123. From 1862 to 1867, 45.484. France from 1858 to 1862, 12.592. From 1862 to 1867, 14.533. Belgium, Holland, and Germany from 1858 to 1862, 17.873. From 1862 to 1867, 31.807. United States from 1858 to 1862, 2.626. From 1862 to 1867, 1.889. Italy from 1858 to 1862, 3.482. From 1862 to 1867, 4.893. Spain from 1858 to 1862, 6.304. From 1862 to 1867, 0.408. Sweden and Norway from 1858 to 1862, 0. From 1862 to 1867, 0.914. Totals of 100. Wools. Great Britain from 1858 to 1862, 10.273. From 1862 to 1867, 7.235. France from 1858 to 1862, 27.508. From 1862 to 1867, 25.109. Belgium, Holland, and Germany from 1858 to 1862, 39.784. From 1862 to 1867, 45.433. United States from 1858 to 1862, 21.083. From 1862 to 1867, 20.340. Italy from 1858 to 1862, 1.303. From 1862 to 1867, 1.766. Spain from 1858 to 1862, 0.039. From 1862 to 1867, 0.030. Sweden and Norway from 1858 to 1862, 0. From 1862 to 1867, 0.087. Totals of 100. The number of sheepskins exported from 1858 to 1862 was 8,705,883, against 20,776,898 from 1862 to 1867. And with respect to the wool exported, it may be desirable to explain that a bale of wool usually contains 34 arrobas, and that 4 bolsas, or chiquas, are equivalent to a bale. According to this calculation, the export of wool from 1858 to 1862 reached 8,705,883 arrobas, against 20,776,898 arrobas from 1862 to 1867. The war with Paraguay, though it has undoubtedly pressed upon the financial resources of the Republic, has in no manner arrested its commercial, industrial, and fiscal progress. This is very clearly apparent from statistics furnished by His Excellency Don Norberto de la Riestra in connection with the issue of the recent Argentine loan contracted in this country to cover the balance of the extraordinary expenditure caused by the protracted struggle with Lopez. I quote as follows from the document referred to, the value of which will be obvious. The official value of the foreign trade of the Republic through the port of Buenos Aires alone in 1865 was as follows. Imports, 5,420,603 pounds. Exports, 4,399,355 pounds. Total, 9,819,958 pounds. In 1866 it was imports, 6,453,817. Exports, 4,605,942. Total, 11,059,759 pounds. The real value of the aggregate trade for 1866, including the other ports of the Republic, cannot be estimated at less than 16 million pounds and has continued since to augment. The declared value of produce and manufactures exported from the United Kingdom to the Republic in 1867 has amounted to 2,838,037 pounds, taking in this respect the lead of all the other South American states, Brazil only excepted. The export of wool, which is the staple article from the port of Buenos Aires alone, was as follows. Season 1863-64, 77,343,200 pounds. Season 1864-65, 104,688,000 pounds. Season 1865-66, 120,362,400 pounds. And the same progressive increase is observable in the other productions of the country. Referring to Brazil, every Parisian luxury is found in the cities, Rio de Janeiro being full of French shops, and the Rua de Ouvidor, one of its principal streets, is almost exclusively French. Of course, many important trades and industrial occupations are carried on, and in particular the manufacture of carriages, which equal in elegance and solidity those of any country in Europe. Iron foundries, iron shipbuilding, and other useful establishments also exist, but there are few cotton, woolen, or silk manufactories. Therefore, the commerce of Brazil is almost entirely one of exchange. As regards the River Plate, a large trade is maintained with France, Belgium, and other parts of Europe, where River Plate produce is extensively consumed. It is only necessary to look at the manner in which the ladies of Montevideo and Buenos Aires dress to form an idea of the extent of French imports to those places. There are no manufactories in the River Plate beyond such as have been specified in regard to Brazil, carriage-making being equally conspicuous. It is a feature in the Board of Trade Returns that Paraguay, which has of late years caused such a noise in the world, makes no figure whatever. Now, of course, it is under blockade, but previous to that event the figures were almost nil. Had the ruler of that country used his energies to produce and export 5,000 bales of cotton annually, for which article the land and climate are admirably adapted, what would have been the state and condition of Paraguay at the present moment? It is not requisite to enlarge on such a topic. Whilst advertising to the commerce of these countries and to their internal wealth, their mineral products must not be left out of sight, and in this respect Brazil possesses a great superiority from the steady workings of her gold and diamond mines, which have always been a source of considerable revenue, even though they are probably not yet very perfectly explored. To do this, it requires a large outlay of money and the enterprise of private individuals or public companies. Formerly, the mines were worked exclusively for the crown. The Argentine Republic has not yet given much signs of mineral activity, but there can be no doubt gold exists as well as silver in the Andine provinces, and when the railway is carried on to Cordova, we may hear a good deal more of the San Juan silver mines, to the development of which Major Rickards has devoted himself for so many years. In the Banda, Oriental gold has long been known to exist in the mountains of Canapiro, and the indefatigable Mr. Venkata has succeeded in forming a company of Montevidean shareholders to operate there. He is now in England obtaining the needful machinery and securing workmen for the mines. If successful, it will be a great boon to the country and may assist in providing a future metallic currency, from lack of which things now appear to be at a deadlock. It will be seen from this short summary how closely our commercial interests are identified with those of the countries referred to, and how desirable it is, as at present, that the most friendly relations should be maintained with them. Nor are these likely to be again disturbed. In every port and city in South America are to be found British merchants and representatives of the country, the latter placed there not as previously with a view to cavil, find fault and threaten, but to see fair play and justice impartially administered to British subjects. The doctrine of non-interference in the political squabbles of other countries is now generally adopted. Diplomatic meddlers are discouraged, and the post of foreign minister in South America is much more agreeable than formerly. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The River Amazon. As it has not been my good fortune to visit this mighty stream, I cannot, of course, speak of it from personal experience, but the Amazon is exciting so much attention in various parts of the world in consequence of the late voyage of Professor Agassiz that a brief notice may not be out of place here. Most persons have read Mr. Bates' very interesting work, The Naturalist on the Amazon, in which he has described in so graphic a manner the wonders of that country in the shape of animal and vegetable life. Since it was written, a great change has taken place in the future prospects of the Amazon by the politic step of the Brazilian government in throwing open its waters to the flags of all nations, from which will result much valuable information if it is not immediately followed by commercial progress to the extent that some sanguine writers have foretold. This act has called forth in Europe and America the most gratifying tributes and commendation of the unselfish attitude thus assumed by Brazil towards the commerce of the world. The American journals are especially unstinted in their praise. With regard to the probable consequences of this measure, one writer, the Reverend J.C. Fletcher, states as follows: The opening of the Amazon, which occurred on the 7th of September, 1867, and by which the great river is free to the flags of all nations from the Atlantic to Peru, and the abrogation of the monopoly of the coast trade from the Amazon to the Rio Grande do Sul, whereby 4,000 miles of Brazilian sea coast are open to the vessels of every country, cannot fail not only to develop the resources of Brazil, but will prove of great benefit to the bordering Hispano-American republics and to the maritime nations of the earth. The opening of the Amazon is the most significant indication that the leaven of the narrow monopolistic Portuguese conservatism has at last worked out. Portugal would not allow Humboldt to enter the Amazon Valley in Brazil. The result of the new policy is beyond the most sanguine expectation. The exports and imports for Para for October and November 1867 were double those of 1866. This is but the beginning. Soon, it will be found that it is cheaper for Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and New Granada east of the Andes to receive their goods from and to export their India rubber, cinchona, etc., to the United States and Europe via the great water highway which discharges into the Atlantic than by the long, circuitous route of Cape Horn or the trans-Isthmian route of Panama. The Purus and the Madeira are hereafter to be navigated by steamers. The valley of the Amazon in Brazil is as large as the area of the United States east of Colorado, while the valley of the Amazon in and out of Brazil is equal to all the United States east of California, Oregon, and Washington Territory, and yet the population is not equal to the single city of Rio de Janeiro or the combined inhabitants of Boston and Chicago. It is estimated that a larger population can be sustained in the valley of the Amazon than elsewhere on the globe. Explorations have already been commenced by enterprising men from the southern states of America, who have no doubt of the adaptability of the soil and of the climate on the banks of this noble stream for all the productions of the torrid zone. One of these pioneers, Mr. John W. Dowsing, has lately presented a most interesting report with respect to the resources of Para to His Excellency the President of that important province. May it please Your Excellency, I herewith have the honor to submit a succinct report of a recent exploration of a portion of the valley of the Amazon and some of the tributaries of the Amazon River by me, accompanied by Captain John B. Jones, George M. Sandage, Charles H. Mallory, and Charles M. Broom, and all under the patronage of the Imperial Government of Brazil. In accordance with instructions from the Minister of Agriculture to Your Excellency, I was furnished with transportation and one canto of race to defray incidental expenses, and letters to various officials within the province of Para to facilitate my explorations and secure as far as practicable every information I might desire in regard to the country, in order that I might more fully report to those of my countrymen in the United States who are now deeply interested in emigration. Myself and party, consisting of the 4 above-named gentlemen, left Belém on the 9th of November, 1867, on board the steamer Sore for Cometa on the Rio Tocantins. After several days' preparation, we ascended that river nearly to the falls. Returning, we ascended the Amazon and Tapajos rivers to the town of Santarém and surrounding country, thence to the contiguous islands and up the Tapajos, thence up the Amazon River to its junction with the Rio Negro to the city of Manaus. From Manaus, we made several excursions into the country. It was my purpose to go to Rio Branco, but utterly failing to obtain transportation, after remaining 22 days, I changed my course to Rio Matere and the lakes into which it leads. The information I obtained at the various places visited would doubtless be of great utility to the commercial world. It would open up a new market for the various productions and new fields for the employment of industry. The trade up the valley of the Amazon, upon the great river and its numerous tributaries, is very considerable. Its full extent and value does not appear in the published statistics of your commerce. The trade up this magnificent valley is susceptible of almost unlimited expansion. It stands alone in the inconceivable grandeur of its capabilities and the wonderful sublimity of its future destinies. This magnificent valley, with its wonderful and inexhaustible resources, will form a great avenue of commercial communication between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. It is an immense prolific theater for the formation of colonies. There is no doubt but that the best route for many manufactures from Europe and North America to Peru is through the valley of the Amazon. The productions of this wonderful valley are necessarily very diversified. They include all the tropical vegetables and fruits, many kinds of furniture and dye woods, many medicinal drugs, and in the elevated lands it is peculiarly rich in minerals. The great staples exported in which the commercial world is interested are India rubber, cacao, sarsaparilla, tobacco, hides salted and green, various vegetable oils, cotton, deerskins, isinglass, urucu, rice, etc., etc. The general surface of a great portion of the province of Para is even and undulating, while it is diversified with many rich campos and numerous beautiful lakes and streams, filled with every variety of fish and turtle. Elevated lands rising here and there impart variety, grandeur, and picturesque beauty to its scenery. To expatiate upon the beauty, capabilities, and resources of the numerous streams tributary to the great basin of the Amazon, the country margining these streams, the general characteristics of the inhabitants, etc., would invite and justify a voluminous report. I will content myself, however, with a few reflections upon the brilliant future that awaits this favored country. My investigations disclose that the valley of the Amazon is one immense forest of valuable timber, woods of the finest grain, and susceptible of the highest polish, adapted to cabinet purposes. For building vessels, there is no woods on earth equal to those grown in the valley of the Amazon. This is the country for India rubber, sarsaparilla, balsam, copaiba, gum copal, animal and vegetable wax, cocoa, castana nuts, sapucaya nuts, tonka beans, ginger, black pepper, arrowroot, annetto, indigo, dyes of the gayest colors, and drugs of rarest medicinal virtues. These immense forests are filled with game, and all the rivers and lakes are filled with fish and turtle. The climate of this country is salubrious, and the temperature most agreeable. The direct rays of the sun are tempered by a constant east wind, laden with moisture from the ocean, so that one never suffers from either heat or cold. I found the nights invariably cool enough to use blankets. With the succulent tropical fruits, the great variety of game, and the salubrious climate, this country is a paradise for the indolent man, for here he can maintain life almost without an effort. The geographical position of Belém gives it many advantages. It is in the direct route of vessels to or from European and North American ports, and the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Therefore, this city could be made a halfway station for vessels thus bound to receive orders. With an interior river navigation of many thousands of miles, with a soil of great fertility, and a climate which allows tropical vegetation to develop itself in all its luxuriance, with varied and inexhaustible mineral wealth, the provinces of Para and the Amazonas are especially marked out by nature to become the most wealthy country on the globe. Belém possesses the requisites for carrying on commerce on an extensive scale. The right steps have been adopted in inaugurating and securing a general commercial system for Belém by the establishment of the Amazon Steamship Company. In order to build up this city and country and make it what the future determines it to be, the mineral and agricultural resources must be developed. The slave population is being rapidly diminished by the war with Paraguay and self-emancipation. How is this labor to be resupplied? It can only be done by the immigration of the hard-working, industrious yeomanry of the United States and Europe. The surplus population of Europe and the disaffected citizens in the southern portion of the United States will find their way to this immediate section of the country. The great exodus will as naturally flow into the vast arable area of the valley of the Amazon as did the tribes of Asia flow into Europe through the passes of the Caucasus. Every advancing wave of population will lift higher and higher the gathering flood of human life, which the moment it commences to press upon the means of subsistence in their respective countries, must pour all of its vast tide of human beings into the great valley of the Amazon, and will eventually unite in one living chain of industrial life the waters of the Atlantic with the Pacific. This country as yet is but a wilderness, but the inexorable laws of civilization will at no distant day thread the labyrinthine mazes of this immensely fertile valley, and when teeming with industrious life it will pour into the coffers of the empire untold wealth, thereby giving this portion of the imperial government a significant second to no portion of the earth. The rich natural and agricultural productions of this valley must be poured out to the balance of the world. Upon the banks of each of the tributaries of the mighty Amazon, city after city will, as by enchantment, arise to export the productions of the soil of this favored country. The valley of the Amazon is yet to exercise a powerful influence on the political destinies of this empire. The future destiny of this valley is to be a glorious one, and fortunate the descendants of those who may now obtain a foothold and interest upon this soil. As already indicated, the true elements of future greatness lie in the substratum of industry. The valley of the Amazon must have labor to develop its resources. The cities of North America and Europe are crowded with young men seeking employment. The officers of European consuls in the United States are crowded with foreigners who have exhausted their last cent and are seeking for any kind of work. Let them come to the valley of the Amazon with agricultural implements and obtain a home upon these fertile lands. Those who are lingering around the crowded seaports of poverty and vice having no chance with others in the great world, should turn their attention to the valley of the Amazon, where a free homestead upon rich lands and with salubrious climate can be obtained. The prosperity of this country is the future welfare of all civilized nations. This country has everything to hope for. Nature has not been unmindful of its most precious gifts to this land. In the selection of lands, upon which it is my purpose to establish a colony, I will be governed by the advantages offered by the lands at Braganza over those explored. If the lands at Braganza are well watered and rich, its accessibility will decide me. The migration to Brazil of energetic and agricultural population from the former Confederate States of North America is still going on, and may produce hereafter a most beneficial effect on the destinies of the empire. On this topic, General Hawthorne and Mr. W. T. Moore have addressed some interesting remarks to the Brazilian Minister of Agriculture. The following is the concluding paragraphs of the communication to which I refer. The people of the South must emigrate, but how and where to? These are questions that may well engage the earnest attention of every government that desires to increase the number of its good and loyal citizens. Though there may be a few unworthy persons claiming to be from the late Confederate States, who have imposed and forced their lazy carcasses and worthless habits upon this kind and liberal government, we desire to say in the most emphatic and unequivocal terms that the great body of Southern people are not professional emigrants, who systematically cringe the knee and hypocritically kiss the feet of every monarch that will scatter among them the crumbs of charity. On the contrary, they are the remnants of a gallant race who, having struggled in vain to save their country from destruction and themselves from slavery, will, like Aeneas and his Trojan followers, gather round them their aged fathers and mothers, their wives, their children, their household gods, and, emigrating to some foreign land, lend their powerful aid in building up the country of their adoption and pushing it forward to a conspicuous place in the front rank of nations. They will carry with them their statesmen, their orators, and their men of science, and though they may carry little gold and silver, and but a few of this world's goods, yet they will carry with them rich stores of great and active thought, vast mines of unflagging energy and industry, immense treasures of practical and scientific knowledge in planting, navigation, commerce, and the fine arts. They will carry with them stout hearts, untarnished honor, and unconquered manhood, but above all, for that government which shall now extend its liberal hand and relieve them in this their hour of need, they will cherish that unshaken fidelity and loyalty that will uphold and maintain it in its prosperity, and rally around and die for it whenever its day of trial and danger comes. They are a race that have won imperishable honors in every walk of life, and upon every field of action that has ever been opened to human enterprise, and wherever they go in large bodies they cannot fail to add wealth to the coffers and prosperity to the land of their adoption. Having adopted Brazil as our future home, and believing, as we do, that it is better adapted to the wants of our people than any other country upon earth, we should rejoice to see the good and true people of the South emigrate in masses to this wonderful country. Hence, our anxiety that this government should fully understand the character, the capacities, and the habits of the Southern people. Since we have been in Brazil, we have reflected deeply upon this subject, and the result of our observations and reflections is that the people of the late Confederate States, being as they are, strangers to the language, habits, and customs of this country, cannot be completely prosperous or contented here unless they settle in colonies by themselves, and that, too, upon a scale sufficiently large to carry on successfully all the various trades and professions, to have their own schools and churches, in short, to relieve them from the necessity of learning a foreign language before obtaining complete success in their agricultural, manufacturing, or mercantile operations. We are also deeply impressed with the belief that in order to a full development of their energies as a people, and a successful renewal of those glorious triumphs in every art and science that once rendered them so illustrious, it is necessary they should be left as free and untrammeled in their action as the safety and dignity of an enlightened and liberal government will admit. We therefore respectfully suggest that, as an inducement for this heroic people to emigrate to Brazil in one vast body, bringing with them their greatest, their wisest, and their best men, bringing with them their household goods, their customs, their manners, their indomitable energy and unflinching courage, but above all, bringing in their bosoms the bright hope that their race is not yet run, but that a brilliant and a glorious future awaits them here, the government caused to be set apart and reserved for their settlement and use large bodies of the public lands, which may be selected by judicious and intelligent men, that these lands be surveyed as occasion may require, and sold in limited quantities at fixed uniform rates to that people alone, or to such as they may desire to settle in their midst, and that they be allowed full and complete religious toleration, as also the full rights of citizenship, whenever they shall take the oath of allegiance to the government, that each of these colonies, including such as are already established, as well as those that may be established hereafter, be made a congressional, military, and judicial district which, when it shall have the requisite number of inhabitants, shall be entitled to representatives in the national and provincial assemblies, choosing from among themselves, that so far as possible all their officers placed immediately over them be men speaking their own language, and familiar with their customs and manners, that all professional men among them who shall produce satisfactory evidence of good character and a reputable practice in the land from which they came, be permitted to practice their respective professions within the limits of the said colonies, without having to undergo rigorous examinations in a foreign language. In short, that every liberal concession be made that a true and loyal people could ask, or a wise and generous government could grant. Your Excellency need not fear the result. Ours is not a race that breeds either traitors or cowards. When we have once plighted our faith, dangers cannot weaken, nor bayonets break its clasp. Every liberal concession which a generous prince may grant, or an enlightened people sanction, will but strengthen our loyalty and increase our gratitude. We sincerely trust that Your Excellency will live to see the day when Brazil, renovated and strengthened by the infusion of this great southern element, will assume among the nations of the earth the very first place in prosperity, glory, and power, as she now holds the first in charity and true kindness to a brave but unfortunate people. That the policy of the Brazilian government with regard to her territories on the Amazon is in the right direction no one can deny, and it is in striking contrast with the proceedings of the ruler of Paraguay, who could, in the erection of his formidable strongholds, have had no other object in view than that of impeding, if he did not absolutely obstruct, the passage of the river Paraguay. Paraguayan advocates have, indeed, endeavored to show that the opening of the Amazon by Brazil was solely dictated by self-interested motives, but let the world look at the facts and judge accordingly. Many years back, the government largely subsidized a steam company to navigate on the Amazon, which it continues to support notwithstanding the pressure of financial difficulties. This company goes on prospering and adding to its fleet, and will now be still more useful in assisting foreigners to pioneer their way. Thus the country can be explored and settlements made. It is gratifying to hear the climate of the Amazon so favorably spoken of in the reports I have inserted, as at one time it was feared this would be a barrier to successful emigration. The emphatic language of the writers is not to be mistaken, and the government of Brazil will do well to afford to the active and go-ahead Anglo-Saxon race every possible encouragement in their emigration work. The city of Para is admirably placed, and its trade has largely augmented of late. In fact, it promises ere long to become the emporium of the northern commerce of Brazil, as Rio de Janeiro is of the southern. And when we glance over the map and see the enormous tributaries of the Amazon extending as far as the waters of the great La Plata itself, it is difficult to say what new sources of wealth may not be opened up from the countries through which these rivers flow. There are natural obstructions to be overcome, and tribes of Indians to be encountered, but the strong arm and the willing heart can conquer these difficulties, clearing their pathway through the forests to the fertile plains beyond. But little is yet known as to the Indian tribes scattered over the immense valley of the Amazon and its tributaries. That they are not numerous, however, is pretty certain, nor can they offer much resistance to the advance of the white man, when once the tide of emigration to that country is fairly set in. It would, of course, be politic to conciliate and make friends of the aborigines, but circumstances do not appear favorable to such an arrangement. By a recent Rio paper, it appears that a lightship is shortly to be placed at the entrance to Para, and that it had been successfully experimented upon outside the port of Santa Cruz in the presence of the Emperor. Alluding again to Professor Agassiz, I have had the pleasure of perusing his valuable narrative which, although containing much matter only of interest to naturalists and scientific people, conveys at the same time a wonderful amount of practical information, and from which a pretty correct idea may be formed of the probable or speculative future of the Amazon Valley. The Amazon, I may just observe, flows through the territory of the empire for a distance of upwards of 500 leagues, and in its course towards the ocean receives no fewer than 18 affluents of the first magnitude. The names are as follows. From the south, the Jingju, Tapajos, Madeira, Purus, Cori, Tefe, Miarua, Hayatubi, and Hayaveri, and from the north, the Seri, Peru, Trombetas, Numunda, Uatuman, Yoruba, Negro, Hayapura, and Isa. These rivers, from above the falls which exist on the boundaries of the provinces of Para and Amazonas, are collectively navigable by steamers for 7,351 leagues, not going outside the imperial territorial limits. In this total, navigation on the Amazon proper figures for 580 leagues, that on the basins of the principal affluents for 5,771 leagues, and that on the lesser tributaries, lakes, and canals for 1,000 leagues. As I have already remarked, the Amazonian network of navigable streams reaches to within a little of the La Plata riverine system. The sources of the Tapajos, flowing into the Amazon, are only separated by an inconsiderable strip of land from those of the Paraguay, flowing into the river plate, and, were these two rivers connected by artificial means, an immense section of the South American continent would be insulated by ocean and fluvial waters. This great work may probably remain undone for many years to come, but that it will be eventually accomplished I do not at all doubt. The progress of commerce and the development of enterprise in these countries clearly point to the ultimate realization of this magnificent result. Before passing to other topics, I will briefly notice another noble river of Brazil, the San Francisco, which traverses the central portion of the empire and waters the extensive and important provinces of Minas Gerais, Bahia, Pernambuco, Alagoas, and Sergipe. The Rio das Velhas, Rio Verde, Rio Grande, and the Paracatu are amongst its tributaries, and are all of them streams which in Europe would be regarded as of very superior size. The San Francisco is notable for its famous falls of Paulo Afonso, which witnesses of both have pronounced to greatly excel those of Niagara in their imposing majesty and grandeur. Above these falls there is an uninterrupted navigation of about 230 leagues, and below to the mouth nearly 50 leagues. There is not the slightest obstruction to vessels of respectable tonnage. A large part of the immense basin of the Paraguay, in the River Plate, also belongs to Brazil, in whose territories most of the principal rivers of that system have their origin, and numerous other streams, of more or less consequence, permeate different parts of the empire on their way to the sea. Several of these are capable of navigation by steamers for at least 100 leagues. End of section 22. Read by James T. Oligney.
Section 23 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Telegraphic Communication. The North American continent has now for some time past been linked to Europe by the electric wire, inaugurating what may almost be termed a new era of civilization, and the fact of laying the cable will live in history as long as the name of the Leviathan ship through whose medium this great result was accomplished. South America has yet to depend solely upon steam communication, but doubtless the means of magnetic intercourse will soon be supplied. Already a rival company has been formed to lay down a cable from Brest to America under privileges obtained from the French and American governments, and the great ship with her gallant commander, Sir James Anderson, is again to be called into requisition. It is very desirable that extra cables should be laid in case of accident to those at present existing. I had hoped on my arrival home to find a company organized and a cable about to be laid from Falmouth to Portugal and the Azores, for which a concession had been obtained by Messrs. Rumble and Medlicott, but it appears that the stupidity of the Cortes prevented this important line being carried out, important to the world and to Portugal in particular, as it would have rendered that country the great center of telegraphic communication, not only with her own islands, but also with North and South America, to which it was intended the line should eventually be carried. There would also have been a large and lucrative business between England and Lisbon, in connection with the mail steamers to and from Brazil, which at present is carried on under great disadvantage through Spain. Portugal and Spain are sadly in arrear as regards commercial progress and advancement, and Messrs. Rumble and Medlicott experienced the same fate as the southeastern of Portugal Railway, which, though the government had agreed to take it over on equitable terms, the Cortes refused to ratify the agreement. All Messrs. Rumble and Medlicott required was an alteration in the law which prevented the government granting concessions for more than 20 years. The concessionaires asked for 99 years, which ought to have been readily granted, seeing the manifest advantage to Portugal of establishing such a facility for communication. But no, these pés de chumbo, leaden feet, as they are designated in other parts of the world, would not quicken their pace even to promote the best interests of their country. Sordid motives would also appear to be at the bottom of these acts of repudiation, with which both Spain and Portugal are too familiar. I think a line might be stretched across the Isthmus of Panama, passing from the west coast and over the Andes to Buenos Aires, where telegraphic cable can easily be laid along the seaboard through Rio de Janeiro. The Argentine government is now laying down wires from Buenos Aires to Rosario, whence the Central Argentine Railway carries them on to Cordova, so that a communication with Valparaiso or some port on the west coast would not be a very formidable work. Nothing would tend more to consolidate and bind the Argentine provinces together than railways and electric wires. It is true the latter might be exposed to temporary injury from political agitators and others, but this is no argument against the introduction of so great a civilizer, which even savages soon learn to respect and look upon with a certain degree of awe. The onward march of civilization and progress in the Argentine, as well as the Chilean Republic, would most certainly, under every circumstance, greatly tend to secure and keep open an agency so useful to both. I understand that General Webb, United States Minister at Rio de Janeiro, has lately been authorized to submit an important scheme for the laying of an ocean cable to place Brazil in telegraphic communication with both Europe and North America, and I am glad to learn that there is great probability of something practical resulting from the negotiations in progress in respect to this proposal. End of section 23. Section 24 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Laurie Wilson. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. Religious institutions. Spain and Portugal, as a matter of course, introduced the Roman Catholic religion in their South American conquests. The aborigines, being imbued with a veneration for forms or imagery of some kind, soon fell under the influence of the priesthood. Volumes have been written on the power and grandeur of the Jesuits, who were assuredly the pioneers of civilization in South America, and they certainly accomplished what the sword could never have done. Papal and monarchical jealousy led to their expulsion, but many substantial buildings still remain as evidence of their activity and influence. The district called Missions, lying between Paraguay, Brazil, and the Banda Oriental, which has long been a bone of contention between the ruler of Paraguay and the Argentine Republic, abounds with their ancient edifices, mostly in ruins, and Paraguay itself retains to this day many of the characteristics of the Jesuit rule, which was exercised in a despotic manner, half sacerdotal, half military. Anyone visiting South America must be struck with the enormous size of the churches and convents, so utterly out of proportion to what must have been the wants of the population at that period of their erection, and even at this moment many of these buildings are unoccupied, as stated in my notice of the Brazilian city of San Paulo. These churches and convents were endowed with enormous tracts of land, which in process of time have become very valuable, and if appropriated to state purposes would go a long way towards paying off the national debt of Brazil. Some measure of this kind will inevitably be adopted at some future period. As in most instances, the property itself is unproductive of any national benefit, nor is it utilized for any national object. The power of the priesthood still predominates and subjects the masses, if not a majority of the enlightened population, to its influence, and little short of a social revolution can wrest from the church what is no longer required for religious observances, or distributed in any way towards the spread of religious knowledge. Mexico is an instance of the pernicious and fatal effects produced by a dominant priesthood, and although the more liberal views of Brazilians have weakened the priestly trammels in which some other parts of South America are still held, few have come forward to propose divesting the church of her non-productive property. The Roman Catholic religion is the religion of the state in Brazil, though all others are tolerated by law and treaties, nor has any difficulty ever arisen in this respect. At the same time, it cannot be denied that open attempts at proselytism would be attended with danger. So long as foreign communities carry on their own religious ceremonies quietly and without ostentation, all will be well, but too much demonstration might be productive of mischievous results. As a body, it cannot be said the Roman Catholic priesthood of South America is held in much esteem by the laity. Their stronghold is in the subserviency of the more ignorant and narrow-minded of their flock, precisely as we find it all over the world, and even at home. In the River Plate, owing in a great measure to the scattered nature of the population, the influence of the priesthood has been less felt or exercised than in Brazil, besides which the large introduction of the foreign element in its towns and cities has led to greater freedom of thought and action. Nevertheless, the Church has large possessions in land, to which the same objections may be argued as in the case of Brazil, and the sooner they are appropriated to national objects the better. Cordova may be termed a city of churches and convents, the greater number of which are useless. A recent writer on Cordova says, "In telling anything of Cordova, it is impossible to omit to speak of her churches. There are over 30 of them, besides the cathedral. A description of them and their riches and institutions would make a large book. I have neither the requisite information, inclination, nor the time to go into the details of this painful theme, the church in Cordova being so manifestly an incubus on the advancement of the country. Immense capitals are locked up in massive buildings and lands, which the clergy will neither sell nor cultivate, and a small army of friars and nuns, unproductive men and women in every sense, is detached from the world to manage these great properties, which yield nothing to the people, moral or material. The great republic of the United States presents a good example to those of South America, by permitting free admission of every religion. Its citizens may choose to adopt without allowing the predominance of any one in particular. End of section 24. Section 25 of Brazil and the River Plate in 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Brazil and the River Plate in 1868 by William Hadfield. The Affluents of La Plata. Here and there in the progress of my work, I have casually referred to the Rio de la Plata and its affluents, but the fluvial system which they together constitute is certainly deserving of more than a merely cursory comment. I will, therefore, add to my remarks on the Amazon and its tributaries some more precise observations with respect to the numerous rivers which give access to the fertile regions of Paraguay and furnish the Argentine Confederation with an extensive littoral coast. The rivers Parana, Uruguay, and Paraguay are, however, now too well known to necessitate any very minute description. The first originates at no great distance from the shores of the Atlantic, in that part of the tableland of Brazil which divides the watershed of the Amazon from the watershed of the River Plate. Its most distant branch is the Rio Grande, which it receives at the confluence of the latter with the Paranaíba, and after an interrupted course of about 1,000 miles, it finally effects a junction with the Paraguay, its largest affluent. Thence its huge volume of water, further augmented by the Uruguay, rolls to the ocean, forming that wide fresh-water sea known as the Estuary of the Plate. The Parana runs for nearly 900 miles within the limits of the Argentine Republic, and of this distance quite 750 are navigable throughout the whole year for sailing vessels and steamers of 300 tons burden. It begins to rise owing to intertropical rains towards the end of December, and this continues up to the close of April. Below its confluence with the Paraguay, the average rise is 11 to 12 feet. The only tributary the Parana receives between its confluence with the Paraguay and its absorption in the estuary of La Plata is the Rio Salado, a river of great length and having its source in the Andine regions of the Argentine Confederation. The Paraguay, like the Parana, has its origin in Brazilian territory. After passing through the Estrecho of São San Francisco, latitude 20 degrees south, it flows southwards, dividing the Republic of Paraguay from the Gran Chaco. A few miles below Asuncion, at a point called Angostura, the channel is narrowed by rocks, and the current becomes very rapid in consequence, taking a bend west by south until it mingles with the Parana. The Paraguay is navigable by large craft, and steamers have for some years ascended to Asuncion and Mato Grosso. The Paraguay receives the Pilcomayo, a very large stream of over 1,000 miles, and which, taking its rise near the city of Chiquisaca in Bolivia, traverses a vast portion of that republic, finally issuing from the Chaco wilderness at a point a little above Asuncion. Of course, the Paraguay is augmented by numerous tributaries previous to its junction with the Pilcomayo, but these need not be specially mentioned. The Araguaramini empties itself into it at Oliva, and further down is the mouth of Vermejo, a very considerable river, the navigation of which opens to commerce a territory of almost unrivaled fertility, and affords an easy access to Bolivia, in which state, like the Pilcomayo, it has its sources. Efforts have been made to facilitate the navigation of this fluvial highway, in connection with which the name of Senor Arce is deserving of special allusion. This gentleman was the first to traverse the entire length of this previously unexplored river, his first descent having been effected in 1856. He followed its windings on a raft for a distance of 1,200 miles, penetrating in his course dense forests and braving exposure to the rays of a tropical sun, not to speak of the dangers incurred from wild beasts and yet more formidable Indian savages. The Vermejo will yet prove of incalculable advantage in conveying to the ocean the valuable products of the Argentine and Bolivian interior. The Uruguay and Parana partially enclose the province of Entre Rios and Corrientes, and the former is only navigable from the sea as far as Salto, where rapids and falls occur, but above this point its waters are adapted to small steamers and sailing craft. Its source is in Brazil. On its banks are situated the towns of San Borja, Salto, Pisandu, Concepcion, Fray Bentos, and Soriano. It passes through a well-wooded and picturesque country. Up to Salto it is constantly navigated by steamers trading between that place and the lower communities, especially Buenos Aires and Montevideo. End of section 25.